Chapter 1 Both Parents Are Dead. August 18, 733 AD. Dr. Breve walked around outside the delivery room. Inside was his soon-to-be-born daughter. In the same hospital, the loud cry of a baby came from another delivery room. Gus was so confused that he made a sound. He yelled, but what came out was a cry. The nurse immediately coaxed gently. "Be good. Be good. You will grow up in an orphanage." Gus found himself crying when he opened his mouth, and immediately shut up. The nurse immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Hey! Does this kid understand what I'm saying?" Gus found that he could not understand the woman's language, and felt that the surrounding environment was unfamiliar, and he was full of doubts. "What's going on? Chinese culture record system is online. Hello host. System. Why did the system find me? I don't want the system, I'm retired. I just want to enjoy my old age. I have no father or mother in my life." Gus cried as soon as he opened his mouth, but he ignored it for the moment, and the voice in his head answered his question. "This system is the recording system that comes with the birth of heaven and earth at 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 2020. It records all the local culture of China." Only then did Gus realize that he had been possessed by the system. "Cultural recording system? What's your special skill? Why are you looking for me?" "This system records all local cultures in China." Gus secretly thought. It turns out to be a sand sculpture system. The next task should be to promote my Chinese culture. I don't know what year, month, and dynasty it is now. Or maybe it's not on Earth anymore. System, tell me. What task do you want to issue? If not completed, will the penis be shortened by 1 centimeter, erased, or something else? Just tell me directly. This system does not issue any tasks and does not implement any rewards or punishments." Gus was confused. "Then what's your use? All local cultures of China are recorded in the system, and the host can check them at any time. Then tell me, what kind of cultures do you have? Rituals and music, I Ching Bagua, alchemy books and inscriptions, ancient Chinese, works of various schools, astrological divination, Taoist theory, cultivation and refining the Tao. You really let me read it at will? There are no restrictions, no tasks, rewards and punishments." "Yes, host. Then this system is not bad. I don't know what kind of world this is. I have 5,000 years of Chinese culture as a foundation. Why don't I become the destined son of this world?" The nurse was just wondering whether the child could understand what she was saying, but she heard continuous, high-pitched, helpless, excited, and excited cries. The nurse didn't know why she could hear so many emotions, even in a baby. "I can only continue to coax the child. Be good. Be good. You will go to an orphanage to grow up. I won't ignore you." Gus had just finished talking to the system and was digesting the knowledge, but happened to be silent again. When the nurse heard her coaxing the child to stop crying, she was startled. This kid won't become a spirit. Outside the delivery room, Dr. Breve was still nervously waiting for his wife to give birth. Soon loud cries came and the delivery room opened. "Congratulations, doctor, you are a millionaire." Thank you, 100,000 yuan for each person's hard work." Dr. Breve looked at the busy nurse. Although she had a grown woman, she was still waiting at a loss. On the other side, Gus was hugged by a nurse and left the delivery room with a confused look on his face. As soon as he went out, Gus was too tired from the birth and fell asleep after crying. Who cares? Is it a blessing or a curse? I am just a baby less than an hour old. What can I do? The nurse taking care of Gus carried Gus past Dr. Breve and said, "Poor child, your mother died just after birth, and I don't know who your father is, so I can only send you to an orphanage." When Dr. Breve heard this, his thoughts changed. He immediately left the nurse who came out to announce the good news and caught up with the nurse who had just passed by holding the child. "Hello. You said this child's mother is dead and he doesn't know his father? What's going on?" The nurse was stopped, turned around, and immediately explained. "Hello, Dr. Brief. The mother of this child is a woman who came to our hospital to give birth alone. We don't know who the father of the baby is. The woman is unmarried in the government system. Her parents are dead. She is currently dead in childbirth. Now I am going to send this baby to an orphanage." Dr. Brive pitied himself. "You are so young, can you still survive if you are sent to an orphanage? There's nothing we can do. It's impossible for our hospital to take him in." Dr. Brive was moved with compassion and immediately decided to adopt the child. He expressed his idea to the nurse in front of him and asked her to go through the relevant procedures. Dr. Brive himself went to the delivery room first to explain the situation to his wife. Fortunately, Mrs. Brive was also a very kind and enthusiastic person. In this way, our Gus was adopted to Dr. Brive's family due to the death of his parents in a state of ignorance. "Husband, please give our daughter and son a name." "My daughter's name is Bulma, Bulma Brive." "Where's my son?" Dr. Brive looked at his wife who was looking at him expectantly and thought for a moment. "My son's name is Ponzi, Ponzi Brive." "Husband, do you think your son is your brother? Or your daughter is your sister?" "Ponzi is the older brother and Bulma is the younger sister." "Husband, will you let Ponzi know that you are adopted in the future? Let him know that he has the right to know the truth about this matter." In this way, at an age when he could not speak, Gas had his name passively changed and recognized his father again. Chapter 2: Causes and Consequences. In a villa, two babies were lying on cribs. An old man and a rich lady-like Brive couple were lying on the bedside watching curiously, while a large group of servants stood silently behind, waiting for the master's favor. Gus has been in his new home for 3 months. In the past 3 months, he has not calmed down yet and often says, "Why did I die?" But his Chinese cultural system ignored him. Except for saying a few words when he was born, it was like he was dead afterwards. It's like twins from one body, you die and I live and you die. Gas looked at the huge library in his mind. What's the use of this damn system? This is obviously not Huaxia. I can't understand a word. If it were Huaxia, I would be able to understand it to some extent. Gas is now called Ponzi. He was originally the librarian of the most famous university in China. He worked there for 55 years. Yes, he started working as a librarian at the age of 10 until he retired at the age of 65. Gas never knew his parents, was adopted and raised by an old librarian, and passed away on his 10th birthday. He never knew what it was like to be sad, and he didn't have any wife or female friends. Even the library aunt didn't say a word to him. He is a lonely old man who has no children and has never experienced the joy of having anyone at his knees. On the day of his retirement, as he took the last step out of the university gate, he fell to the ground and died for no reason. Now it's better. The school doesn't have to pay a penny in compensation, nor does it have to give a penny of pension. Gas has no relatives to claim for compensation, and he doesn't have to enjoy 100 years of solitude. It's a happy thing for everyone. In his previous life, Gas's only hobby was reading books. He only had one ability, a very strong memory. Using photographic memory to describe his memory is an insult to him. It can be said that he could clearly tell you which subject, which floor, which room, which row and number of bookshelf, which book, who wrote it, and what content it was in the library at that time. Envy is so strong. It's no use being envious, you can't learn. If Guiz hadn't obeyed his grandfather's orders, he would have been a fool. Then I just want to be useless and don't want to work hard. The protagonist of this book is not his turn. He will shine and make a fortune in a materialistic society. Yes, he will make a fortune. How strong is his memory now? So, he remembers everything from when he was a sperm. Don't talk nonsense, I only traveled through time from the moment I entered the delivery room. Oh. Yes, I remember him clearly from the time he was born to now. Dr. Briff looked at his erratic daughter and well-behaved son, and smiled happily. Husband, you said that my son is so quiet. It would be great if he could marry our daughter in the future. Dr. Breve, yes. Yes. It seems that my son must be a better scientist than me. Oh. I really hope Ponzi grows up quickly, so that I can let him be my boyfriend. Dr. Breve paid no attention to his wife's harsh words. A 10-year-old girl with shoulder-length yellow hair, wearing denim overalls and a necklace around her neck squeezed in and lay down next to the crib and said, "Can they be the protagonists of my new SF novel?" Mrs. Brive quickly picked up Tisai. "Tis, don't make fun of your brother and sister." Tis broke free from Mrs. Brive's arm. "It's boring, I'm going to ride a motorcycle, bye." "Be careful." "No." Tisai's voice came from far away. "Husband, let's go too." After saying that, Dr. Breve and the two walked out. Gas looked helplessly at the servants surrounding him. Well, at least it's still a wealthy family. System. No response. System? Are you dead? At least come out and explain why I died. Gus was also puzzled. I haven't been hit by a car, I have no history of illness, I haven't been struck by lightning, and I haven't been flooded. Could it be caused by the leakage of my mobile phone? But, I don't feel anything. Moreover, if you die, you will die. Why do I still have memories of my past life? System. Host, I'm here. Ouch. Let me go, you finally showed up, can you tell me what is going on? Host, due to insufficient energy, the system will be annihilated. The system will seal all Chinese culture into the memory of the host. I hope the host will make good use of it. You finish your sentence first and die. Host, you died normally. Because your brain is different from ordinary people, you were selected by the system. However, the system found out too late that the host body has no vitality. It can only take the host soul to another world for reincarnation. Then why did you bring me here? What world is this? I don't want to live, I just want to die. I don't understand what they are saying. Host, the system can only tell you that the ancient Chinese martial arts and Taoism are real, can be cultivated, and can lead to immortality. Gas immediately became energetic. You told me earlier. Why would I want to die if I could live forever? How do I practice cultivation? Host, all cultivation methods are in Chinese culture. After the system is annihilated, I hope the host can make good use of it. Goodbye. After that, no matter how Guys called, there was no movement in the system, except for the rows of books in his mind. What next? Is this the world of gods and horses? Why do what they say sound so familiar, but I don't understand it? System, come out. First tell me how to live forever. The system sent me here to die, what should I do? Next, Gus took up residence in this sweet, slightly flawed home. The reason why I say this is because the little kid who sleeps in the crib with me often makes noises to me. Cry. Why are you crying? It's so noisy. Gas is helpless. I often get interrupted while reading. This little girl talks too much nonsense and keeps blabbering. There are so many books in her mind that might make her immortal. For the rest, he lives a life where he can open his mouth with clothes and reach out with food. As long as he wants to, he doesn't have to get out of bed to pee. What more luxury can he ask for? There is no other way. I know the cause and effect, but I don't know what I am doing in this world, so I can only make do with it. If I can cultivate immortality, this life will not be in vain. At least in this world, I have a godmother, so I don't have to work hard. In the next 3 years, under Bulma's harassment, Geis forced himself to read through Chinese culture in his mind. Ponzi, let's go to the laboratory. Gas, now known as Ponzi, looked helpless. Bulma, I want to sleep, you can go play by yourself. No. No, shouldn't you accompany your dear sister to the laboratory? As soon as Ponzi heard this, he immediately jumped up. Damn Bulma! How could you do this? You usually strive to be my sister, but whenever you need to trouble me, you talk about your sister, and every time you drag me to the laboratory, you always ask me to I won't become your experimental subject. No. She's a girl, so you have to let her be. I don't. If you do this again, I will go find Sister Taisai and never pay attention to you again. Chapter 3 Time Flies. Ponzi, if you accompany me to the laboratory to do experiments, I won't disturb you for a week. Ponzi was doubtful. Really? Don't bother me for a week. Bulma vowed, it's true. It's truer than what Mom said. In order not to be harassed by Bulma for the next week, Ponzi decided to agree to her. Tell me what experiment to do first. Ponzi, I invented a gravity house. You can adjust the gravity inside. It's so fun, and you can even fly. Real. Real. Ponzi listened to Bulma's conclusive words, but still chose to believe her. How could a child lie? However, Ponzi didn't notice the cunning flash in the corner of Bulma's eyes. You said, if you go this time, you won't disturb me for at least a week. I promise. Ouch. Why are you such a grown man, so annoying? You're not happy at all. Ponzi retorted, nonsense, I'm a little boy, not a man. Yes, yes, let's go. Ponzi was pushed onto the family's mobility scooter by Bulma. Corrupt capitalism, who has seen a villa bigger than the university in his previous life. Ponzi was pulled into Bulma's so-called gravity room in a daze. Ponzi, are you ready? I'm going to start adjusting gravity. Ponzi said confidently, ready, let's start. How could he believe that Bulma could really make a gravity house? He had barely been out in the past 3 years. He only knew that his adoptive parents were scientists and had opened a large company. He seems to be the richest man in the world. Boom. Ouch. Ponzi was bent over by the sudden gravity. He couldn't bear the gravity for a while, and his knees banged on the floor, and then he screamed. Sorry, Ponzi, I adjusted the gravity wrong. Bulma explained, turning the gravity adjustment button in reverse. Pang! Damn it Bulma, stop it! Ponzi was hit by the sudden weightlessness and hit the ceiling. Bulma heard Ponzi's even shriller screams inside the house, and hurriedly returned the gravity adjustment button to its original position, preparing to open the door and go in. Heard again. Bang, bang. He hurriedly opened the door to the house. Ponzi, are you okay? Ponzi said word by word, help me up, waist, my waist. Bulma couldn't move Ponzi, so she had to call the intelligent robot to help move Ponzi. This was great. The smart center passed it to Drive and Mrs. Breve, who hurriedly drove their scooters to the treatment center. Bulma, look at the good thing you did. Dad. I can't stand this. Dr. Breve was so angry that he laughed. Then, my dear little daughter, please tell me who in my house made my son's nose and face swollen, and sprained his waist. Bulma defended, that's not a sprain, it's a fall. That's more serious. Mrs. Breve hurriedly came to the rescue. It doesn't matter, it's not in the way, it's just a pain for my future boyfriend, oh. God. Ponzi said to his strange adoptive mother, Mom. Okay, I won't tell you. You like Bulma and you're hurt because of her, so I'm not allowed to say a word. In the next 7 years, Ponzi successfully found various traditional Chinese medicine knowledge and martial arts knowledge from Chinese culture, and then immersed himself in martial arts practice. But he couldn't stand Bulma's harassment, so he finally had no choice but to put on his small school bag and go to the 4th grade elementary school class with Bulma. Ponzi is a problem student. He neither listens carefully nor does his homework. He also fights in school. Ponzi, can you study hard and stop practicing all the time? It's so embarrassing. Ponzi looked at Bulma, who was a head shorter than him and was angrily standing in front of him. He stopped his horse and touched Bulma's head. Damn Ponzi, don't touch my head. Scott, go find your father. What are you doing next to my brother? Okay, Bulma, what's wrong with you today? Bulma looked at the indifferent Ponzi and said angrily. Do you know, they said I have a stupid brother and you can't do anything. What did your good friends say? Yes, the classmates around me asked me to persuade you, and said that as long as you have good grades, they are willing to marry you. Ponzi couldn't help but shudder when he heard Bulma's words. You don't have 10 friends, but you have 8, right? Marry them all to me, I can't resist it. Besides, I want to practice cultivation and live forever, so I don't want to get married and have children. Okay, I will study hard later. Bulma left with satisfaction after receiving Ponzi's affirmative reply. She was going to her own laboratory. Ponzi, who was on the side, also stopped practicing and thinking about the problem. Reading the books on the Chinese culture system slowly, it's time for me to understand the world. In this world, there are animals that can understand people, can speak, and can live with people, as well as orcs, but there are no monsters, ghosts, etc. It is still a modern high-tech world. By the way, there is also the universal capsule invented by my family. What kind of world is this? It feels so familiar to me, but I just can't remember where I've seen this world before. Also, I can fly. I didn't expect that when my martial arts skills are advanced, I can actually fly, and the speed is not slow. Ponzi is also very distressed. He is neither clear about the world he is in nor has any way forward, but the system clearly says that he can find the cultivation method of immortality from the Chinese cultural system. Jingle bell. Hello. Little Ponzi, it's time to come and eat. Mom has prepared a 320-pound ocean fish for you today, which is enough for you to eat. Ponzi, Bulma, and Taisai are all homeless people. Strictly speaking, only Ponzi and Taisai stayed home, while Bulma didn't go out. Taisai dreams of becoming a SF novelist, and she also likes motorcycles, so she often wanders around. Her father, Dr. Breve, gave her a lot of small weapons, which are enough to ensure her safety outside. Although she is still a street writer. After Ponzi learned about Taisai's dream, he still complained silently in his heart, you don't want to be a SF writer, you want to be an SF writer. Motorcycle plus SF, isn't this a perfect express delivery? Ponzi started practicing at the age of 3, such as the 18 dragon subduing palms, Tian Shan plum breaking hand, which he named himself, and even named the internal skills he practiced, 9 yin and 9 yang. Until he found out something was wrong, he could still call me smart as soon as he started practicing. Why did I practice the 9 yin and 9 yang, and not only the meridians were filled with internal energy, but also all over my body? Ponzi often lamented, what kind of fairy world is this? When he was 4 years old, Ponzi often sneaked out to practice some martial arts that were not allowed to be known to his family, and then exercised his body. According to him, he wanted to cultivate both body and law, and he would be immortal forever. Therefore, his appetite is getting bigger and bigger. In 7 years, he has not only grown taller and stronger, but his appetite has also increased. He eats at least 4 meals a day, and each meal weighs at least 200 kilograms. This is because his family is the richest man in the world. Otherwise, he would have to live in poverty. Chapter 4 Is this world the Dragon Balls? Bulma was just the opposite of them. Whenever she had time, she would go to her laboratory to tinker with the equipment and invent many weird things. Ponzi got on the smart scooter and rushed straight to the canteen. He was still thinking about some problems on the way. Little Ponzi, come to mother. Ponzi had no choice but to run over. His position is very clear. He cannot offend his parents when he offends anyone, especially when it comes to cooking. Now I need a lot of energy to practice martial arts. Mom, doesn't Bulma want to eat? Hey, are you starting to care about your little girlfriend now? My Ponzi is such a warm man. Mom. Didn't Bulma come to see you after dinner? Didn't you meet her? She seemed unhappy. Do you have a new girlfriend at school? Ponzi covered his forehead in pain and said. Mom. I am a cheap mother who is good at everything, but she has a bad mouth. She dares to say all kinds of things like tigers and wolves, and she doesn't distinguish between the enemy and the outnumbered, the distance and the distance. Ponzi stopped talking and focused on cooking. If you want to live forever, you must eat more. After eating, throw away the bowl. Mom, I'm full. I'm going to practice martial arts first. As soon as Ponzi finished speaking, he ran away. If he didn't run away, he wouldn't be able to escape. His adoptive mother would catch him and teach him how to pick up girls. Picking up girls is a waste of time, he just wants to live forever. How can you live forever if you are forced to get married? Soon Ponzi continued to temper his body. This won't work. There's no movement anymore. We still have to find a way to find out if there are superpowers in this world and combine their things with our own martial arts. It's too slow to practice by yourself without a teacher. Although he muttered like this, Ponzi still exercised seriously. If you don't practice your hands for 1 day, you will be alive. If you don't practice your brain for 3 days, you will be alive. Bulma happily ran to find Ponzi. Ponzi, Ponzi, look what I found. Bulma, where did you find the ancient books? Shouldn't you be reading scientific knowledge? Ponzi, Ponzi, come and see what I find. Ponzi had no choice but to take the worn ancient book from Bulma's hand. I saw it written in the ancient book. A long time ago, an era that no one had heard of or seen, in the mountains thousands of miles away from the city, there was a young man who lived alone with nature as his friend. As long as you collect the 7 dragon balls and recite specific spells, you can summon the dragon, and then make a wish to him. The dragon can fulfill any of your wishes. When Ponzi read this, his heart skipped a beat. It was over and his wish of immortality could not be realized. I'm the genius Bulma, Dr. Breve's family, my own big villa, Skater, the orcs and half-orcs who can talk, and Sister Ties who likes to write novels. Isn't this the Dragon Ball comic I read many years ago? Bulma watched Ponzi take her ancient book and read it for a while before becoming dazed. Ponzi. 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 Hey? Oh. Bulma, what's the matter with you? Ponzi, let's find the Dragon Balls and make a wish to him. Ponzi looked at the eager Bulma. She is only 10 years old now. In the animation, she appeared at the age of 16. Which means that Sun Wukong has been on Earth for 6 years and has been picked up by his grandfather who lives in Baizai Mountain. Ponzi? Did you listen to me? Ponzi looked at the furious Bulma and slapped him. Haha. Bulma? You still claim to be a genius, but you are so brainless. Think about it, since it was a long time ago, an era that everyone has heard of, and everyone has seen. Why are there still records in books? This is obviously a novel. It's the same as Sister Taisai's street novel. Bulma was stunned. Hey? What he said seems to make sense. Genius girl, let me ask you again, if the Dragon Balls are real, what will you wish for after you collect them all? Ah! Ponzi stimulated again. Ask you again, you don't know what a Dragon Ball is, how can you find it? Just find 7 stones. Yes. Genius girl, stop dreaming. You should just relax and work on your inventions. Bulma grabbed the book from Ponzi's hand and ran away covering her face. Only the despairing Ponzi was left. You also said to find other people. How is it possible to achieve immortality in the Dragon Ball world? The earth has been shattered many times, and later on it was constantly being shattered and destroyed by gods. I didn't see what was behind it, so I don't know. I just want to live forever. No, I missed some important information. What is it then? Ponzi no longer has the heart to practice martial arts. In the Dragon Ball world, no matter how much you practice, can you beat the Scions? That is an existence that can explode stars at every turn. Ape transformation, Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3, 4. There are all kinds of messy power systems, and I, a native human being, have no practice. No, I'm off topic. What important information did I forget? Ponzi sat on the edge of the garden, thinking hard, and a very important piece of information was missed by him. Thinking and thinking, I didn't even think about it until the sun went down. I watched the moon climb up with my own eyes. What is more important than cultivation? Ponzi couldn't figure it out, so he got on the smart scooter and was about to go back. On the way, he met a servant collecting clothes. Clothing. Ponzi had some inspiration, but still couldn't remember how important he had missed. It wasn't until he entered the bathtub in his room and took off all his clothes, leaving only his underwear, that he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as if he had opened up the Ren and Do channels. Pants. Oh my god, Dr. Breve's family is all named after their underwear. What's mine? Ponzi. Fat man? Fat times? It's true that Dr. Breve was named according to this rule at that time. Ponzi's country in Gas's previous life was the transliteration of the Japanese word faji. Ponzi showed a hopeless expression. So, in the previous life, damn, and in this life, underwear. Ponzi hurriedly put on his clothes and ran to the bedroom of Drive and Mrs. Breve. He didn't even have time to get on the scooter. Dad. Mom, I'll give it to you. You guys, go on, just pretend I haven't been here. Goodbye, I'll tell you tomorrow. Joe Pang rushed into his adoptive parents' bedroom angrily, and exited in embarrassment within a second. He was also so angry that he didn't care. Otherwise, with his current martial arts attainments, he would have noticed the trouble a long time ago. You don't cultivate when you are old. Yet you are still here when you are so old. If Dr. Breve knew what Ponzi was thinking, he would definitely ask angrily. I won't come, will you? In the bedroom, Mr. and Mrs. Breve were just getting ready when they watched their second son run in angrily and then retreat out in a hurry. Mrs. Breve also said with a smile. Look, our kid has grown up, and now he wants to learn technology. Oh, hee hee. Dr. Breve had a dark face, got dressed, and had no thoughts. Looking at how anxious he is, maybe there's something wrong. I'll go take a look first. Okay, you can bring some CDs to your child so that he can study in advance. If it doesn't work, you can also find one. Although he is still young, our son is very strong. Dr. Breve's already dark complexion became even darker. As long as you like to fool around, I'll go first. Ponzi, who had just exited his parents' bedroom, ran away. It's over, I'm really desperate now. +1. Chapter 5 Unexpected Arrival. The further Ponzi walked, the more he felt something was wrong. I should be older than them, what should I be ashamed of? I should have said it directly at that time, all at once, and again, and again, and again, and again. Gas, you have really read so many books in vain. Ponzi, facing the moonlight, walked slowly in his garden. Soon, his adoptive father Dr. Breve found him. Little Ponzi, do you have anything important to tell your father, me or your mother? Dr. Breve emphasizes here that he is Ponzi's father, his wife is his mother, and he himself is a little kid. Ponzi looked at Dr. Breve, who was catching up, and said bravely, Father, I want to change my name. Oh? Ponzi, are you dissatisfied with my name? So Ponzi, do you have a nice name? If your sister and mother all agree, I have no objection, but you have to give it to us a reasonable reason. Ponzi looked at the sincere Dr. Breve and sighed deeply. What reasons can I have? Tell him that his family is all named after underwear? Your name is Breve, ties is called tights, and Bulma is called Bulma. Your and their names are men's underwear, bodysuits, and girls' sports shorts respectively in English. Your name is in Japanese. Call it underwear? Don't be ridiculous, where does the English come from in this Dragon Ball world? It's only this earth, okay? Ponzi could only say helplessly, Father, I just want to change my name. Then what do you want to be called? Ponzi bit the bullet and said tentatively, Guys, is that okay? Dr. Breve said 2 words. Gaith? Guth? Damn it! No, I reject this name. In Ponzi's heart, thousands of mythical beasts were rushing past. So, how did you come up with homophones in Chinese? Save me! I just want to live forever, but I don't want to live forever with my underwear's name on my back. How about you change it for me? Without thinking, Breve blurted out, Trunks. Ponzi left a word and turned around to leave. Forget it, Father, Ponzi is fine, that's all. I'm going back to sleep, and you should go back to find your mother early. Trunks, you said it without hesitation. What? Have you already decided on the name of your next son? Don't you want me to be your grandson? After all, it's just underwear, what can I do? I am also very desperate and cannot go back. In the next few years, Ponzi not only continued to work hard to exercise and practice martial arts, but also studied knowledge within the Chinese cultural system day and night. This was his most important treasure. He also learned the science and technology of this world from Bulma and his adoptive father. It's impossible not to learn. It's too dangerous in the back. It can destroy the world at every turn and destroy spaceships at every turn. Ponzi held the mentality, the hooligans are not to be feared, but the hooligans are afraid of being educated. I bother. Study hard with the mentality that you don't have to overwhelm yourself because of your skills, and that you won't be afraid of traveling all over the world if you learn mathematics, physics, and chemistry well. Ponzi's 2 souls, it's really not bragging to study hard. Even if you focus on 3 things, it took you a year or 2 to fully master the knowledge of Dr. Breve and Bulma, and you are even better than the master. After that, Ponzi researched 3 black technologies for himself. One is the full-body adjustable gravity suit, which provides 0.1 times to 10 times gravity adjustment, and only affects Ponzi's entire body. The second is the invention of energy pills, which are extracted and purified from 1,288 kinds of precious medicinal materials. In addition to not having the function of fairy beans that can save lives as long as there is energy, they are more effective than fairy beans when eaten as food, and can support Ponzi for 10 years. Do not eat for days and engage in high-intensity activities. The third one is to modify an amphibious aircraft similar to the Batmobile, which is very fast. Ponzi even went to look for the turtle immortal, but he could not find it after searching all the sea areas. It may be due to the world's correction power that the old turtle was not born yet. After more than 10 years of hard work, Ponzi doesn't know how high his strength is, but he knows that he is definitely not the native of this world who can only punch to the flesh stupidly, but he has skills. Correct. Ponzi also engraved it on his gravity suit. From now on, whenever he faces waves, he will be on the right. After all, since ancient times, the left side has lost against Bo, except for that pig Dinah. Ponzi once thought happily, they were all written by Japanese, and the rules should be similar. If Sun Wukong and others worship me as their teacher, and I teach them Chinese Kung Fu, will the world obliterate me? Ponzi didn't know, and he didn't dare to try it easily. After all, he only had one life, and he was not in this world. What if he died and couldn't survive? My life is at stake. Except for taking a bath, Ponzi wears a gravity suit to exercise at other times, and it is turned on with 5 times gravity. He also made a lot of energy pills and put them in his own universal capsule. He built 10 of his gas cars and put them in the universal capsule he carried with him. He also put some energy pills in the gas cars. Yes, he named the car he invented gas car despite the objections of his family. It's very much like a person who doesn't listen to his parents' advice and wants to go out and elope. On this day, Ponzi and Bulma sat obediently in the 500 square meter dining room at home, waiting for the arrival of Dr. Brief and his wife. As for why there is no Taisai, that little girl went out to wander when Ponzi and the others were 14 years old. This time she said harsh words, and she will not come back if the book is not popular. Ponzi knew that Taisai and his old sweetheart, Jack, had wandered into the universe and would not be able to come back in a short time. According to the time, his cheap sister Taisai should have met the galactic patrolman Gok who came from the galaxy to track the Scions when he was 4 years old. 2 years ago, he should have gone out with Gok who came to the Earth again. My own cheap parents were also big-hearted and never thought of going out to look for it. His mother, Mrs. Brive, even often clamored to find herself a young and handsome boyfriend. Although she almost never went out, it didn't stop her from saying it. Dad. Mom. Dad, Mom. Yo. My son and daughter-in-law have grown up and can have grandchildren. Bulma shouted angrily, Mom, you are talking nonsense again. How can we Ponzi have a grandson? If we do, we must have a son. Ponzi, do you think I don't exist? Yes, yes, you have a son. No, Mom, that's not what I meant. How can Ponzi and I get married if we are brother and sister? Mom. I want to study technology. I am a genius girl. I must find a perfect lover when the time comes. I don't want a martial arts idiot like my brother. Ponzi, you don't think I'm here, do you? Dr. Brief finally interrupted the mother and daughter's nonsense. Okay, today is your little Ponzi and little Bulma's coming of age ceremony. Don't make a fuss. From now on, you two will be big kids. What? We have always been older children, right? Father is right. Bulma angrily kicked Ponzi. He didn't change his face, but Bulma cried out in pain. Are you made of steel? Ponzi said without changing his expression. I'm harder than steel in a sense. Do you want to try it? Oh. Kid, you still have to go back to your room and try. Is that what I mean? They had a super luxurious, but relatively deserted coming-of-age ceremony. Bulma, look, Mother gave you a beautiful pearl. Ponzi looked at the gift Mrs. Brief gave to Bulma and sighed inwardly. All this happened unexpectedly. The curtain will eventually rise, what should I do next? Chapter 6 Destined. When Mrs. Brive saw Ponzi's face, she thought she was neglecting him, so she hurriedly said to Ponzi. Ponzi, look, Mother also has a gift for you. Mrs. Brive gave Ponzi a very expensive watch. Ponzi took it and thanked. Thank you, Mother. Look, it's better for you as a son. Mother will introduce you to many beautiful girlfriends later, okay? Ponzi. Bulma was furious. Mom, don't say such words again. Yet. Bulma is jealous. Okay, Mommy won't say such things in front of you in the future. Dr. Brief can only be a peacemaker again. It's time to eat, don't fool around. Learn from Ponzi, how steady he is. Bulma muttered. He is mature and prudent. After the family finished eating, Bulma immediately went into the laboratory to do experiments. As a talented girl, she was not convinced. She must invent an invention that was more powerful than Ponzi. As soon as Bulma entered the door, she noticed that her father's cat had come in. Skart, you came into my laboratory again. Then Bulma took advantage of the situation and discovered a mess of books on the ground, as well as the shabby book from 6 years ago. Why is this book here? Bulma seemed to remember something, took out the gift her mother had given him from her arms, and looked at it carefully. What her mother gave Bulma was an orange ball with 2 stars inside. Not long after, Bulma screamed strangely and rushed out of the laboratory. Ponzi, Ponzi! Ponzi, Ponzi! Ponzi sat up helplessly, waiting for Bulma to come to the door. Destined, there is really no way to go against the will of the world. What do I do? Follow the plot or go it alone? If I go it alone, I might be able to do it now, but in the later stages, there will be monsters with a starting strength of 100 million. What should I do? I don't even know if I can do it better than Vegeta. Ponzi is still confident to resist the early Piccolo Demon King. As for Piccolo in the back, there is no big problem. Even Sun Wukong's brother Raditz himself should have no problem. According to what he said when he came to Earth, the old man with the gun is the combat power. 5. Before Vegeta comes to Earth, he doesn't have to worry about anything. Forget it, let's follow Bulma first. If your strength doesn't improve, then go to Galan Tower and give it a try. Ponzi actually doesn't dare to go to Galan Tower. He is not afraid of the Miao Immortal inside. He is afraid of the gods who are still higher up. That thing may know that he is not an earthling in this universe. There seems to be some resistance behind him. King of Kai and the like. If it is discovered, let alone immortality, it may not be enough to survive to give birth to cubs, and it may be the first to die. Ponzi didn't want to go out either. He just wanted to practice martial arts in peace and mind and ponder the Chinese cultural system. But when he thought about the unfortunate fate of Dragon Ball Earth, he had to go out to improve his strength. It was better to rely on himself than relying on others. Is there an infinite loop? Ponzi, Ponzi! I heard it, I heard it, why are you making such a loud noise? Bulma kicked open the door to Ponzi's room. Ponzi, do you still remember the far, far away legend I showed you 6 years ago? Ponzi had no choice, remember. Didn't I say it was fake? Maybe it was written by a street writer like my sister. No. Ponzi, look, look. This is a coming-of-age gift from your mother. I saw it when I was eating. Ponzi, take a closer look. Ponzi looked at Bulma's expectant eyes and pretended to take a serious look. Did you notice? Found. Bulma was anxious, don't you have any ideas? Ponzi looked at Bulma and said seriously. Bulma, don't always stay in the laboratory from now on. Come out often to practice martial arts with me. Your hands are rough. I will buy cosmetics for you tomorrow. You go to hell, this girl is as beautiful as a flower, so she doesn't need makeup. Bulma, a woman can't support herself at 30, and she's like scum at 40. Ponzi. Seeing that Bulma was really angry, Ponzi asked seriously. Bulma, do you think what is said in that book is true? Bulma said with a shy look. Of course, I want to find all 7 Dragon Balls and make a wish to give me a perfect boyfriend. It's only possible for a mentally retarded boyfriend. Ponzi. Looking at Bulma with her legs akimbo and legs akimbo, Ponzi smiled and did not answer. Changing the topic, how do you find it? Even if you know that the earth is so big, how do you find it? Bulma rolled her eyes. Ponzi, I'll invent a Dragon Ball radar, and then you can drive me in the gaze to find it, okay? No. I have to practice martial arts and don't have time. Ponzi, if you don't take me with you, I will go out by myself. You see, your sister is as beautiful as a flower. If you are kidnapped outside and locked up in a dark cave, you will never see your lovely little sister again. Now, don't you care? Ponzi was thoughtful, nodding along with Bulma's words. How could I be sad? It's too late for me to be happy. Without you disturbing me, I can practice martial arts without any distractions every day. Die. Ponzi, I invented the Dragon Ball radar. You must follow me to find the Dragon Ball. After Bulma finished speaking, she left arrogantly without waiting for Ponzi to reply. Time passed slowly like this. Bulma was working hard on her Dragon Ball radar every day and had no time to disturb Ponzi. Ponzi was also happy to be quiet. He could peacefully practice his martial arts every day and make the second-generation gravity suit at the same time. He didn't know what was going on, but he felt that since he put on the gravity suit, his physical fitness had improved rapidly, and his martial arts had also improved a lot. He often felt like he was about to form a golden elixir. 2 months later, Bulma finally made the Dragon Ball radar. Ponzi, I'm done, let's go. Ponzi looked at a pocket watch-style radar handed over by Bulma and pressed the switch on the top. In addition to the one flashing around him, there were another 6 scattered across the country. If he drove it would take a lot of money to look for it in a gas car, so it was better to just grab it and leave. Bulma, go make more of them. Just in case, I'm going to upgrade my gravity suit. After that, we'll go back and treat it like a trip. Ponzi finally decided not to change the plot and follow it for a while to see the effect. If he was not satisfied, he should be able to get the dragon's wish in the first wave of the timeline to see if he could realize his wish of immortality. Ponzi and Bulma said goodbye to their parents and set off in their car. Mrs. Breve stood at the door and said with tears in her eyes, "Okay, now that the children have grown up, let the young couple start their own new home. Not the old one." Dr. Breve ignored her and returned with a large number of his pets. Pounds and Bulma followed the route of the Dragon Ball radar, and after a week, they finally found the 5th planet first. Ponzi looked at Bulma, who was as happy as a child, and felt happy himself, even though such a journey did not challenge him at all. But my goal is to follow them and see if I can train myself. Traveling is always boring, and you will have plenty of time to watch while you wait for immortality. Chapter 7 Meeting Sun Wukong for the first time, Part 1. On this day, Ponzi was sitting in Bulma's car, falling asleep. Ponzi, we are almost at the location of the next Dragon Ball. Wake up. Well. Damn it. Ponzi, you are still not a brother. Besides, didn't you say you should exercise? Why am I driving and not you? Bastard. Ponzi said with sleepy eyes. Bulma, I am accompanying you to find the Dragon Balls. It's not me who is looking for them. Of course you are the one doing the work. Besides, I don't need you to do the laundry and cooking. For you who can fly a plane at the age of 3, driving a car is nothing. Damn it, of course it's nothing. But your gas obviously has artificial intelligence and can drive automatically, why do you want me to drive? Alright, drive well. This is in the mountains. If you're not careful, your car will crash and you will be killed. I know. That's a long way to go. Ponzi's ears moved and he heard the sound of running and the roar of a leopard. This is Baizai Mountain, and the voice of someone should be the future savior of the earth, Sun Wukong. He seems to be very weak now, and he probably couldn't beat me when I was 5 years old. I remember correctly, that kid seemed to have eaten a lot of Bulma's tofu. Thinking of this, Ponzi couldn't help but glance at Bulma. Bulma said fiercely, "What are you looking at?" She is still angry now. After saying that, he stopped the car and took out the Dragon Ball radar. There should be nothing wrong with this area. Ponzi took a look and saw that on Bulma's Dragon Ball radar, the two together represented the 2-star beads and the 5-star beads on them. The radar is still buzzing. Bulma then got into the car and continued to start the car and drive on. Ponzi, don't you have any dreams? Ponzi said casually, yes. What is it? Immortality. TCH, boring. Ponzi ignored Bulma, this ignorant girl. Soon, the two met Sun Wukong, who was dragging a big fish. Bulma had just climbed up the slope, and his field of vision was not wide, and he could not brake in time. Bulma closed her eyes and didn't care about anything. She pressed on the brakes and turned the steering wheel randomly. Get out of the way. Unfortunately, Sun Wukong was still knocked away, including his body and fish. Bulma closed her eyes and held on to the steering wheel. I killed someone. Bulma, calm down, look at that person and there is nothing wrong with him. Bulma listened to Ponzi's words and opened her eyes. Sure enough, she saw a child hiding behind the fish head in shock, grinning and saying, Monster! Monster! Ah, oh yo! And walked out with empty steps. Bulma asked in surprise, still alive? Ponzi looked at Sun Wukong, who was still ignorant at this moment, with interest, and shouted angrily at the car. You stinky monster! Are you trying to take away my food? Then he rushed over and half-lifted the car. Bulma panicked and screamed. Ponzi felt the bumps of the car and thought to himself. Sun Wukong's strength is indeed too small now, and the lower-level warriors are indeed developing slowly. He should be 12 years old. The other scions also have at least a few hundred fighting strengths, and he should be about 10 years old now. Sun Wukong held up the car and shouted, I won't let you succeed, I won't let you take away my food. Bulma asked Ponzi tremblingly, Pang, Zi, what should we do this time? Ponzi looked at Bulma, who was really panicking, and with a slight push of his foot, the entire car was flattened, and Sun Wukong was pressed to the bottom of the car. Yet, he was squashed by you. As soon as Bulma finished speaking, Sun Wukong's voice came from the bottom of the car. Damn it, what kind of monster are you? I'm not a monster, I'm a human being. What kind of monster are you? You won't die even if you are hit by a car. Human? I'm not a monster. Ponzi waited for Bulma to get out of the car, then relaxed his grip and followed him to get out of the car. Sun Wukong then overturned the car and jumped away. He also took off his golden hoop, raised the stick with both hands and shouted. If you want my prey, just attack me. I will accompany you to the end. Because Ponzi was by her side, Bulma did not shoot Sun Wukong bye like in the original work. Ponzi, who had such expectations, was extremely disappointed. Bulma asked with a slight trembling, Ponzi, he will neither be hit to death nor crushed by the car. What kind of monster is he? I am not a monster. You two monsters emerged from the monster's belly. My body is as strong as steel. I will not let you steal my prey. Bulma immediately stopped Sun Wukong and explained. Wait a minute, little brother, we are human, this is my brother. People. Yet, look at people like you. Sun Wukong looked wary and said, don't move, just stand there and don't move. Sun Wukong carefully circled around Bulma, biting his left thumb into his mouth, and said thoughtfully, you look a little different from me. Are you weak? Of course it's different. I'm a girl and you're a boy. Girls are inherently weak. When Sun Wukong heard this, he was even more surprised. What? You said you are a girl? Really? Have you never seen a girl, you country bumpkin? Sun Wukong is indeed a simple child, and he immediately answered truthfully. Yes. You are the first human being I have seen besides my grandfather. It's so pitiful, Ponzi, did you hear that? This is the first time for my little brother to see other people. Yet. I'm not deaf. Sun Wukong said to himself on the side. Grandpa told me that if I meet a girl, I must be gentle to her. Ponzi, did you hear that? Everyone knows that he is gentle to girls. What about you? Bulma, he was talking about a girl, do you think you count? Ponzi, I'll tell my eldest sister to punish you. Do you think eldest sister believes in me or you? Sun Wukong saw them arguing and arguing. Are you quarreling because you are hungry? If you are a girl, come with me and I will treat you to something delicious. Bulma pondered and looked at the direction he was going to go. She thought that it might be easier to find the Dragon Balls by following him. At least his grandfather should know something. So he agreed, and then he pulled Ponzi on foot to follow Sun Wukong, who was dragging the big fish in front of him and leading the way. My name is Bulma, and this is my brother, Ponzi. What is your name? My name is Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, do you still live with your grandfather now? When Ponzi heard this, he rolled his eyes. No, Lao Sun turned into an ape himself and trampled his grandfather to death. My grandfather has died a long time ago. He was trampled to death by a big monster. Bulma was overflowing with love, with tears in her eyes, and cried to Ponzi. He's so pitiful. Ponzi looked at Bulma, who was full of maternal glory. He didn't say anything and just looked directly at Bulma. Ponzi, what are you looking at? Nothing, you continue chatting with Sun Wukong. Who knew that Sun Wukong would say something shocking, so women don't have tails. By the way, did you catch that iron monster? Chapter 8, Meeting Sun Wukong for the first time, Part 2. What? That's a car, not a tin monster. Then Bulma saw the tail behind Sun Wukong. Ponzi, did you see it? He thought that if he put a fake tail on his back, we would take it seriously. Ponzi rolled his eyes and muttered in his heart, this stupid sister. If you see him turn into a gorilla, you will know how cute Sun Wukong is. Ponzi? What do you mean? My stupid sister, he has a real tail. Sun Wukong sighed, ah. This is a car. I heard my grandfather talk about a car, and it turns out that this is what a car looks like. Bulma looked at Sun Wukong, who was minding his own business in front. Sun Wukong, I see that you are small but very strong. Sun Wukong turned his head and said with a proud smile, my grandpa trained me. Bulma and Sun Wukong chatted all the way, and soon they arrived at the house where Sun Wukong lived. As soon as Sun Wukong opened the door, Ponzi saw the 4 shining stars. Sun Wukong discovered it soon after, then dropped the big fish and ran forward. Grandfather! Bulma was attracted by Sun Wukong's shout and stopped looking around. Ah! 4 stars! Ponzi, the 4th planet! It's the 4th planet! How great! We found the 4th planet! Bulma ignored Sun Wukong, pushed him away, stepped forward and picked up the 4 stars. Hey! Go away, don't touch my grandpa! Bulma raised the 4 stars and asked doubtfully, Grandpa? Is this it? When Bulma wasn't paying attention, Sun Wukong grabbed the 4 stars and said seriously. Yes. This is the only relic my grandfather gave me. Even if you are a girl, you are not allowed to take it randomly. Then, the 4 stars held by Sun Wukong shone brightly, and Sun Wukong said excitedly. Look, my grandpa is glowing. He seems to be telling me something. This is the first time for grandpa to do this. Bulma understood immediately and took out 2 almost identical dragon balls from her backpack. One was the 2nd planet at home, and the other was the 5 weeks they found on the road. Sun Wukong saw 2 sparkling dragon balls in Bulma's hand, and was surprised to ask Bulma if she had 2 grandfathers. Ponzi burst out laughing at the door because he had anticipated this step. Ponzi, why are you laughing? I have 2 grandfathers, don't you have 2 grandfathers? Crunch! That's sloppy. Sun Wukong, this is not grandpa, this is Dragon Ball. The next step is for Bulma to explain the ancient books she saw to Sun Wukong, and then tell him that she and her brother are now looking for Dragon Balls all over the world in order to realize their wishes. Sun Wukong, are you willing to give us your 4 stars now? Who knew that Sun Wukong, who looked like a simple and honest boy just now, suddenly said viciously. No, this is my grandfather's relic, no one can take it away. Then you can lend it to me. No. After saying this, Sun Wukong also played a prank on Bulma. Bulma, after seeing it, seemed to understand something and was about to do something. Bulma Briv, if you dare to act recklessly and don't love yourself, I will tie you back and never let you out again. Damn it, Ponzi, you didn't help me, and you stopped me from getting the 4 stars. Ponzi said with disdain. No, I will not rob other people's things for you, unless the other person is a bad person, and I will not prevent you from obtaining the Dragon Ball through legitimate channels. Sun Wukong asked with a questioning look on his face, what are you talking about? And Ponzi, are you strong? Bulma encouraged from the side, Sun Wukong, aren't you very powerful? My brother is the best in the world. Do you dare to compete with my brother, and the winner can take away the 4 stars? Really? Is your brother really that strong? Okay, okay. Ponzi looked at Sun Wukong, who was excited when he heard about the battle. As expected of the fighting race of Scions. The second person who can transform into a Super Saiyan is really crazy about fighting. Unfortunately, you are still too weak now. Silly boy, you were deceived by my sister. I can take away 4 stars if I win, but you get nothing if you win. What? Yet? That's not fair. Bulma gritted her teeth and muttered in her mind, damn Ponzi, you won't help me at all. In the end, it was Bulma who talked around and kidnapped Sun Wukong together, and made an agreement with Sun Wukong to borrow his 4 stars when the time comes. Let's go find the next Dragon Ball. Bulma wanted to take a quick trip, and Sun Wukong also shouted excitedly. I said, if you want to find the Dragon Ball, you won't be able to find it in just a short while. Can we set off after dinner? Ponzi innocently pointed at the big fish that Sun Wukong dragged back. You must eat on time and be full. Don't let Chongsheng fail to catch it, and you will starve to death instead. Sun Wukong, only then did he realize, yes. I'm so hungry. Wait a minute. After saying that, he ran around, cleaned the fish, put it on a branch, and lit a fire. The 3 of us had enough to eat and drink. Finally satisfied and hit the road. Sun Wukong asked curiously, Bulma, how do we go? We don't know where the other Dragon Balls are. Bulma put her hands on her hips and said proudly. That's all thanks to my smart mind, even though I'm also pretty. Bulma, find the car quickly, we should go. What? Ponzi, don't you also want to practice martial arts? Just run and go. After speaking, Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar, pressed the on/off button, and determined the direction of the next Dragon Ball. Then she took out the universal capsule, found the capsule containing the car, and threw it forward. There was a bang and a car appeared. Ponzi thought to himself, won't the corrective power of the world involve these little things? Bulma should bring out a motorcycle. In this case, what can I do? Ponzi, come on, let's go. Sun Wukong took out his golden hoop and carefully circled the car before jumping on it. Bulma shouted excitedly, let's go. The car sped off in no time. Wow! Bulma, you can run much faster than me. A group of 3 people drove wildly in a car, startling a monkey sitting on a branch happily eating an apple. After walking for about 3 hours, Ponzi suddenly opened his eyes, glanced at Bulma meaningfully, and then continued to close his eyes. Not long after, Bulma suddenly shivered and stopped the car. You guys wait for me here. I have something to do, so don't come with me. I'll be back in a minute. Sun Wukong asked in confusion, what's going on? Can't we follow? Bulma blushed, then became angry and said. When the lady says this, Mujoshi has to go to the toilet. After saying that, Bulma hurried behind a big rock. Ponzi jumped out of the car and was about to follow Bulma. Sun Wukong asked in confusion, Ponzi? Didn't Bulma say we can't follow him? That's my sister. After Ponzi said this calmly, he followed Bulma's direction without haste. Ah! Help! When Sun Wukong heard Bulma's cry for help, he immediately jumped out of the car and followed Ponzi. Really? Turning around the big rock that was blocking it, he saw a big dinosaur grabbing Bulma. When it saw Ponzi and the other two, it moved Bulma to its tail and covered Bulma's mouth. "Two brats, who are you?" Sun Wukong replied doubtfully, "I am Sun Wukong, are you her friend?" Ponzi would not delay the plot on such a trivial matter. He directly kicked the big dinosaur to death. Bulma fell down, and a stream of liquid flowed out from the soil under Bulma's feet, moistening a large area of land. Chapter 9 Worry. Bulma was so ashamed. "I still peed. I'm so embarrassed." Ponzi didn't care, threw a capsule, and exploded a tent. "Bulma, go in and change your clothes and go on. This journey is really boring." Bulma finally found an outlet. "Ponzi, it's all your fault. You can obviously drive a gas car. It's much easier for us. Maybe we'll all collect it. Are you going to change? If not, I'll leave." "Wait a minute, I'll change it, and you guys turn your back." Ponzi picked up Sun Wukong and walked straight to the car. "Damn Ponzi, really hateful." After muttering bitterly, Bulma went into the tent and changed into a new set of clothes. On the way, Goku asked Bulma, "Bulma, as long as we find the remaining 4 Dragon Balls, is it okay?" "That's easy." Bulma focused on driving and answered smoothly. "I think you are just a country bumpkin. You have never seen the world before you think so simple. The Dragon Balls are scattered all over the world. There are many places that we can't enter at all. We can only rely on Ponzi to get them. Besides, the world is very big." "Right. Ponzi." "Yes, my childish sister. Only I can do these hard work." "Ponzi?" Sun Wukong asked doubtfully. "Ponzi? Are you really good? Then let's fight." Ponzi tilted his head. "I don't like such boring battles." "Boring? How can fighting be boring?" Bulma poked Ponzi in the waist and said. "Forget it, Sun Wukong, my brother is very afraid of death. You can't let my brother take action. His dream is to live forever." "Immortality? What is that? How can a person be immortal?" Not long after, a hungry cry suddenly sounded in the car. Sun Wukong covered his stomach and said pitifully, "I am hungry." "That's right, it's already night. We should find a place to pitch a tent and have a rest. Let's just walk here today." One night, due to the presence of Ponzi, Sun Wukong was not given the opportunity to be bathed by Bulma. It also didn't let Bulma know that Sun Wukong's tale was a real tale. Ponzi had absolute reason to believe that Bulma did not hear clearly what he said about Sun Wukong's tale being true. "My stupid sister." At the dinner table, Sun Wukong looked at Bulma and Ponzi innocently. "Is this dinner?" After saying that, he unceremoniously picked up a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth. "This thing called bread doesn't taste good." He picked up the coffee in front of him and took a sip. "This soup is so bitter." "Asshole, if everyone is as picky as you, they won't grow taller." As soon as he said this, Bulma suddenly remembered something. "Sun Wukong, how old are you? I haven't asked you yet." 14 years old. "Bulma. Damn it, you're only 2 years younger than me. It's a shame that I treat you like a child." "Ponzi, what's wrong with Bulma?" Ponzi looked at the confused Sun Wukong, and without explaining, he picked up the bread and ate it gracefully. Reading comics is one thing, but getting along in person is another thing. This is too simple and not good. Sun Wukong frowned, holding his stomach, looking at the food and Bulma in front of him. Said to Ponzi, "Ponzi, I'm going to find some food to fill my stomach. Do you want to go? If you don't go, I can eat enough." Sun Wukong saw that Ponzi didn't want to move, so he ran out. "Ponzi, why don't you give the energy pills to Sun Wukong? He is too hungry to grow taller." "My stupid sister, are you ordering your brother? I made the energy pills with my own money, why should I give them to others?" Then give me a few and I'll keep them for later use. No, I'll give you one in 10 days and eat it in front of me. Stingy guy, if you don't give it, you won't give it. Ponzi looked at the angry Bulma and thought to himself. Of course, are the rules of the world? They had only met for a day, but Bulma was already so obsessed with Sun Wukong. Her pure maternal brilliance couldn't be justified at all. I hope it's the rules of the world. Ponzi sighed. Ponzi, why are you sighing? It's nothing, just go and take care of your Sun Wukong. Damn Ponzi, what the hell are you talking about? Ponzi ignored Bulma and went straight out and into his tent. Ponzi is even more worried now. If it is the power of correction in the world, but if King Chuan is watching, he may have fallen into their eyes. What can he do? Now I don't need them to breathe, and I am afraid that I will be killed if I think about it. Then I thought about it, I don't have any problems now, it shouldn't be King Chuan who is paying attention to me and discovering me. In this case, his own immortality might still be achievable. Ponzi began to meditate worriedly, constantly reciting the Tao Te Ching in his heart, hoping to immerse himself in Chinese culture and continue to cultivate his mind. Since Ponzi came to this world, he has been practicing very hard, hoping that he can really be like the Chinese culture system said, he can practice to immortality, and in the end he can be immortal, that is the best. Ponzi was a librarian with no desires in his previous life. Being able to stay in the library in this materialistic modern era is a rare thing in itself. It shows that Ponzi is a person who firmly pursues his goals. Even if Ponzi is given another goal to pursue, he will still not be ambiguous. But until he was found by Bulma and showed him the information about the Dragon Balls, he understood that he probably couldn't focus on cultivation. After all, in this world, you never look for trouble. Trouble comes to you. What's more, Ponzi was reborn in the home of the main supporting character, so it is definitely impossible to avoid it. Ponzi also understands that worrying all the time is not the answer, and he must find a way to avoid it. So he studied gravity clothing to help him train, hoping to take a few steps in advance to avoid early death. He studied energy pills to save his life, and if possible, he also wanted to develop a healing medicine with the same function as the fairy beans. I studied the gas car, firstly to commemorate the past life, and secondly to save my life. The technology of this world is also very good. It is definitely better than worlds like Marvel and DC. It can be said that except for the ancient world of China, there is no world stronger than the world of Dragon Ball. Think about number 16, number 17, and number 18 La Zilli in the later period. Forget it, number 18 is Klin's wife. Ponzi has no desire to find a wife in this world, and is even more afraid of meeting the main supporting characters. For all these years, he has not taught Dr. Brief and his wife, his sister Tais, and Bulma how to practice martial arts. You have to be cowardly to get ahead. If you want to survive, you have to be cowardly and rely on being familiar with the plot to fish in troubled waters. About 3 hours later, Sun Wukong also entered the tent happily. Ponzi. I caught a centipede and a wolf, do you want to come and eat them together? No, Sun Wukong, thank you for your kindness. I'm full and don't need it. Sun Wukong saw that Ponzi didn't open his eyes and pay attention to him, and he didn't care. He went out to roast wolf meat and centipede meat excitedly. Later, Sun Wukong ran into Ponzi's tent, threw himself on the mattress, and kept tossing. This quilt is so soft and feels so comfortable. Not long after, Sun Wukong fell into a deep sleep. There must be something delicious in his dream, and he kept drooling. Chapter 10 Helping Others. A Night of Silence. Because there is an extra Ponzi, Sun Wukong has no chance to sleep under the same roof with Bulma. A group of 3 people experienced another morning of trekking. On the way, when Bulma learned that Sun Wukong had lived with his grandfather since he was a child, and had never seen his parents, he became even more sympathetic. She kept saying that she would take Sun Wukong to live at home after finding all the Dragon Balls. Ponzi, do you agree? You can figure out how to deal with your own affairs. I don't care. Please don't bother me. What? You're an older brother. That's how you act like an older brother. You don't care about your sister at all. No wonder you can't find a girlfriend. Ponzi looked at Bulma, who was thinking in vain, closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next step is to meet the old turtle, and then the turtle Senin. Should I discuss martial arts with the turtle Senin, or should I go find the Dragon Balls with Sun Wukong and Bulma? Ponzi listened to Bulma, who was still whispering in his ears, with a smile on his lips. Forget it, she is my sister after all. If it weren't for Dr. Brief, I might not be able to survive. Even if I survive, it won't be as good as it is now. I'd better protect my stupid sister. After all, after Sun Wukong has Kikai, Bulma is often bullied. At noon, when the three of them were resting, a big turtle came to them. Ponzi kept complaining in his heart. We left after dinner yesterday. We were a few hours late. After a night's sleep, we got up in the morning and traveled all morning. We were still able to meet the old turtle we had seen in the morning. Are we too slow or the tortoise too fast? This is outrageous. Hello, I'm lost. Can you give me a glass of salt water? Sun Wukong looked at the turtle immortal's mount that came to his door, and his mouth was drooling. Ah! Is this a turtle? It looks delicious. Ponzi also touched his beardless chin with his right hand. I heard that turtle stew is very nourishing. How about we eat turtle soup for lunch? The old turtle was shocked. No, no, no. I don't taste good, I'm old, and my meat doesn't taste good. Bulma looked at the panicked old turtle and yelled at Ponzi and Sun Wukong. What? Don't scare people with your nonsense. Ponzi looked at Bulma and then at the old turtle. What? Bulma, look clearly, it's a turtle, not a human. As soon as he finished speaking, Pangzi encouraged Wukong and said. Sun Wukong, turtle stew is very helpful for your martial arts training. What? Really? Then we can eat turtle for lunch. No, such an old turtle is very precious. Let's put it back into the sea. The old turtle was choked by each of them and couldn't answer a word. Seeing that only Bulma was willing to let him go, he had no choice but to crawl over to Bulma. Ponzi shrugged indifferently. Of course he knew he couldn't eat it. In the early stage, the old turtle also played a lot of roles. Although he should be invincible on Earth now, he couldn't be unscrupulous and disrupt the plot without knowing it in advance. Things are taking advantage. Okay, Mr. Turtle, they are just teasing you, don't worry, we have food ourselves. Afterwards, Bulma gave the old turtle a bucket of salt water and threw a little kelp in it. It's so amazing that the turtle, which has never been lost, happened to get lost and met Sun Wukong, who had just come out of the mountain. Bulma was not happy with the turtle, who proposed to send it back after eating, but Sun Wukong was very happy and said he would send it back. Bulma hopes Ponzi will help her. Who is Ponzi? He would not spoil his stupid sister. I don't care. I haven't gone to the beach for a long time to relax. I can do it. And the distance of 120 kilometers is not very far. If you go quickly, 1 hour will be enough. That's right, Ponzi, can you send it back in a gas car? Then let the gas car come back to us on its own. Please, my stupid sister, I mean I want to go to the beach to relax, not my tool. Wukong, you carry Mr. Turtle on your back. Let's send him back to the sea. He will crawl over on his own and he doesn't know how old the monkey is. Ponzi had been struggling on the road whether he should talk to the Turtle Immortal this time and form a good relationship. He knew very well that Turtle Immortal probably had no specific skills to teach him, but as an important supporting role in this drama and the lifelong teacher of the protagonist and his group, Turtle Immortal gave Sun Wukong and the others absolutely not only martial arts, but also the knowledge of this world. Luck. Although luck has never been mentioned in Dragon Ball, it should be because foreigners do not understand Chinese culture. Now that I am a member of the Chinese Wenhu system, even if I only have books, I should rely on Chinese culture to help me improve. What's more, only Chinese cultural knowledge can allow one to grow to immortality just by relying on one's own cultivation. No other foreign knowledge can, either relying on people or faith. The martial arts in Dragon Ball can only make one stronger. An existence that can shatter stars can't survive in space. It's really useless. If he went to school in China, the teacher would definitely say that this child is extremely partial to subjects. On the way, the old turtle also said to Sun Wukong, "I'm sorry, you must think I'm heavy. I've gained a lot of weight recently." "No problem, it's a joke." Ponzi, who was following him, asked with a smile. "Mr. Turtle, haven't you been out of contact for a year? You are still finding your way back to the sea. How can you be fat?" "Ah. That. This. Ponzi looked at the embarrassed turtle and joked. "Is Mr. Turtle shocked because he lost contact? As a result, he is getting heavier and heavier." "Yes, yes. That's what this gentleman said." Ponzi stopped talking and followed Sun Wukong leisurely. On the way, Sun Wukong still took advantage of the opportunity to deal with the big bear who was blocking the way. Along the way, Bulma no longer made a fuss about any scary things because of her brother. "Sun Wukong, do you like fighting?" "Yes." "Ponzi, as the best in the world, don't you like fighting?" "What good is fighting? I don't practice martial arts just to fight all the time." "Why? Isn't the purpose of practicing martial arts to fight stronger opponents?" "Ponzi, let's fight once." "You are too weak." "What?" Ponzi looked at Sun Wukong, who turned from surprise to disbelief. "When you were fighting the Ursine just now, your speed was too slow, your knees were too straight, your waist was too weak, and your arms were too wide. These were all taboos. Also, don't be merciful or hesitant when dealing with the enemy. It's best to cut through the mess with a sharp knife and kill him directly. After all, villains die from talking too much." "Oh, okay. I understand, but I still want to compete with you once," Ponzi said lightly. "Don't worry. There is a chance, as long as you keep getting stronger." Soon, the two people, a monkey and a turtle, arrived at the beach. Sun Wukong left the old turtle behind in excitement and rushed towards the sea. This is almost always the case for children living in the mountains when they see the sea for the first time. "Awesome! Is this the sea?" the old turtle said excitedly. "This is the sea, this is the sea, I can smell the fragrance of the sea water." Bulma muttered dissatisfiedly. The smell of the sea is obviously the salty smell of the sea. Chapter 11, Meeting the Turtle Immortal for the first time. In front of everyone was the blue sea and blue sky, with a few seagulls flying happily in the sky. The sun shines into the sea, reflecting colorful light. Sun Wukong sighed. "Turtle, your place is so big. Thank you very much, little brother, you saved my life. Take care." As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, the old turtle swam forward for a certain distance and then turned around. "Can you wait here? I want to give you a gift." Sun Wukong repeated in confusion, "A gift?" Bulma also said excitedly, "Could it be the Dragon Palace treasure box? I heard that there is a Dragon Palace in the sea." "Ponzi, damn it, Dragon Palace! Do you have a Dragon Palace in Japan?" The old turtle immediately replied, "I'll be right back." "Don't go away." Bulma said anxiously, "Wait a minute, we don't have time to wait for you to come back." Ponzi said with great interest. "This old turtle is so slow on land, but as soon as it reaches the sea, hey! It runs so far in a flash." "Ponzi, it's already gone. We wasted a lot of time. The sea water keeps washing on the beach, occasionally crawling over some crabs, and occasionally washing up some shells. Sun Wukong has gone to the sea to wash his feet. Bulma followed closely behind and said regretfully. If I had known I would come to the beach today, I would have brought my swimsuit. Sun Wukong took a mouthful of seawater and poured it into his mouth without knowing whether to live or die. It's so salty. What's going on with this water? Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong, this is seawater, you are really innocent and cute. Bulma was also leaning forward and backward with laughter, unable to straighten her back. After playing for a while, Sun Wukong was playing with the sand, and Bulma also picked up a wooden stick to draw some scenery on the beach. Soon, the old turtle came to the shore carrying a bald and wretched old man wearing a shell, holding a cane, and wearing sunglasses. The old turtle took the lead and said, I kept you waiting. Good afternoon everyone. I heard you saved the turtles. Grandpa, who are you? The turtle immortal jumped off the turtle's back. I am the turtle immortal who lives on a small island 250 kilometers south and east of the city. Ponzi looked at the scene in front of him without saying a word. He knew that what was coming next was the somersault cloud, an important magic weapon in the early stage of Sun Wukong. When the turtle immortal was sure that Sun Wukong had saved the old turtle, he walked up to Sun Wukong. Thank you for your hard work, little brother. I'll give you something good as a gift. Ponzi suddenly interrupted. Somersault cloud. Little brother, how do you know about somersault cloud? Kamizenin, I have been looking for you for a long time a few years ago, but I have searched all over the sea and still can't find you. Little brother, what do you want from me? I said yes, I won't accept apprentices for a long time. You'd better give Sun Wukong's gift before you come back. Now that you know it, let me give you another gift. Turtle immortal forgive me, turned around to face the sea, raised the crutch in his hand and shouted. Phoenix. Bulma was surprised, Phoenix. Sun Wukong also responded, is it a bird that never dies? Isn't this a fire phoenix? What a mess. Will that kind of bird fly over? After 3 or 4 minutes, it was still quiet. Sun Wukong said disappointedly, there is nothing. The old turtle climbed to the feet of Turtle Immortal and whispered. Kamizenin, that boy from Phoenix, died of food poisoning last year. Ponzi heard this and looked confused. I feel like 100,000 mythical beasts are rushing past. Oh, I forgot. In this case, I can only give you somersault clouds. Turtle Immortal continued to maintain his previous posture. Somersault cloud. Soon Sun Wukong was surprised and said. Yun is flying over. This is somersault cloud, given to you. Wukong circled around the somersault cloud a few times and asked curiously. How do you want to eat this? Turtle Immortal said angrily, this cloud cannot be eaten. If you ride on the somersault cloud, you can fly in the air as you like. Marvelous! Awesome! However, only those with 6 pure roots can drive the somersault cloud. In short, only good children can use it. Kame Sennin demonstrated once and immediately fell off the somersault cloud. It hurts, it hurts. Turtle Immortal looked at the somersault cloud and whispered in confusion, how strange. After Sun Wukong saw it, he immediately jumped up and stood firmly on it. Except for Ponzi, the other 2 people all looked at Sun Wukong in surprise. Sun Wukong said excitedly, I'm riding on it. Then jump up and down on the somersault cloud. He even flew around in the sky on somersault clouds. Interesting. Bulma, do you want to try? Okay. Who knew that as soon as Bulma finished speaking, she turned around and said to Kame Sennin. Kamizenrin, give me one too. My stupid sister, I just don't want you to be fooled, but you just want to join in. Unfortunately, there was only one somersault cloud, and Kame Sennin racked his brains but couldn't think of anything to give as a gift. Bulma suddenly noticed the dragon ball that Kame Sento had tied on his chest. Kamizenin, please give me the 3-star dragon ball on your chest. After Bulma finished speaking, she immediately grabbed the Dragon Ball from Kame Sennin's chest. Ponzi, do you think this is a Samsung Dragon Ball? Yes. Ponzi, can you be more serious? You didn't even look. I discovered it as soon as the perverted old man came. Bulma said excitedly, great, we found 4 Dragon Balls, yet. So lucky. Hey. You guys, I haven't told you to give it to you yet. Then how can you give it to us? As soon as Bulma spoke, Ponzi rushed in front of Bulma and Kame Sennin. Sexy old man, if you try to ask to see my sister's panties or bra, I will beat you up, even if you are the world-famous Wushan teacher Kame Sennin. Ah! This! Ponzi looked at Turtle Immortal, whose eyes were rolling around. You'd better think about it. I'm not afraid of your demon ceiling wave and turtle-style qigong. What you learned from the cat immortal and the super holy water you drank can't help you. Besides, you don't know how to dance in the sky. You think about it. Clear. Turtle Immortal was sweating on his forehead. How does he know so clearly? Kamizenran wanted to give up again, but he couldn't save face. Ponzi looked at the hesitant Turtle Immortal and knew that all that was left was a fire. Also, Goku is Son Gohan's grandson. What? Is Goku the grandson of Son Gohan? Of course, you can ask him yourself later. In that case, I'll give it to you. Ponzi, Bulma, and Sun Wukong continue on the road. Turtle Immortal and the old turtle who sat down on him returned to the sea and prepared to return to their own island. Turtle Immortal was not as playful as before, but had a solemn look on his face. What a scary young man! I feel like I am no match for one of his moves. Even Teacher Wu Tatu may not be able to withstand one of his moves. Who is he? Is the outside world so scary now? He also knows so many secrets. On the other side, Ponzi looked proud. We should scare him. There should be no problem with Sun Wukong next time. I need to learn the martial arts of this world to save my life, and my vitality may be able to take my own orthodox Chinese martial arts a step further. The 3 of them returned to the tent, packed it up with the universal capsule, and continued on their way. It's so exciting, this is just the beginning. That's not bad either. Just when Ponzi thought this, he immediately interrupted himself. No, my goal is to live forever, and I don't want to fight. After Kame Sennin returned to his own island, he met the big grey wolf or Musashi Kojiro-like funny villain combination in the early stage, King Pilaf's trio. Chapter 12 Forced to Leave. After a battle of wits and courage with King Pilaf, he finally succeeded in sending the 3 of them into the sea. It seems that the bead is very valuable and should not be given to them. Ponzi sat in the car and watched the excited Bulma and Sun Wukong flying around in the sky on a somersault cloud. Ponzi, we already have 4 Dragon Balls. As long as we find the remaining 3, we can summon the dragon. Bulma was dissatisfied and said. What? Ponzi, can you be happy? Ponzi closed his eyes and spat on Bulma. Ponzi, after collecting all 7 Dragon Balls, I can realize my wish and have a perfect boyfriend. Yes, yes, yes. What the hell? Then there was silence in the car, with only Sun Wukong shouting in the sky. 3 days later, the 3 of them were getting closer and closer to the valley to the west, the base camp of Zhu Beiji Oolong. After explanations from local villagers, although Sun Wukong and Bulma both thought King Oolong was a very powerful character, they still expressed their intention to help the villagers eliminate monsters. Before, Bulma asked about the Dragon Balls in advance, and finally found out that there was a 6-star Dragon Ball in the hands of Granny Baizai. In exchange, Bulma agreed to help the villagers kill the monster Oolong King. Ponzi looked at the serious looks of the 2 people and said helplessly that he didn't want to waste time. When Oolong transformed into a big monster and came out to snatch the beautiful girl, he immediately killed Oolong. Everyone saw that the Oolong killed by Ponzi turned out to be a little pig. They were all very angry, and they all expressed their intention to throw the oolong into the pig cage. Or roast suckling pig. But they were all stopped by Ponzi. Don't you want to know where the women in the village who were captured by oolong are? We still have to rely on it to rescue women. Pangzi Wukong and others went to Oolong's Zhuangzi with the villagers. Everyone looked at the impressive Zhuangzi in surprise. Then they discovered that the girl kidnapped by Oolong was actually very happy living here, and everyone was shocked. Bulma got the 5th 6-star beat as she wished, and everyone then set off to the next location. It's almost time, I don't know if I can finally make a wish for immortality. In the car, Bulma looked at Ponzi. Ponzi, you are very powerful, right? Ponzi looked at Bulma in astonishment and said matter-of-factly. Of course, didn't you also say that I am the best in the world? So, you also look down on me, right? You have the gravity suit to exercise, you have developed energy pills, and you have a very powerful gas car. You should be very strong, at least stronger than Sun Wukong, but you still don't want to help me. I remembered you had 10 gas. Ponzi looked at the expressionless Bulma with interest. So what? So, you were reluctant when I pulled you out, right? You didn't want to be with me at all, and you weren't willing to help me, so you didn't lend me the gas goo either. My reasoning skills are very good. Imagination is also very good. Ponzi, I don't want you anymore. You are not good at all. You have bullied me since childhood. Tell me clearly, who is bullying whom? Ponzi, if you don't want to, just go and practice your martial arts. I'll go find my dragon beads myself. Bulma, actually I didn't mean that. You go. Bulma. You will encounter many dangers on the road. You are a girl. Bulma stopped the car angrily and looked at Ponzi. So, Ponzi, you still think I'm useless? I don't need you. I have Sun Wukong. He will protect me. Ponzi suddenly felt a pain in his heart. Yes, Sun Goku, Yamcha, and Vegeta. What was I thinking? He is my sister. Ponzi looked at Bulma who had her hands on her hips and turned away from him. Bulma, I never thought like you said. I was following behind you. I just wanted to protect you and keep you from getting hurt. You are my sister. Ponzi, go by yourself. I don't need your protection. You haven't helped me at all. In his previous life, Ponzi was a 65-year-old single man, and in this life he is obsessed with martial arts. How can I know what a girl is thinking? Looking at the resolute Bulma, Ponzi said lonely. Bulma. Then protect yourself. After Ponzi finished speaking, he flew up and left in front of Bulma and Sun Wukong who had just rushed back to ask why he didn't continue walking. You go away, and never see each other again. Bulma. Sun Wukong, it's just the two of us from now on, let's go. Bulma huffed and prepared to get in the car and leave. Bulma. Bulma. Ponzi. Ponzi flew away. Look, he flew away without anything. Only then did Bulma realize that her brother had flown away in front of her. Nothing, maybe it's a new technology he developed. Sun Wukong wondered. Technology? What is that? Can it be eaten? Let's go, Goku. Bulma and Sun Wukong Oolong headed southwest together. Ponzi used his internal power to keep flying in the sky, and soon felt that his internal power was losing too quickly. Oops, I should have left some energy pills for Bulma, and I should have given her one of the gas cars. Ponzi has been hesitant to go back to find Bulma, but if he goes, Bulma will probably ignore him. But it seems that we are going to meet Yamcha in the desert next. Forget it, I have my own blessings and no one can help me. Ponzi felt relieved when he thought of this. Find a forest and land in it. In Dragon Ball, you can't live forever unless you become a god. When the time is long enough, I will go and take a look. They should have been captured in Pilaf's castle, right? Forget it, let's go check it out when they get to Fried Bread Mountain. Just in time to take a look at Kame Senan's Kame-style Qigong waves. Ponzi walked casually in the forest. According to my own study of Chinese culture, martial arts should have 3 levels: unqualified, third-rate, second-rate, early acquired, middle acquired, late acquired, 3 realms of innateness, 3 realms of master, and 3 realms of Genki. The latter should be almost the same as those in Taoism, nascent soul, etc., but the specifics are not that fast yet. Ponzi had read so many books in his previous life, including more or less novels, so of course he could organize his own martial arts system. The second rate should be the pinnacle of the previous life of the Republic of China, the acquired late stage should be the peak of the previous life after the late Ming dynasty, and the innate late stage should be cultivated from the Song dynasty onwards. Ponzi came to the Dragon Ball world. Because the world is huge, the vitality is abundant, and the various powers are mixed and disordered, he cultivates very quickly. In other words, in the current Earth, people born have second-rate strength. And they can practice even a little. It can reach the early stage the day after tomorrow. If you want to become stronger, you need professional training methods and techniques. Turtle Senin should have peak innate combat power, but due to the different rules of the world, his explosive energy can attack the moon. It shouldn't be wrong. In this case, the stronger Piccolo Demon King, God, and Bobo should be able to destroy the moon, but in the later stage, there is no such thing. Moreover, in the later stage, Sun Wukong and others can easily have hundreds of millions or tens of billions of combat power. According to Kame Senin, with their power, Sun Wukong and the others should be able to destroy the moon and even the earth with just one strike. Forget it, in a world full of loopholes and rules, what else can I do? Suddenly, Ponzi's ears moved and he heard the conversation. Chapter 13: Accepting 2 Silly Apprentices. Senior brother. Will the teacher discover us if we come out like this? What are you thinking? It will definitely happen. But if we come out to practice, we won't be able to defeat the master otherwise. Brother, will we be punished? Even if I am punished, I will admit it. My 4 demon fists are almost completed, and there is also a Qigong cannon. By the way, Dumpling, how is your Dongdongbo training going? Senior brother is sometimes good and sometimes not good. Then we must step up our training and strive to win the world's best martial arts tournament later. Okay, senior brother. After Ponzi heard the above conversation, he knew that he had met Tianjin Rice and Dumplings, a small villain in the early stage who was later taught by Turtle Immortal to change his evil ways. The master they are talking about should be Crane Immortal, the guy who invented Wukong Jutsu. I can go to him and ask for it, otherwise the energy can only be used to emit energy, which is too wasteful. Yes, Ponzi's martial arts is divided into 2 types. One is physical training and chi cultivation native to the Dragon Ball world. It is currently unclear. The other is a martial arts training path refined and organized based on Chinese culture. Currently, it is Gang Chi. Late period. Although he doesn't know how strong his martial arts are, he must be beating everyone on the planet. He doesn't know which god is the god, but Ponzi doesn't notice anyone else. Interesting. What would happen if I accepted these 2 guys as my disciples? Ponzi does whatever he thinks of. According to his usual personality, he won't meddle in other people's business, let alone such dangerous behavior that changes the plot. However, Ponzi was so crowded by Bulma. Even though he looked calm on the outside, in fact, he was always upset in his heart and did not care about venting. Why do you 2 little brats keep making so much noise and disturbing my peace? Who is it? Sneaky. Come out. Ponzi looked at the wary Tianjin Rice and Dumplings in a funny way. I'm on the big tree 300 meters in front of you to your right. Tianjin Rice and Dumplings plopped in front of Ponzi. Who are you? What did you hear? Tianjin Fan said and attacked Ponzi. After Ponzi deftly avoided it. Zizi. I have such a bad temper. You disturbed my practice and you actually took the lead in taking action. Have you not learned any manners? Stop being so verbose and wait and see. For a demon fist. I saw another pair of hands growing out of Tianjin Fan's back, quickly attacking Ponzi. Oh, my temper is really bad. Suddenly Tianjin Fan stood still, raised a finger, and shouted. Dong Dongbo. In the end, apart from hurting the flowers and plants, nothing was gained. Oh, don't hurt the flowers and plants. Dumpling saw that all Tianjin Fan's attacks were avoided by Ponzi. Senior brother. Let me help you. After saying that, he controlled all the energy in his body and released it toward the ground. He rose up and attacked Ponzi. Soon the dumplings were too weak to fall down. Dumpling, use that move. What? Oh. Ponzi looked at the cute dumplings and felt very happy, feeling that all the bad breath in his heart was coming out. Come on. Let me see if your superpower can control my actions. No, stop the dumplings. Dumpling stared at Tianjin Fan who was making a loud noise. And had already unleashed his superpower on Ponzi. It's a pity that this is of no use to Ponzi. He is too powerful, even if he wears a gravity suit with 15 times the gravity. We fought with you. Ponzi looked at the anxious two people and restrained them. I said you two were rude boys. It was you who disturbed me with your noise, and you were the first to attack me. In the end, you felt like I was a heinous bad guy. Yes. Senior brother, he has never harmed us. What's right is right. If you want to kill or behead me, please do as you please. Ponzi looked at the stubborn Tianjin rice and the dumplings hiding behind because of fear. Asked with interest. If I tell you that your bones are extraordinary, I have a palm technique that fell from the sky and I want to sell it to you. Do you want to buy it? Tianjin rice feast. What? Is there really such a palm technique? I'll buy it. How much does it cost? You can't afford it, and you won't learn anything if you buy it. Dumpling said timidly behind Tianjin rice. Senior, don't make fun of our senior brothers. Ponzi's heart was spinning, but he still said seriously to brother Tianjin Fan. I want to take you as my disciples. Are you willing to become my master? We have a master. Ponzi looked at Tianjin Fan who was talking and dumplings who were nodding. I observe that your nature is not bad, but you are very angry now. I guess your master is not a good person. He will only waste your talents. Don't talk about my master like that. Ponzi looked at Dumpling who was glaring at him in surprise. I didn't expect that this little guy would be so loyal to the Crane Immortal. What did I say wrong? Look at why your senior brother doesn't speak. Dumpling pulled Tianjin Fan's clothes and looked timidly at Tianjin Fan with a gloomy face. Senior brother. Tianjin Fan ignored the dumplings and asked Ponzi. Why do you want to accept us as your apprentices? What can you teach us? You are so weak, how can you improve 10 times or 20 times by practicing with me for a while? What do you want? Ponzi looked at Tianjin Fan and stroked his chin. What can you afford? Okay. As long as you can improve our abilities, we will worship you as our teacher. The dumpling tugged at the clothes of the Tianjin rice. Brother. Ponzi snapped his fingers. Smart decision, you will be proud of Jin's decision. In this case, do you want to practice martial arts or martial arts? What is the difference between martial arts and martial arts? Martial arts progress very quickly and have strong lethality. Martial arts progress very slowly, but the health effects are good. Then I choose martial arts. After finishing Tianjin rice, he looked at the dumplings. Brother, I don't want to fight or kill anyone. Then you learn martial arts. Tianjin Fan directly made the decision for Dumpling, and then looked at Ponzi eagerly. Master. Dumpling was also timid and said. Master. Ponzi was just a whim, and he himself had no experience as a teacher. Now looking at the two people in front of me, I feel a headache. I have no choice but to pull the tiger's skin. Tianjin Fan, first tell me what you think martial arts is. Master's martial arts is to constantly become stronger and defeat the enemy. Ponzi didn't say anything, but asked Dumpling the same question. Dumpling, what about you? Dumpling looked at the Tianjin rice and hesitated. Master, I. Don't worry. Master, I think martial arts is to practice martial arts and then stay with the person you like. You guys. Ponzi shook his head and said nothing. Suddenly Na took out a universal capsule and threw it out. There was a bang. A chest is revealed. Ponzi opened the box and took out 3 energy pills. This is the Wanchong Xin pill, do you dare to eat it? Tianjin rice and dumplings looked at each other in silence. Don't you dare! Instead, Dumpling gritted his teeth and stepped forward, took one from Ponzi's hand and swallowed it. Dumpling, what are you doing? Spit it out. Hurry up and hand over the antidote. Tianjin rice. It's okay. Ponzi looked at the dumplings that were about to eat another, avoided him, and looked at the Tianjin rice. Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth and stepped forward to grab an energy pill, then raised his head and ate it. Chapter 14 Teaching Tianjin Rice and Dumplings. I know you are not convinced by me, but it doesn't matter. You just need to obey my orders and exercise well. Knowing that you satisfy me, I will naturally give you the antidote. Similarly, this 10,000 insects devouring heart pill is also made from a variety of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It can keep you from eating for 10 days. Ponzi looked at the surprised two people with an inexplicable smile on his lips. Let me tell you about martial arts in my opinion. Ponzi suddenly became serious and slowly said what he thought was the martial arts. The so-called martial arts is actually divided into 2 words, martial arts and Tao. The martial artist, roams the battlefield, is invincible to 10,000 people, and is famous far and wide, but his physical body will eventually run out of power. The Taoist, has a straight heart and a straight body, has the heart of the world, and is at peace in a corner. The earth, its spirit is inexhaustible and its strength is inexhaustible. There is also martial arts, keep learning the way of martial arts as the inferior method, use nature as your teacher, and use the ancients as your mirror. You can transcend the 5 degenerations of heaven and man and become immortal. Dumpling sighed, it's amazing. Tianjin Fan was also very excited and asked, Master, what level have you reached? Ponzi looked at the expectant eyes of the 2 people and said with a faint smile. You really want to know? As for martial arts, I divide them according to the amount of vitality contained in the human body. Above 1 and below 100 is the first level. Above 101 and below 10,000 is the second level. Above 10,001, below 1 million is the third level. Above 1,000,001, below 100 million is the fourth level. Above 100 million and below 10 billion are the fifth level. An analogy. As for martial arts, I divide them into 3 realms, mortal. 3 realms of the day after tomorrow. 3 innate realms. Grandmaster 3 realm. Genki 3 realms, etc. Master, is that Genki realm a strong person at the 5th level of martial arts? Ponzi looked at the curious dumplings. What should I say? Dumpling, the purpose of martial arts is not to fight, but to maintain health. Let's put it this way. Maybe the 2nd level or even the 1st level can defeat the martial arts practitioners in the Gangchi realm, but even if your martial arts practice reaches the 5th level, you still only 100 years. Is practicing martial arts different? If your martial arts reaches Xiantian, your lifespan will be 150. If your martial arts will reach Grandmaster, your lifespan will be 200. If your martial arts will reach Genki, your lifespan will be 300. You naturally need to weigh which one is better and which one is worse. Tianjin Fan looked at Ponzi longingly. Master, can't we practice at the same time? You can't chew off more than you can chew. If you practice at the same time, you won't be able to compete with others in martial arts, and you won't be able to compete with others in martial arts. What's the use of you? Tianjin Fan suddenly realized this. Oh. Yes too. Martial arts and martial arts are almost completely opposite. Martial arts are mostly static skills, while martial arts are mostly dynamic skills. They are completely different. How can you learn them at the same time? Remember not to have such unrealistic ideas in the future, and remember to be greedy for too much. It's more than you can chew. It's master. Ponzi looked at Tianjin rice and dumplings that were barely convinced. You have great potential. Although you are not pure human beings, your bodies are the same as those of humans. My martial arts and martial arts will be taught to each of your brothers. Thank you, master. You know, Tianjin rice and dumplings have been under the disciples of He Xianren for several years, and they have learned nothing, only to let them kill people and teach them the Dongdong wave and Wukong skills. Everything else was figured out by the two senior brothers. Now, Dumpling's combat power is 12, and Tianjin Fan's combat power is 17. I will train you hard in the next half month. Dumpling's training amount is only 1/10 of Tianjin Fan's, mainly to learn some common sense of martial arts. Yes, master. Ponzi looked at the respectful two people and knew in his heart that the simple-minded Dumpling might leave him as a teacher, but Tianjin Fan would definitely not be willing to accept it, at least not now. Master, your realm. I don't know about martial arts. They are all natural improvements. However, my martial arts have reached the late stage of the Gangchi realm and my lifespan is 300 years. Amazing. Then it seems that this is an old monster. You can't offend him for the time being. Wait until I finish learning, hey. Ponzi looked at Tianjin Fan, who lowered his head and said nothing, and didn't say anything. Although I don't know the specific combat power of my martial arts, it must be more than 10,000. With you, it will take at least 6 to 7 years. When Nappa arrives, you only have 1,800 combat power in the original book. You want to catch up with me, sometimes you try your best. For the next half month, Ponzi lived in the forest while teaching two disciples. Ponzi didn't know how to practice martial arts. He only remembered that they were constantly tempering their bodies, and the vitality contained in their bodies naturally increased. Of course, Ponzi knew that he must have some ideas, otherwise the working people of this world would have successfully rebelled long ago, and there would be no shortage of working people at the bottom in any world. So Ponzi made 4 wooden stakes as tall as Tianjin rice and 4 as tall as dumplings. Have them strapped to themselves and start exercising. They were also asked to write down their respective cultivation methods silently. Tianjin Fan, a rebellious boy, wrote it down without hesitation and handed it to Ponzi. Dumpling was still hesitant. Tianjin Fan's idea is very simple. I can't beat the master, so he must be better than me, so he won't like it if I give him the skills. He must be tailoring the skills for himself. I can't resist anyway, so I might as well enjoy it. Yes. Sure enough, they have special mental methods that allow them to absorb vitality while exercising their bodies. I just said, you can increase your vitality simply by exercising your body. Why can't others? Only a few people can. If vitality is really that easy to exercise, the world's awareness of vitality should be very high. Look at the original work, there are always those people who have vitality and can practice, and they all have martial arts heritage. Ponzi also lamented. Fortunately, I'm not exercising my body stupidly. After Ponzi carefully read Tianjin Fan's exercises, he found that they were similar to the Chinese external skills, but not as sophisticated as the Chinese external skills. Likewise, the Chinese external skills did not have the exercises given by the Tianjin Fans. So Ponzi compiled a new method based on the external skills in his mind. He named the new method of cultivating vitality that incorporated the golden bell cover, iron cloth shirt, iron sand palm, Vajra indestructible magic skill, etc., Wuji tunnel suction method. At the same time, he compiled a new flying technique based on the light skills in his mind. He named the new flying technique that incorporated 8 steps to catch cicadas, Lingba Weiabu, divine movement, Katkin body technique, and flying on grass. Universal chasing stars. As for attack moves, Ponzi didn't care anymore. Ponzi taught Tianjin rice carefully while teaching dumplings to memorize medical skills such as Compendium of Materia Medica and Nei Jing. Their roots are different. Tianjin rice mainly exercises the body while allowing the body to absorb and store vitality. After Ponzi's transformation, it can also increase the strength of cells and slightly increase lifespan. Dumplings are a Chinese thing that one has learned seriously, but Ponzi poured in all the useful knowledge. Medicine like this is quite simple, like the Book of Changes, Tao Te Ching, Nan Hua Jing, Zhuangzhou, Kongxiu Jing, the 4 books of the Emperor, and Tongxian Zhenjing can make dumplings big-headed. Chinese culture has a long history, and Ponzi has a collection of classics from the entire civilization in his mind. If he hadn't read books in the library for more than 50 years in his previous life, he might not be able to figure out how many books he had read in this life. Chapter 15 Stealing from the Turtle School Qigong. Until half a month later, Dumpling still had not learned what Ponzi wanted to teach. Dumpling, don't be impatient. I will create a special healing technique for you later. When the time comes, you will help your senior brother heal from behind while he rushes in front. Yes, Master. Besides, your current martial arts cultivation level also has a combat power of about 30, and it will take up to 5 months to break through to level 2. Thank you, Master. After Dumpling finished speaking, he continued to lower his head and carefully memorize the A-cup ointment knowledge Ponzi taught him. Ponzi looked at the dumplings he was holding with his fingers. Mistake. A scumbag who was defeated 9-1 came to learn ancient Chinese culture. This is somewhat difficult for the master. Then I looked at Tianjin Fan who was exercising in the distance. That silly boy is really up to his game. In the past half-month of Tianjin Fan's stay, Ponzi has continued to torture and help him heal his injuries, and his current value has actually exceeded 68 points. You know, after the next martial arts tournament, Raditz will come, Tianjin Fan will only have 250 combat power, and now, Bulma and the others have not summoned the Dragon Ball for the first time, and they will have 6 to 7 years to train him. Ponzi is confused now. Could it be that my internal power can speed up their absorption of vitality? That's not necessarily true. I have also estimated their current combat effectiveness. Like Vegeta and the Scions, they have instruments specifically designed to test their combat effectiveness. After dinner, Ponzi looked at his fellow apprentices who were feasting. You should practice here, don't stay away. I have something to do when I go out. I will be back in about 10 days. I will leave you 3 10,000 Chongxingxin pills, which is enough for me to come back. At the martial arts conference in a year and a half, I will see if you are allowed to go out and compete for fame based on the situation. Thank you, Master. Then Master, you have to come back soon. Well, it's delicious. Ponzi looked at the vague dumplings. I'm afraid you think the food I cook is delicious, so you want me to come back quickly. You are not allowed to be lazy while I'm gone for half a month. I will put a monitor on you to see if you hear me. Oh. Ponzi released the gas car flying into the sky. Then he flew away directly. After ascending to the sky, Ponzi figured out the direction and left quickly. Brother. What's wrong? Master, be kind to us. Yes. Senior brother, are you going back to Master Hexianren? Dumpling, what about you? I will go wherever my senior brother goes, but I like my current master. He treats us well. He also makes delicious food for me and teaches us real martial arts and martial arts. Yet, what's the good thing about going back? You can't keep killing people. You didn't have a choice before, but now that you can stand in the sun, why not embrace the light? Then we won't go back? Senior brother. Let's wait and see when he comes back later. It turns out that Ponzi's dedicated teaching in the past half-month has not been fruitless. Both Tianjin Fan and Dumpling were impressed by Ponzi. If there are no major problems in the future, they will support Ponzi. But who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Ponzi figured out the direction. And after arriving at Fried Bread Mountain, he saw Bulma, Sun Wukong, Bull Demon King, Oolong, Pool, and Kame Senin. Of course, Yamuza and Pool were still hiding at this time, but they couldn't avoid Ponzi's induction. Kame Senin saw that the powerful child at that time was not there. It's strange, isn't that very powerful boy with you? What? What a powerful boy! It was the tall boy who blocked me at that time. Sun Wukong suddenly realized. You mean Ponzi? He was driven away by Bulma. What? Can you drive away such a powerful boy? Ponzi is Bulma's younger brother. Okay, forget it, let's put out the fire in Fried Bread Mountain first. In the distance, Pangza sensed that Turtle Immortal was preparing to extinguish the flames, and thought to himself. You old man, I should be able to learn turtle-style Qigong today. This move is still the superpower Ponzi learned from Dumpling. But Dumpling's is a superpower, while Ponzi's is really the use of martial arts. In terms of combat effectiveness, the internal strength cultivated through martial arts may not be comparable to the Qi of this world, but the role and function of the internal strength cannot be compared to that of Qi. However, Dumpling's martial arts training and his superpowers really complement each other. Except that Dumpling's IQ may be a little affected, there are no big problems. Maybe Dumpling will become the first human nanny in Dragon Ball. Ponzi himself had forgotten that the original plot was that Bulma promised Kame Sento to show him his figure, and Kame Senin agreed to put out the fire. Now because of Ponzi, Kame Senin agreed directly. Unknowingly, Ponzi is gradually changing the plot, and I don't know what will happen next. Back to business. Kame Senin took off his turtle shell, threw away his crutches, and took off his upper body clothes, revealing all his muscles. As a result, it happened that Kamizenran could not climb the wall. This perverted old man. As a result, he climbed up the wall. With a stroke of luck, Kame Senin's muscles all over his body expanded 4 times. His outstretched right hand glowed with a clear light, which soon extended to his whole body. Turtle Immortal's lower body is striding at a high angle, and his upper body is as strong as a black bear. His hands gradually retract, palms facing inward, and then turn sideways. A powerful beam of light shot out from the palm of Kame Senin's hand, and soon even the entire Fried Bread Mountain and flames of the Bull Demon King were razed to the ground by Kame Senin. Upon seeing this, Ponzi said, "So that's it, the old guy should still have a few more blows left." When Wukong saw it, he sighed that it was amazing. "Grandpa Kamizenran, that move of yours is so powerful, can you teach me?" Turtle Immortal solemnly stretched out 5 fingers. "If you want to learn turtle-style Qigong, you need at least 50 years of practice." Sun Wukong had no choice but to run to the side and start practicing the way Turtle Immortal had just done. Soon, Sun Wukong also emitted a weak beam of light from his palm, destroying the car. Success! Then he added. "But it's still not as good as Kame Senin's Kame-style Qigong." The surprised Bull Demon King sighed that he was indeed the grandson of Sun Wuhan. "What? He is Sun Gohan's grandson?" "Yes." Turtle Immortal came forward to chat with Wukong, and after learning that Sun Wuhan was dead, he immediately invited Sun Wukong to practice at his house and said, "Wukong, as long as you practice for a period of time, you may be able to surpass me. After I find the Dragon Balls with Bulma, is it okay if I come to your place for training, Grandpa Kame Senin?" That's it. Kamizenran then left. Ponzi felt the crowd gradually disperse. So this is what turtle-style Qigong is like. I said, how could it be possible to simply gather all the energy in the body and release it? Even what Sun Wukong imitated was wrong. Ponzi discovered that Turtle Immortal's chi had gathered tenfold at that moment, and he did not lose power after using it. It consumed about 20%, and it was not overexertion as Kamizenan said. It turns out that all the energy in the body is gathered into one point, and after a few specific rotations and concentration, the vitality bomb is released together. It's just more condensed and easier to control. This is the simplest and roughest. Kamizenran is also a genius. It's a pity that she is too lustful and too lazy. Otherwise, when Sun Wukong appears, Turtle Immortal will have a fighting strength of 20,000 to 30,000. Chapter 16 Get all the Dragon Balls. On the other side, Bulma also got the 6th Dragon Ball, 7-star balls. Great, I only have one last Dragon Ball left, and I can summon the dragon and wish for a perfect lover. Ponzi was also hesitating whether to continue to secretly protect Bulma behind her. After much deliberation, Ponzi gave up. According to their speed and distance, it would take at least 20 days for them to reach Pilaf's castle. He had already been out for 4 days, so he might as well go back to the forest to take a look. Ponzi himself doesn't know why he has been so hesitant since coming out. Because she is my sister, Dr. Brive and his wife adopted me when I was helpless, and I must repay this kindness. Ponzi murmured an explanation to himself and used the star-chasing technique to leave. I'm back. Master. Master. Ponzi looked at the eager Tianjin rice and dumplings, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. How are you practicing? Tianjin Fan said excitedly, Master, I feel that according to your method, I have now exceeded 100 combat power, and my strength has reached the 2nd level. Yet. Master, I should have exceeded 50 combat power. Then you two attack me and I'll test it. So Ponzi fought with the 2 lands in the forest. Tianjin rice and dumplings are all kinds of light skills and energy shocks plus some fist and kick skills. Tianjin rice, you have to learn to feel with your heart instead of with your eyes. The speed is too slow, the power is too weak, the energy is too scattered, and your strength will not be used up. Yes. Dumpling, where are your skills? You are a reckless man now, what about your skills? Your chi has gone through acupuncture points and meridians, and your bonus should be stronger than Tianjin Fan's. Use it. Why don't you do it? Yes. Faster, faster, stronger. Tianjin rice and dumplings turned red. Attack Ponzi vigorously. What are you practicing? Why are you still so slow? Hurry up! Hurry up! Suddenly, Tianjin Fan shouted loudly. Ha hey! Ah! Ponzi clearly feels that Tianjin Fan's strength has doubled. It seems that it has broken through level 1 and reached level 2. Okay, stop. Tianjin rice has broken through to level 2. Tianjin Fan's eyes lit up, really? Master, what about me? How much can I break through? Ponzi looked at the excited and eager dumplings with an expressionless expression. No change. Oh. You continue to practice. If your combat power exceeds 300, I will give you a gift. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. 10 days later, Ponzi looked at the dumpling that had recorded all the acupoints on the human body and let out a long sigh. I never thought there were such stupid and ignorant people in the world. Okay, Dumpling has also memorized the acupuncture points. Now I will teach you the internal energy method I practice, 9 yin and 9 yang. Ponzi looked at Tianjin Fan who was curious and wanted to eavesdrop, and said angrily. Tianjin Fan, if you want to listen, come and listen. There is no need to be sneaky. It's not that I won't teach you. I just hope you can understand the priorities. Remember not to be greedy for success or to be greedy. Tianjin Fan touched his bald head and ran over embarrassedly. Thank you, Master. Have you memorized all the acupuncture points? Remember, Master. Senior brother, the Master didn't teach you anything. How could you remember it? Stupid dumpling, it's just about memorizing acupuncture points and their functions. It's so simple and you've memorized it for a month. Okay, you two brothers and sisters, remember now that the technique is not like martial arts, there can be no mistakes. Yes. Master. 9 Yin and 9 Yang is the ultimate achievement of martial arts. This technique only has a basic outline and no advanced content. However, because it is a basic outline, it is extremely powerful and can be continuously advanced. Amazing! Listen up, heaven moves vigorously, and a gentleman strives to constantly strive for self-improvement. The terrain is turbulent, and a gentleman carries things with kindness. He responds with the same voice, and seeks each other with the same breath. Therefore, Yi has Tai Chi, which gives rise to 2 rituals, and 2 rituals give birth to 4 images. The 4 symbols generate the 8 diagrams, the 8 diagrams determine good and bad luck, and good and bad luck bring about great causes. That is, 9 Yin and 9 Yang. Ponzi looked at the 2 people who were intoxicated and asked tentatively. Do you understand? The 2 of them shook their heads at the same time. I don't understand. Then you look like you're in a state of intoxication. It's just that rotten wood cannot be carved. Remember the original text. I will teach you slowly when I come back later. Remember not to practice privately, otherwise you will be in trouble. Yes, Master. Master, you have to leave again. Ponzi looked at the dumplings reluctantly and touched his chin. Dumpling, when you memorize the original text, you can also strengthen your memory of acupuncture points. Yes. Master. Tianjin Fan, your main focus should be on martial arts training. Yes. Master. Okay, I'm leaving. After Ponzi finished speaking, he flew away. Ponzi saw Bulma again on her way to King Pilaf's castle. I personally saw the Dragon Balls belonging to Bulma and her group being snatched away by Pilaf's subordinate Ash driving a mecha. Sun Wukong drives a somersault cloud to catch up. You idiot, shouldn't you have brought Bulma with you? It's really stupid to spread the force like this. Sun Wukong soon returned and told Bulma that he had eliminated the opponent. Where are the Dragon Balls? Did not find. Bulma suddenly seemed to be in a desperate situation, fell to the ground and burst into tears. It's over. Whoever stole the Dragon Balls must have the last one in their hands. It's over. It's over. In addition to the 6 Dragon Balls that were just snatched away, now all 7 Dragon Balls are here. Ponzi looked at the sad Bulma, covered his face and squatted down. My stupid sister. The Sun Wukong one is always on him. At the same time, Sun Wukong also looked at the sad Bulma with confusion. He pointed at the bag on his waist and said, I have another one here. Bulma suddenly put her hands on her hips and became proud again. That idiot, it turns out they took one less. Hug Wukong. Wukong, thank you for saving the last Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong shouted very uncomfortably. Don't be like this. Don't be like this. Bulma said angrily. Okay, let me use the Dragon Ball radar to find the person who stole the Dragon Ball and take it back. Then, Bulma was about to take out the capsule and release the new car. I put the capsule in the backpack containing the Dragon Balls. Not long after, Yamcha and Pool, who realized something was wrong, drove up in their car, deliberately being surprised to show that they had met by chance. Ponzi, who was hiding behind, sighed helplessly. It's time to get to Pilaf Castle. This farce needs to end. Wukong, how powerful will you be when you transform into a gorilla? I wonder if I can defeat you using a 20x gravity suit? Sure enough, Sun Wukong, Bulma and the others fell into Pilaf's trap and were imprisoned in an indestructible dungeon. Pilaf finally gathered 7 Dragon Balls and was taking Ash and the others to the castle to summon the Dragon God. Then he met Sun Wukong, who escaped because he didn't close the door. The awkward atmosphere in the air had already reached Ponzi. Bulma looked sad and asked cautiously, "Your wish has been fulfilled, hasn't it?" King Pilaf dropped a drop of cold sweat from his forehead and slowly shook his head. Seeing this, Ponzi sighed helplessly. How stupid can this guy be to answer the enemy's questions? Chapter 17 Obtaining the ability to teleport. Sun Wukong glared at Pilaf and his group and pointed at them with one hand. "Bring my grandpa back." Seeing this, Pilaf finally remembered that he should run away. He screamed strangely and ran away. Yam Sha shouted, "Don't let them get away." Before he finished speaking, Sun Wukong chased him out. Unfortunately, after a battle of wits and courage, they were still unable to defeat them. In the enemy's base camp, without Pilaf and the others being familiar with the scene, they were caught and locked up again. Pilaf turned on the TV and kept showing off in front of Bulma and the others. Unfortunately, Pilaf didn't know that the house where Sun Wukong was imprisoned could not withstand the turtle-style Qigong. Sun Wukong quickly used turtle-style Qigong to blast out a small hole, and Pilaf and others could be seen outside. "It's great, I finally have to summon the dragon." Seeing this, Ponzi put on the rabbit ear mask he had prepared in advance, shrank his body and rushed over. "Idiot, how do you summon this Dragon Ball?" Ponzi, who was rushing here in the distance, sighed helplessly. "Then why are you robbing the Dragon Balls? However, just because you don't know the summoning password, I can have a chance." As a result, Pilaf screamed and screamed. "Come out! Shenlong, come out and realize my true self!" Ponzi took advantage of their stun time to arrive and knocked out the 3 Pilaf and Oolong and Pool who had just flown out. He stood on the ground calmly. Then, "Who is that?" Bulma asked hurriedly. "What?" There was a rabbit monster who suddenly knocked out Pilaf and his party, as well as Pool and Oolong. "Let me see." After Bulma finished speaking, she pushed Yam Sha aside and lay down at the entrance of the small hole to look out. So familiar. Sun Wukong still can't sense breath at this time. Ponzi looked at the dark clouds and the closed moon, the golden light scattered by the dragon. "It's so ugly." Sure enough, foreigners' aesthetics are just not good enough. The divine dragon that emerged was somewhat similar to the Chinese divine dragon. It had 2 claws and 2 dragon whiskers, but the dragon's horns were not as round as the Chinese dragon's horns. It is about 200 meters long and has blue eyes all over its body. The dragon's huge body slowly pressed down. "Who are you trying to scare if you are so weak?" Shenlong looked at Ponzi and said in a rich voice. "Are you the one who called me out? Say your wish. No matter what your wish is, I can make it come true." Ponzi curled his lips disdainfully and ignored the 3 Sun Wukong who were locked in the secret room. "Then, let me live forever. The universe will be destroyed but I will not be destroyed." After waiting for 3 minutes, there was still no movement. Ponzi was impatient. "Hey! Shenlong, have you realized it? Why don't you say anything?" While talking, Ponzi flew to the level with Shenlong's eyes. "If you change your wish, this wish will not come true." Ponzi was not disappointed. This dragon was just created by the god of the earth. How could it have such great power? If it were not for the power of the rules of the dragon god Salama, this thing would not be able to stop Ponzi's breath. Yam Sha and Bulma, who were watching, felt happy and disappointed when they heard that Shenlong could not fulfill the rabbit monster's wish. In their minds, Shenlong should be omnipotent. "In that case, then you can give me the ability and principle of teleportation of the Adrits." "Of course, if you can give me the abilities of the Adrits and Jobit." Shenlong responded immediately, "I can only fulfill your first wish." It's okay if you have it, give it to me. I saw Shenlong's eyes getting redder, and then he said. Your wish has been granted. Goodbye then. Then the 7 Dragon Balls ran around. In the secret room, Sun Wukong kept using Turtle Qigong anxiously. Yam Sha was anxious. What should I do? What did the monster say? Why did he wish in a low voice? What wish did he make? Ponzi flew quietly in the air, carefully understanding the moves and principles of teleportation in his mind. First, focus your attention and condense qi throughout your body. Then, through the mutual induction of qi, find the target's qi, transfer the qi to the target, and then extend your mental power. Through the special connection between qi, you can directly reach the target. Beside each other. It turns out that qi also has spatial properties and protective effects. In this way, as long as you understand the characteristics of qi and be able to identify and find qi, and then learn special methods of controlling qi. Isn't this the quantum entanglement state mentioned in the previous life? So far, all the rules of Dragon Ball have not exceeded the theoretical framework of the previous life. Bulma, Yamcha, and others who watched helplessly wanted to rush out to find the rabbit monster and fight for their lives. Sun Wukong's power exploded at this time, and he blasted the wall of the room with a blast of Turtle Qigong. They escaped together. Monster, what did you do? Ponzi looked at Bulma yelling. My stupid sister, if you were a bad person, you would be dead by now. After Ponzi muttered, he ignored Bulma. Instead, he put 2 fingers of his right hand upright on his forehead, feeling the anger of the Tianjin fans. So weak. Ponzi disappeared in an instant. Ah! Disappeared. Wukong, Yamcha, hurry up and catch up. Bulma had forgotten about finding a perfect lover at this moment, she just wanted to catch the rabbit monster. Sun Wukong had just used turtle-style Qigong and had exhausted all the energy in his body. He was holding his stomach and complaining about hunger while unconsciously looking at the sky, trying to find if there was anything to eat. Yamcha said helplessly, it's useless, he can fly, we can't catch him, and even if we catch him, we're not sure what the result will be. In today's world, we can only go to the Dragon Ball again and ask the Dragon Ball to kill the rabbit monster. Bulma squatted against the wall in disappointment. It's useless. I can only look for the Dragon Balls after a while. Yamcha was surprised and asked, why? Why? After the 7 Dragon Balls fulfill a wish, it will take a while to form the shape of the Dragon Ball again. In other words, during this period, the 7 Dragon Balls are just like ordinary round stones. There is no way to find them, and neither can the Dragon Ball radar. Dragon Ball fluctuations detected. How long? A year's time. After hearing this, Yamcha collapsed on the ground in despair. 1 year? I have to spend another year without being able to touch women. The time has come to the night of the 16th, early morning, the day of the full moon. Sun Wukong was so hungry that he had long forgotten his grandfather's advice and was not allowed to look at the moon. Now that he was content, his mind was just looking for food. He had already searched around, and his eyes unconsciously saw the full moon that had just come out. So everyone could hear a very serious heartbeat and watched helplessly as Sun Wukong's body continued to expand and began to tear his clothes. Long fangs grew out of the corners of his mouth, his body was covered with black hair, his ears became pointed, and his eyes turned red. He is more than 6 feet tall. Bulma, Yamcha, Oolong, and Pool immediately fled in all directions, and the Pilaf trio were also awakened by the huge movement. Pilaf was still confused about the situation. Asshole, who is so noisy and disturbing my king's sleep? Big king, look quickly. Wow! Run for your life! The 3 Pilafs also immediately fled in all directions. Son Goku, a scion, transformed into a gorilla after seeing the full moon. At this moment, Sun Wukong is no longer hungry, his head is no longer dizzy, and he is wreaking havoc everywhere. No matter how Bulma and others hiding in the distance called, Sun Wukong remained indifferent and destroyed Pilaf's castle everywhere. Chapter 18 Practicing Separately. When not paying attention, Bulma was accidentally hit on her ankle by falling gravel. After some struggle, Yamcha finally plucked up the courage and fled further away with Bulma, Wolong Pure, and others in his arms. After King Pilaf woke up, he watched his beloved castle being smashed to pieces by gorillas. Angrily, he took out a capsule from his hand, released the fighter jet, and asked Ash to fly the plane to attack the gorilla and must kill him. They never thought that their bullets were just exciting bullets, which were not only useless to the gorilla, but actually angered the gorilla. The gorillas were unable to do anything with the flexible aircraft for a while, and were hit by their Pilaf missiles. Instantly fell to the ground. After Yamcha saw it, he yelled, "Wukong!" Pilaf and his team are currently flying over the gorilla transformed by Sun Wukong. Wukong! 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 After Pilaf found the right place and came down, he kicked the gorilla's fingers angrily. Seeing that there was no response, he jumped on the tail and stamped on it crazily. Jumping and stepping. Damn it! I won't accept it, damn it! Damn it! Without noticing, the gorilla had begun to wake up. Pilaf immediately fled in his plane. The gorilla was revived and threw a big stone to smash the plane. The gorilla continued to destroy, and still feeling dissatisfied, he opened his mouth wide and fired a thick energy beam. Bulma and others watched Sun Wukong transform into a gorilla, hiding under the far corner and shivering. Ponzi has now returned to the forest where he taught Tianjin Fan. Because Ponzi had shrunk in size and was wearing a rabbit ear mask, he suddenly appeared. Dumpling immediately discovered, "Who are you?" "It's me." As soon as Ponzi finished speaking, he took off his mask and returned to his original figure. "Master." Ponzi looked surprised at the Tianjin rice and dumplings. "This is the application of martial arts. There is nothing surprising. Dumpling will do it in the future. That's it. I got an interesting skill when I went out this time. I will teach you when you reach your strength." "Real?" Ponzi looked at Tianjin rice. "You must at least reach level 4 and have a combat power of more than 1 million. Oh. Next, I can accompany you for half a year. You must cherish it and improve your strength as soon as possible." After Ponzi finished testing Tianjin Fan's martial arts skills, and then inspected Dumpling's mastery of the 9 yin 9 yangs and acupuncture points, he went to bed with satisfaction. Next, Ponzi has already figured out how to train the Tianjin Fan brothers. Sun Wukong woke up and found that he had no clothes. Under Bulma's persuasion and coercion, Wolong lent the clothes to Sun Wukong. As soon as Sun Wukong stood up and said a few words, he immediately fell down. Oolong immediately asked, "Wukong, what's wrong with you? I found that I seemed to be a little unsteady on my feet." Yamcha touched his chin with his right hand and said thoughtfully, "Maybe it's because my tail was cut off and I lost my sense of balance." Only then did Sun Wukong realize that his tail had been cut off. He immediately lay down on his stomach, put his hands behind his buttocks and slapped them continuously. "Ah! Gone! Gone!" Then he shouted to Yamcha and others. "My tail is missing! Where's my tail?" Then he panicked, rolling around all over the floor, looking for tails everywhere, and shouted, "How to do, how to do?" Within 2 minutes, Sun Wukong stopped searching, held his head in his hands, and said innocently, forget it, if you don't see me, then you won't see me." The 4 people nearby were immediately frightened by Sun Wukong's great nerve. After getting into trouble, he complained, "You're such a perceptive person. It doesn't matter if your tail is gone." Sun Wukong did not answer, but looked around. "But have you seen my wishful stick?" Yamcha tilted his head, rolled his eyes, and pointed to the back of his left hand. The Ruyi stick may be in the ruins of that castle. Sun Wukong immediately ran to find the stick. That's the most important stick my grandpa gave me. I want to get it back. After running for 3 steps, I fell down, then got up and kept running, fell again, got up again and kept running. When Oolong saw this, he immediately asked Bulma, "What should we do next? The Dragon Ball will not be found until a year later. I think we should disband for the time being." Bulma said with a look of resentment, "I have no choice but to do this." Yamcha woke up Pool, who didn't get up after falling. "Okay. Get up quickly. Pool, we are going home." Bulma thought to herself, "It will be another year before I find my perfect lover. But I am 16 years old." Yamcha thought to herself, "I have to live without a woman for another year. If this continues, when will we be able to get married?" As soon as the two of them finished thinking, they looked at each other and turned red. Ponzi was in the forest and suddenly became upset. "What's wrong? Compassion between heaven and man? Is there something going on that I don't know about? Or did I spoil the plot and something serious will happen soon? Bulma and the others should all disperse. Bulma and Yamcha should return to the city together." Sun Wukong also quickly found his stick and rushed back. "Oolong, what's wrong with you? Wukong, look at those idiots. Bulma, what are you doing?" Bulma and Yamcha immediately separated, their faces blushing. "Sun Wukong, we are going back to the city together, do you want to go with us? You are so cute, many girls will like you. I want to go to Grandpa Turtle Immortal. I want to practice again and become stronger, like Ponzi." Bulma was suddenly startled. "Ponzi?" Yamcha asked curiously, "Ponzi? Who is that?" Sun Wukong smiled and said, "Ponzi is Bulma's brother. He is a very powerful guy, even more powerful than Grandpa Turtle Senin." "Sun Wukong, do you want to become stronger?" "Yes, I have to become stronger and become as strong as the one who can destroy this castle." Speaking of this, Sun Wukong suddenly remembered. "By the way, who is the person who destroyed this castle? Is it Ponzi?" Yamcha said with a cold sweat, "Yes. Yes. It's Ponzi. Then why doesn't he stay?" "Sun Wukong, Ponzi is Bulma's brother, why isn't he with you?" "Ponzi was originally with us, but Bulma kicked him away." "Can Ponzi fly?" "But Bulma said that Ponzi used technology to fly, but I didn't even see Ponzi riding that kind of iron bird. Don't you all fly by riding on an iron bird? How strange." Bulma said awkwardly on the side, "Don't discuss this issue anymore. It's getting late, let's leave as soon as possible. It's a pity that we can't go together." "What about you, Oolong?" Oolong clenched his fists with both hands and looked at Bulma seriously. "Are there many beautiful girls in the city?" "Certainly." "Then I'll go with you." Sun Wukong finally said, "1 year later, let's find the Dragon Ball again." Bulma and Yamcha covered their mouths in embarrassment. Bulma said angrily, "Hey! There's no need to look for the Dragon Balls anymore. Right? Chapter 19 Help Bulma. Yamcha responded immediately. "Yeah. Yes." Oolong kept spitting on the side. "Bah, bah, bah. Disgusting, disgusting. No, no matter what, I must find Grandpa's Dragon Ball. But I don't know how to find it." Bulma immediately and generously gave the Dragon Ball radar to Sun Wukong. "Wukong, I will give you the Dragon Ball radar, you can find it yourself. You have Somersault Cloud, it will be quick." "All right." Sun Wukong immediately summoned Somersault Clouds and flew away. After Bulma and her group had an accident on Yamcha's outdated plane, they escaped from the forest and got lost in the desert. After Ponzi rested, he immediately called back Tianjin Feihe Dumpling, who was practicing outside. Ponzi looked at the two people standing neatly and upright in front of him with satisfaction. nodding with satisfaction. You are very good and you are very hard-working. It seems that there is nothing wrong with accepting you as my disciple. Thank you, Master, for your compliment. Suddenly Ponzi had a thought. No, it's Bulma who's in danger. I can't remember the whole plot. You guys wait a moment, I'll be right back. After Ponzi finished speaking, he used chi to sense Bulma. Fortunately, they had been together since childhood, otherwise Ponzi wouldn't be able to find Bulma's anger because she was too weak. Ponzi instantly teleported to Bulma's side. What should I do? What should I do? I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Bulma. Bulma opened her eyes. Ponzi? Why are you here? Bulma, you are really a troublemaker, always causing trouble. Yamcha on the side was so nervous that he didn't dare to say anything. Ponzi's powerful aura gave him a great sense of oppression. Ponzi ignored Yamcha, Oolong, Pool, and others, nor did he care about Klin who had just run by. Bulma. This is my Geth car. I'll lend you one. When you get back, put it in my room and don't touch it. Ponzi just wanted to leave, thought for a moment, and warned. Bulma, you and these gangsters are not allowed to enter my practice room or my room, and you are not allowed to touch my things. Otherwise. Bulma, with her hands on her hips, shouted at Ponzi. How about otherwise? Ponzi stretched out one hand, and a beam of light rushed out, blasting the entire desert. I can't do anything to you. But I don't have any pressure to kill these cunning friends of yours. Yamcha was so frightened that he peed. I want you to take care of it, and Ponzi, you are not allowed to say that my boyfriend is a gangster. Ponzi ignored it. Remember, Bulma. You are not allowed to touch my things or enter my room, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Don't say you are unprepared. After Ponzi finished speaking, he flew away. After leaving Bulma's sight, used teleportation inside. Bulma watched Ponzi leave, and angrily took out Bulma's gas car. Invite everyone to get on the bus. Bulma? Why didn't your brother give you a plane instead of a car? Bulma didn't reply and had no intention of driving. Gaith. Miss Third, if you return, Guis will serve you. Send me back. Okay, Miss Third, please sit tight. This trip is 3,862 kilometers away from home and it is expected to take 1 hour. After Bulma heard this, she became even more angry. Damn Ponzi, even though the gas car is so powerful, he didn't even lend it to me and made me suffer so much. I must develop a more powerful means of transportation than the gas car when I go back. Snort. Bulma. Yamcha, this is a very powerful gas car invented by my brother. Your brother invented it. What's weird? Our family is all scientists. I invented the Dragon Ball radar, and my father invented the universal capsule. What? Then your father isn't it, isn't he? Yes, my father is Dr. Breve. What? As soon as he finished speaking, the gas car was already in the air and began to accelerate. Everyone watched as a white glass ribbon suddenly appeared in the middle of a large desert. Even though it was so far up in the air, the edge was still invisible. Bulma, how powerful is your brother? I don't know. That perverted old man from Kamesenin said he's even better than him. Yamcha felt bitter in his heart. Kamizenran is the most famous martial artist in the world, even more powerful than Kamizenran, so how powerful do you have to be? Bulma. Isn't your brother very fierce? Bulma looked at the worried Yamcha. Yamcha, don't worry. My brother has been like this since he was a child. He won't do anything to you, but you are absolutely not allowed to enter his practice room and room. That is a forbidden area. Even my mother cannot enter. No. Not mentioning Bulma and the others, Ponzi came back and looked at the two confused people. Your strength has improved a lot. Your combat power should be 128 for Tianjin Fan and 80 for Dumpling. Ordinary training has no effect on you. I will give you special training in the next 6 months, and the subsequent training will be up to you. By myself. Master, don't you want us anymore? Ponzi looked helplessly at the pitiful dumplings. Dumpling, I also need to practice. This environment is not suitable for me to practice. You can't go to the environment where I practice now. Tianjin Fan immediately asked, Master, you haven't told us how strong you are yet. You really want to know? I usually wear a gravity suit when moving. Normally, I wear a gravity suit that is 15 times the standard Earth's gravity. For training, it used to be 20 times, but now it should be increased to 21 times. I will leave in half a year, and I will leave behind 2 sets of gravity suits. Then you will need to train in the gravity suits. Yes, Master. Next, you give up all your moves and follow me to learn basic skills. Next, Ponzi is ready to really teach them the real content. Ponzi removed their sticks and placed gravity rings on each of their wrists and ankles. This is a gravity ring I got when I was very young. It can only be adjusted to 2 times the maximum gravity. You can try wearing it. As a result, after the two put it on, they sadly discovered that they could not only act. Ponzi didn't care and said, minding his own business. Whether it is martial arts or martial arts, human movements are completed by basic movements such as shoulder skills, waist skills, leg skills, hand shapes, techniques, steps, footwork, jumping, balance, and falling and rolling, plus combined movements. After you have mastered the basic skills and picked them up casually, all other moves are just a matter of picking things up. Next, Ponzi began to conduct inhumane basic training on Tianjin rice and dumplings. The two started with 2 times the gravity and continued to 8 times the gravity. Together with Ponzi, they lifted stones, cut down trees, walked in the waterfall, practiced boxing in the sea, ran circles around the forest, etc. Half a year passed in a flash. Okay, this period of training is over. You have reached your limit. You can rest for a while. Master, we can continue. Ponzi gave Tianjin Fan a hammer. What can you do? The human body has its limits. If you rely on the spirit to support yourself, it will affect your potential and make you unable to make progress in the future. The way of martial arts lies in the courage to make progress and in the relaxation. Remember not to be greedy for merit and rush forward. Have you forgotten? Yes. Master. Ponzi took off their gravity ring and sensed it. You have about 600 combat power and 280 combat power, but now Tianjin rice shouldn't be able to beat dumplings. Chapter 20 The separation between master and disciple. How is it possible? Master. Senior brother Tianjin Fan is so much better than me. Idiot, martial arts is not based on someone's superficial fighting ability. Ponzi scolded the dumplings while giving them a demonstration. Sure enough, in the eyes of the Tianjin fans, Ponzi's aura was as weak as a breeze, and then it was like a turbulent wave. Martial arts has a wide range of functions, and you need to develop this yourself. Winning or losing a battle does not depend on the strength of chi at all. If you are both at level 2, there won't be much difference unless you wait until level 3. After that, the gap will be very obvious. Understood. I'll give you half a day to adapt. After half a day, you brothers will practice sparring. Yes. Yes. Master. The two of them used the universal star chasing technique to fly into the sky. Ever since they met Ponzi, the two of them had been spending the past 8 months in intense training, and they didn't need to do anything. If you are hungry, you won't be hungry at all. Ponzi's energy pills are enough to keep you full. They were thirsty, so Ponzi prepared enough concoction for them to drink. When they were tired, Ponzi used his internal strength to help them relieve their fatigue. If you feel sleepy, just sleep. There is really nothing this Ponzi can do, he will still feel sleepy. If he wanted to be lazy, Ponzi would just hit him with a stick. Now that Ponzi allows them to take a serious rest for half a day, of course they are happy. Brother, that's great. I feel so happy now. Yes. It's great to meet the master. Ponzi looked at the two people flying around in the sky with envy. No. I may want to pursue immortality. I only have more than 200 years to live now, so I have to work hard, not to mention there are so many powerful enemies in the later stage. As soon as he thought of this, Ponzi adjusted his normal gravity to 16 times. Master, we are back. Came back. Okay, enough rest, Master, we can start competing. Ponzi looked at the two men who were full of fighting spirit. Lift the two of them directly into the air. Fight in the air. The two were stunned and immediately used the universal star chasing technique. We are ready. Start. Li Yu watched the competition between Tianjin rice and dumplings. The two first used boxing and kicking skills, while Tianjin Fan went straight forward, trying to defeat Dumpling directly with speed and strength. It's a pity that Dumpling doesn't only have the universal star chasing technique. In the past 6 months, his martial arts can also be said to have entered the palace. The vitality in this world is too sufficient. Below the Gangchi realm, you don't need too much natural understanding to advance. Dumpling is now a strong person in the late Xian stage. Skills include the Tian Shan plum folding hand, left-right fighting, finger-flicking magical power, 72 Wei Kong Ming Chuan, etc., which easily defused the attacks of Tianjin fans. Ponzi didn't just memorize scriptures and have a lot of knowledge, he thought up some moves, and then named him after Jin Yang in his previous life. Apart from anything else, the main reason is that he feels domineering. Using these, Ponzi feels that he will feel invincible with the BGM playing. Think about the moves that come and go in Dragon Ball. Each of Ponzi's moves has a different name. And he can also shout out his momentum. Dumpling, can you only hide? Do you dare to confront someone head-on? Luo, senior brother, you can't hit me. Ponzi looked at the two brothers using psychological tactics and nodded happily. The tricks and techniques I taught them were not wasted. Dumpling looks at the move, Sun Fist. Look at me, Lingba Weibu and Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand. Cunning Dumpling, look at the 4 Demon Fists. Tai Chi Sutra plus 4 ounces to move 1,000 caddies. Light Eyes. 6 Meridians Divine Sword. After Image Punch. The stars change. Ponzi watched the two of them really hit each other and shouted out, feeling like a flock of birds flying overhead. Sun Fist. The world is shifting. 4 Demon Fists. Dragon Capturing Technique. Light Eyes. 1 Yang Finger. Brother, you have exhausted all your moves. You don't have as many moves as I do. Hateful. Be careful with the dumplings. Qigong Cannon. Paling Cloud Palm. Dong Dongbo. Wind God Legs. 4 Body Punches. The left-right fighting technique. Soon, the Tianjin rice and dumplings fell to the ground. Tianjin had run out of energy, half kneeling on the ground, kicking and saying, "No more fighting, you are like a mouse, you can't catch it, you can't hit it. I'm exhausted, I lose." The dumplings flew over. "Brother, I haven't used Qigong yet. Martial arts is indeed better than Qigong." Ponzi also flew over and punched Dumpling on the head. "Ouch! What are you proud of? It's because your senior brother is not good at studying. Otherwise, if you just use your strength to overwhelm others, you won't be able to escape." "Yes, master." After Ponzi finished training Dumpling, he punched Tianjin Fan, who was half kneeling on the ground and was sweating profusely, and knocked him down. "Same for you. Since fists and kicks can't solve the problem, why don't you just use Qi to seal all of Dumpling's escape routes and activate Qigong? In that case, even if you lose, it won't be so miserable. Look at Dumpling, there's nothing wrong with him. That's right. It's not nice to call you dead, but he didn't even have a scratch on his skin. I'm sorry, Master, to disappoint you. Disappointment. Ponzi looked like he hated the iron. What's the point of disappointment? If it were on the battlefield, you would die. You are really as stupid as a pig. I'm sorry, Master. Dumpling also came over to intercede and said, Master, don't blame me. He stopped because he was afraid of hurting me. You are training to be real. With me by your side, will you still worry about your injuries? Master, it's my fault, don't blame junior brother. Forget it, for the sake of your deep brotherhood, I won't punish you. Thank you, Master. Ponzi looked at Tianjin Fan, who was extremely tired, then walked behind him and transferred some internal energy to him. You brothers, remember, you still need to have faith in your heart to practice martial arts. For example, to become the strongest person, to protect the person you love most, to help something, etc. If you don't have your own martial arts beliefs, your martial arts path will not go smoothly and it will be very difficult. Yes, Master. Also, the strong must not do evil, let alone show off their power in front of ordinary people. You must know that the strong have their own strong hands, there are people outside the world. And there is the sky outside the world. You two brothers, on the current earth, except besides me, they should be the two strongest people, but I don't know whether they will be able to do so in the future. Yes, no. Is there anyone who can surpass us who learned skills under the Master? Ponzi looked at Tianjin Rice. I'm not the strongest, let alone you. You will meet the person I mentioned in the future, and maybe we can fight together. Don't give up at any time. This is my advice to you. Master, take note. Okay, the results of your cultivation are already there. After Ponzi finished speaking, he took out 2 universal capsules and handed them to the 2 brothers. 1 pill for each of you. Except for a gravity suit that can be adjusted from 0.01 to 20 times gravity, the rest are all energy pills. Energy pills? What are those? It's the Wanchong heart-eating pill. What I give you is an energy pill. It's not toxic at all. This kind of pill is very expensive to make. If you don't have to, don't take it easily. You should hunt on your own. Dumplings are tearful. I know, Master, please don't leave, okay? Destiny arises and destiny disappears, people gather and disperse, we are destined to meet again. Remember. Master, lead us in. Cultivation is personal. I can't help you with anything in the future. Master. Chapter 21 Gaku Krillin's Training. You don't have to be so sad. We will meet again. The other technique I promised to teach you has not yet been taught. I will appear at the right time. Remember, you can't leave the mountain for the past 4 years, and you can't leave the mountain until the 22nd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference. During this period, you are only responsible for training, do you understand? I understand. Master. After Ponzi finished his instructions, he took off into the air. He also wanted to teleport, but he had never been there or seen it before, so he couldn't find the energy. Yes, Ponzi wants to find Kalen Tat, and then the God of Heaven, and enter the time house to train. However, now he doesn't know where Kalen Tat is. I had no choice but to ask Kame Senin. Ponzi sensed Kame Immortal's aura and arrived at Kame Immortal's new address in an instant. After Wukong and others followed Kame Senin to a new place. Kame Senin tested Krillin's speed and found that Krillin's speed was 11.4 seconds to run 100 meters, and Goku's speed was 8 seconds to run 100 meters. Kame Senin showed his speed and ran 100 meters in 5 seconds. Later, the lustful Kame Senin used the excuse of a test to ask Klin and Sun Wukong to pick up the stone on which he had carved the mark, and threatened that if they did not pick it up within 30 minutes, they would not be allowed to have dinner. After fighting over each other, neither Wukong nor Krillin had dinner. Next up is son Wukong, Krillin's devil training. Kamizenran first woke up Klin at 4:30 in the morning. It's only 4:30. Stop nagging. If you don't get up quickly and get ready, I'll go get Wukong up. As a result, the turtle immortal wanted to gently wake up son Wukong. But he didn't want to wake up the blonde Lan Qi. After a fierce battle, Sun Wukong knocked Lan Qi unconscious. Sun Wukong saw that the turtle immortal's milk-grabbing dragon claw was about to catch Lan Qi, and he was surprised and said, "Grandpa, don't you wake me up so early to practice." "You are right, you need to practice. Wukong, hurry up and change your clothes." An unhappy Krillin and a happy Wukong stood in the open space. The next step is to officially start the practice of the Turtle Immortal sect. Learning martial arts is not about winning fights. Practicing martial arts will make your body and mind healthy. Then you can live a meaningful life with this healthy body and mind. This is called martial arts, do you know? Klin nodded seriously. Goku blinked in confusion. But one thing is, if you see people who practice martial arts bullying ordinary people, you must teach them a lesson. They are your enemies. Do you understand? Know it? Sun Wukong said confusedly, "I still don't know." In short, just practice martial arts seriously. When Sun Wukong heard this, he said excitedly, "That's it. Then I know." Next, Kame Sennin began to jog on the island with Sun Wukong and Krillin until they arrived at a milk factory. After Kame Sen talked with the person in charge for a while, he turned to Klin and Wukong and said, "Each person holds a box and starts delivering milk along the route on the map." Klin and Sun Wukong could only begin to hold the milk and follow Kame Sennin in their arms, jumping to deliver it according to Kame Sennin's instructions. While running and jumping, I have to keep chanting along with Kame Sennin. And occasionally I have to take a detour. In this way, Goku Krillin's first morning of training slowly passed by. After delivering the milk, the two of them carried the empty bottles and climbed up the ladder of a mountain. Halfway up the mountain, Turtle Immortal found a place to rest. Watching Sun Wukong slowly climb up. Even Sun Wukong can't stand it. "Grandpa Kame Sennin, why can't you use somersault clouds to deliver milk?" Using a somersault cloud to deliver milk, does it still count as spiritual practice? Sun Wukong panted and said feebly, "That's true." Turtle Sennin sighed, "I miss you so much. Bull Demon King and Sun Wufan also sent me this way." On the top of the mountain, the conversation between the Turtle Immortal and the monk intentionally or unintentionally told Sun Wukong and Klin that the world's best martial arts conference would be held 8 months later. It aroused unlimited enthusiasm between the two of them. What a treacherous Turtle Immortal! He was indeed the best master in the world. He had an easy grasp of human nature. Krillin and Goku were inspired to fight by Kame Sennin's words. Work harder in the next practice. After the two of them delivered milk on the mountain, they were led by the Turtle Immortal to deliver them on a single plank bridge on a cliff, in the desert, in front of a waterfall, and under the chase of dinosaurs. After Kame Sennin returned to Kame Sento's house, Klin said to Wukong, who was paralyzed on the ground, "For the next 8 months, you will run like this every morning to deliver milk. The route will be exactly the same as this morning. From now on, it will be your daily morning exercise." Then I started training in the morning without even eating. The content of the training is to help farmers cultivate the fields with bare hands. At first, Goku Krillin thought he was relying on a hoe, but he was stopped by Kame Sennin and asked to plow the land with his hands. The two had no choice but to throw away their hoes and start digging the ground seriously with their hands. Kame Sennin was still supervising the two of them leisurely. After the two finished plowing the fields, they had a hearty meal in the house. From then until noon, there was reading training for Goku and Krillin. If the early morning is Wukong's highlight moment, the morning is Krillin's peak time. In the afternoon, Kame Senin pulled Wukong and Krillin to the construction site to start working. While earning wages, he started sweating training. After finishing the work, Kame Senin asked Wukong and Wukong to go swimming for swimming training. Neither of them wanted to do this kind of training anymore, so they asked Kame Senin to teach them boxing techniques. After being scolded by Turtle Immortal, he was still reluctant. Kame Senin could only point at a huge stone at random and said that he would teach boxing to anyone who could move the stone like him. As a result, Sun Wukong moved a stone about the same size as Kame Senin. As a result, Kame Senin asked for a stone 3 times larger to be moved before he started teaching. The two had no choice but to start swimming in the lake at the request of Kame Senin. The two of them felt relaxed at first, but it turned out that there were sharks in the lake. Later, he tied his body with a rope, poked a wasp's nest, and then avoided the wasp's attack. In the evening, the Turtle Immortal told Wukong Klin that he would carry a turtle shell on his back tomorrow and carry out the same practice as today. Turtle Senin's training is indeed strict. After Ponzi came over, what he saw was the Turtle Immortal lying leisurely under the tree. Sun Wukong and Klin were swimming desperately in the lake with turtle shells on their backs, trying to escape the pursuit of the great white shark. The severity of Turtle Immortal's practice is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people. The world-famous Turtle Immortal is indeed worthy of his reputation. Turtle Immortal was shocked and immediately sat up and danced. Who is it? Kami Zenrin, please stop pretending. I'm not hiding my anger. How could you not know it's me? It's you. The brother of that hot and beautiful girl. Pangza looked at Turtle Immortal and said calmly. Kami Zenin, I advise you not to put your lust on my sister, otherwise I won't mind letting a martial arts master disappear from the world. Oh? The young man is very confident. You can try. Although you claim to have drank the water of immortality, you know very well that that thing cannot make you live forever, it can only delay your aging. It cannot make you immortal, and it can kill you. There are still people. Do you want to try? No, no, no. No. How does this kid know so many secrets? He even knows about me drinking holy water. Chapter 22 Ponzi climbs the tower. Kami Zenrin, you squeezing their potential like this is really hindering their future martial arts path. Boy! What do you know? A warrior must constantly surpass the limits of the human body and surpass himself before he can do it. Okay, Turtle Immortal, excluding Sun Wukong, I also have 2 disciples. I'll keep an eye on them later. We can see the outcome at the next martial arts tournament. Oh? Have you started accepting disciples at such a young age? You really dare to teach? That's right. Isn't Turtle Immortal so weak that he dares to accept disciples? You. Respect the old and love the young. Do you understand, kid? Kami Zenrin must be hundreds of years old. I'm only a teenager. Shouldn't you love and protect me? How did you say this? Ponzi looked at the Turtle Immortal who lowered his head and said nothing. Kami Zenrin, I came all the way here, why don't you invite me to your home to sit down, have a meal or something, and treat me well? What? Shouldn't you take care of the elderly? After Turtle Immortal finished speaking, he called Sun Wukong and the others to continue working hard, and he would lead the way while he was on his own. He is just a stubborn old man. But it is because of you that the destruction of the earth has been avoided. The entire planet should thank you. Oh! Old man, there is such a beautiful girl hiding in your house. What? Lan Chi is our partner. Old man, are you sure? Turtle Immortal became angry and said. You bad-tempered brat, can you respect and take care of the old man? After dinner, Ponzi asked Turtle Immortal to go with him. The Turtle Immortal slowly followed Ponzi with his turtle shell on his back. Actually, I'm here to ask you where Kalin Ta is. What? You don't know the location of Kalin Tower? Why do you know that I drank the holy water of immortality? That's not important. What's important is that my martial arts is in trouble now, and I need more opponents to push me past my limits. That's right. Isn't it okay with the harsh environment? Ponzi stopped and turned around, looking at the incredible turtle immortal. In fact, you are practicing with a 40-kilogram turtle shell on your back, and I am more ruthless than you. Oh. Ponzi patted his clothes nonchalantly. My clothes are gravity clothes invented by myself, which can adjust the gravity between 0.001 and 20 times the standard gravity. In fact, I am always moving under 16 times the gravity. What? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. I am currently stuck in a martial arts predicament. If I want to make further progress, I can't do it through hard training. Instead, I need a breakthrough in the realm of martial arts. The cat immortal on the Kalin Tower should be the god of martial arts 800 years ago. He should be able to answer some of my questions. What? You said that the cat immortal is the god of martial arts? But you know so much, how come you don't know the location of Kalin Tat? It's just troublesome to find a place. It's not that I can't find it. My family is the richest man in the world. It's not that these things can't be done, it's just that it's slow. That's why I came to you. That's it, then I'll tell you. The Kalin Tower is at the northern end of the earth, in the territory of the Indians. There are tower guards who have guarded it for generations. It is about 8,000 kilometers away from me in the northwest direction. Ponzi repeated. Northwest direction, a distance of 8,000 kilometers? Thank you. Well. Turtle Senin, see you again in 4 years at the 22nd Martial Arts Conference. I hope your disciple can grow up to compete with my disciple. My disciple is now stronger than you and can use various Qigong cannons freely. After Ponzi finished speaking, he flew up and left. Turtle Immortal shouted loudly from the ground. Can you teach me your flying move? You're not angry enough to learn. After Ponzi finished speaking, he flew away. Damn it, I have to move the earth higher in the future, otherwise I won't be able to use teleportation at all. Ponzi already knows another way to improve teleportation, but he doesn't have the skills to complete it yet, either because of lack of strength or lack of knowledge. There has never been a person who has achieved great martial arts skills by reading books at home. This is why even though Ponzi has so many Chinese cultural classics and has read almost all of them, he still cannot break through the realm of martial arts. It might not exist in the original world, but this Earth's vitality is too abundant, allowing him to rely on classics to reach the peak of the Genki realm without leaving home. Because of this, Ponzi now lacks the foundation. This is also the reason why Ponzi is willing to teach Tianjin rice and dumplings. If Ponzi can improve his current martial arts or martial arts bravely, Ponzi will definitely not be willing to spend time teaching them. What Ponzi has to do now is to experience different martial arts, suppress his own strength, fight against different martial arts masters, and increase his foundation. 5 hours later, Ponzi had found Jialan Tower based on Turtle Immortal's description. I heard that you can only see it by climbing up from below for the first time. Instead of climbing honestly, Ponzi used the universal star chasing technique to keep flying up the Kalin Tower. Soon, Ponzi flew out of the clouds. But once you enter the clouds, Kalin Tower is no longer visible. No matter how hard he looked for Ponzi, he couldn't find it. On the top of the tower, a cat on crutches looked solemnly at the picture of Ponzi looking for the tower in the jar. So strong? Is this an Earthling? Except for Scions and the Galactic Patrol, no one from other planets has come to Earth recently. Why is this person so strong? He is also incredibly strong. I hope he is not an evil person. Come on. Otherwise, we can't stop it at all. At this time, the cat immortal was already very lucky that his Kalin Tower was protected by the power of the gods. If he did not follow the rules, he could not get up at all. Ponzi looked up and down in the clouds but could not find any trace of Kalanta's follow-up shadow, and he could not sense any aura even when he tried to sense it. It should be the effect of divine power. It seems that I am still too weak. My combat power is estimated to be only about 1 million. Coupled with martial arts, he can withstand powerful enemies with up to 3 million combat power. There is currently no way to break through the barrier of divine power. Ponzi then landed on the ground. Who are you? What are you doing in the Holy Land? Ponzi looked curiously at the Indian Bra and looked around, but did not find his son Upa. Probably not here yet. Bra, hey! Do you hear me? Without saying a word, Ponzi just bullied him and killed Bulla with a knife strike. Ponzi looked at the towering tower in front of him and shrugged. Then just crawl on, other people's territory is decided by others. After Ponzi adjusted the gravity of the gravity suit to 20 times, he began to climb Kalan Tower. Half an hour later, Ponzi was out of breath. The cat fairy on the top of the tower saw this. This kid is so scary. He must be crawling under 20 times gravity. I don't know how strong his body is. I'll go, this tower is so scary to climb. No wonder only Kame Senin has climbed it by himself. If the Scions hadn't been here before, few of them would have had the motivation to climb this tower. Ponzi looked at the earth where there was only a small black dot underneath, and the top of the tower above his head that was still high. That old silver coin from the Cat Immortal is probably laughing at me. Chapter 23 Training of the Cat Immortal. At the top of the tower, the Cat Immortal was looking at Ponzi who was climbing the tower. Unexpectedly, Ponzi suddenly raised his head and looked at the top of the tower. Immediately, the Cat Immortal knew and misunderstood. This brat won't find me. The Cat Immortal was so frightened that he backed away and hid. Ponzi was so tired that he kept climbing up the steps with 20 times the force of gravity all over his body. He had no choice but to hang on the tower, take out the energy pills from his arms, and eat them. This consumes too much energy. Fortunately, I had the foresight to take out the energy pills in advance and put them in my arms. It took several days and months to climb above the clouds. This speed was much slower than Sun Wukong's first climb. How tall is this damn thing? There is no end to this, it takes so long for a boy to chase his girlfriend. Ponzi couldn't, either he could break through the divine power by exploding his energy, or he didn't want to improve his strength and give up his wish of immortality, or he just kept crawling. This damn thing requires magic to play. Isolates physical damage. What you owe me is martial arts. If I practice Taoism, I will destroy you all. Ponzi muttered curses as he climbed. This is the first time Ponzi has experienced this kind of bird spirit since he came to the earth. Before, it was nothing but smooth sailing. Another 10 hours passed, and the time came to night again. Ponzi himself gave up looking up and only focused on his upper section of the tower. Suddenly, Ponzi's head hit the top of the tower. My darn thing! Ponzi was caught off guard, holding his head in his hands, and then fell down. Fortunately, I stepped on my left foot with my right foot in the middle and hugged the tower. Has it reached the top? Come on, there's still a little bit left. Ponzi kept cheering himself up and climbed to the top of the tower again. He jumped hard, grabbed a hole and climbed up. Then paralyzed to the ground. I haven't been this tired for a long time. It's finally here. Ponzi looked around. In front of him was a purple rectangular object similar to a mattress. Behind him were 4 identical holes that he climbed up. There are 3 jars on the left, a door on the back left, and a window on each side of the door. You can also hear the sound of wind and bells. Ponzi knew that among the 3 jars, you could see the past on the left, the present world in the middle, and the future on the right. Ponzi walked over curiously and opened it once to take a look. It turned out that the jar was empty. Strange, what is this cat fairy doing here pretending to be 3 empty jars? Ponzi did not expect that these 3 jars could not see their own causal lines. Sure enough, there are many loopholes in the rules of this world. As soon as Ponzi finished speaking, a voice came from upstairs. That's a world where you can see your present world, your past world, and your future world. Ponzi pretended to be panicked and said, "Who are you? Where are you talking? Isn't this the Cat Immortal's Kalin Tower? I am Sage Karan, I am upstairs, come here. Then why can't I see my present, past, and future?" Ponzi said as he climbed up from the door on his left. After passing the ladder, Ponzi went up to the top of the tower and looked at the empty top of the tower and the sound of wind chimes. "Where are you? I'm already here. Give me the holy water. Little one, you are amazing. You actually climbed up." Ponzi looked at the white cat with a cane and a fat head and big ears that appeared. Eyes narrowed, "Are you the Cat Immortal? The legendary god of martial arts? Do you have any objections? I am the Cat Immortal. Strictly speaking, I should be the immortal cat. Give me the holy water. That's called super holy water, kid. Cat Immortal, stop pretending, you must already know about me. You don't want me to untie all my bonds and fight with you." The Cat Immortal was sweating coldly, waving his hands and saying, "No. If you want to exercise, it's better to maintain the pressure now to achieve the effect. Then you give me the super holy water to drink first. If you really want to drink the super holy water, then maintain your pressure and snatch it from me. Then let's get started." As soon as Ponzi finished speaking, he rushed towards the Cat Immortal, but was nimbly avoided by the Cat Immortal. "You, a young man, don't respect martial ethics. Come, lie, come, sneak attack, my 899-year-old old comrade. Is this good? This is not good. I advise you, a young man, to take care of yourself, reflect on it, and don't do this again in the future. It's a mistake, you're smart. In the martial arts world, peace must be the most important thing, martial ethics must be respected, and there should be no fighting in the nest." Ponzi stared at the Cat Immortal with his mouth open, and blurted out. "It turns out that the Cat Immortal also came out of the earth. Nonsense, I must be from the earth, but you, why can't I see your past and future? Are you from the earth? Of course I am a pure earthling from earth. You can go to Meng's Maternal and Child Health Hospital to check my origin records." "Okay. Okay. Then let me ask you, why do you want to become stronger? Isn't it good to be independent from the world?" Ponzi looked at the Cat Immortal. Being without a sword and having a sword are two different things. Since I started practicing martial arts, I have never taken the initiative to stir up trouble, but at the same time, I am not afraid of trouble if it comes. The Cat Immortal didn't say a word, and Ponzi also fell silent. There was only the sound of wind whistling around the two of them. What the hell? It's already weird to have air here, but also wind. So that's it. I feel your worry, but I don't know what you are worried about. You long for immortality. What? Hateful. How did this old man know? Sure enough, the immortals and gods in this world are not as simple as imagined. What should I do if I encounter a more powerful personal god in the future? You're panicking. What are you afraid of? Ponzi looked at the Cat Immortal angrily. Damn it, how come you know everything? The Cat Immortal said calmly, if you can't even read minds, you're not an immortal. Next, after the Cat Immortal made sure that Ponzi wouldn't have too many evil thoughts, he began to train Ponzi. Ponzi himself didn't even know that under 20 times gravity, many of his actions and reactions became full of flaws. It's not that I have a lot of flaws because of the pressure, it's that I have flaws in my own practice, and I really need someone's guidance. Ponzi was like this, unconsciously being led by the cat fairy to compete with each other. Ponzi soon exhausted himself and collapsed to the ground. The cat fairy had no choice but to take out a fairy bean and feed it to Ponzi. It didn't take long for Ponzi to start coming to life. Cat immortal, what did you give me to eat? Why did I feel so alive when I wasn't hungry so quickly? If you eat one fairy bean, you won't be hungry for 10 days. As long as you don't die and still have breath, you can heal any kind of injury. Ponzi looked at Turtle Immortal longingly. Don't think about it, fairy beans are very precious things. It finally took Ponzi 3 days to successfully grab the super holy water from the cat immortal and drink it. How about it? Is it effective? Don't be ridiculous, do you think I don't know? It's not the super holy water that's useful, but your training? This is just ordinary water. As soon as Ponzi finished speaking, he saw the corners of the cat immortal's mouth slightly raised. Wrong. Maybe it has some effect that I don't know about. When he thought of this, Ponzi immediately sat down cross-legged. Recite the South China Sutra silently. There is a fish in the North Ming dynasty, and its name is kun. The kun is so big that it can fit in a pot. No, the kun is so big that I don't know how many thousands of miles it is. Chapter 24 Half a year, going down the tower. 3 hours later, Ponzi finally realized something was different. Cat Immortal looked at Ponzi's breathing and said, Ponzi, do you want to try adding 5 times the gravity? What? Cancel your unnecessary movements, pay attention to my breathing, and my movements. These are the prerequisites for you to be able to master martial arts and connect with the gods. Of course, suppress your unknown aura, otherwise you will never be able to defeat the strong with the weak. What nonsense! I have a will as strong as a mountain. Will cannot guarantee you 100% victory. Only your actions and the martial arts you have accumulated can. Ponzi, your strength is already invincible on earth, but if you control your strength to be the same as one person, there are 3 people I know who are stronger than you. Kamizenin, Wu Taidu, who else? The cat immortal was surprised. How many secrets do you know? You actually know even the martial arts master. Cat immortal, you haven't told me yet, who is the other one? With the same strength, you can't beat Sun Wuhan. Hateful. The cat immortal looked at the unwilling Ponzi. Blindly striving for victory is not martial arts. Ponzi, you are so powerful, yet you are willing to suppress your strength and come to train with me. Ponzi, what is your martial arts? The words of the cat immortal resounded in Ponzi's ears like a revelation. Immortality is my martial arts. The cat fairy pressed forward step by step. Ponzi, take a good look at your heart. Is this what you think? Ponzi took a deep breath. I was brought into this world by the system for no reason. It said it would let me inherit Chinese culture, but it itself died out for no reason. It told me that after I understand it thoroughly and practice it step by step, I can become immortal. But I looked through all the ancient books and couldn't find a way out, so I could only find a way in this world and try my best to understand the martial arts in this world. Ponzi was thinking in confusion, with disorganized thoughts colliding fiercely in his mind. Cat immortal, please wait until I adjust the gravity suit before training with you. After Ponzi finished speaking, without waiting for the cat immortal's response, he placed 2 fingers on his forehead with one hand and returned to his father, Dr. Breve, after a brief induction. The cat fairy looked at Ponzi and disappeared with a swipe. Wow wow wow! What kind of move is this? It's so powerful! The person disappeared all of a sudden. On the other side, Dr. Breve was also startled by the sudden appearance of Pounds. Wow! Father, it's me, don't worry. Oh! It's Ponzi. Why did you suddenly appear next to me? Is it also martial arts? Father, I won't be able to explain this for a while. I'll explain it to you slowly later. Didn't you go out with Bulma? Why did it take you so long to come back? Ponzi, Bulma already has a boyfriend. Have you had a girlfriend for a long time? Are you not planning to marry Bulma? Are you going out again this time? Father, wait until I come back and explain to you slowly. I'm a little busy. The Ponzi had disappeared, but the sound came from afar. Ponzi returned to his laboratory, looked at the familiar instruments, and began to adjust his gravity suit with just one order. Materials need to be updated, gravity-bearing capacity needs to be updated. Other dust-proof functions, fire protection, and preferably the ability to produce oxygen. After 3 days of busy work, I put on my new gravity suit and accepted a box of capsules handed over by the robot assistant. He put 2 fingers of one hand in front of his forehead and disappeared with a sibilant sound. Cat Immortal, I'm back. That's right. You kid really thinks I don't exist and you can come and go as you please. Ponzi embraced the Cat Immortal with a smile, and handed the universal capsule that the robot assistant gave him to the immortal cat. Don't be like this. Cat Immortal, look, I brought you a gift. Boy, don't think you can bribe me by giving me a gift. Oh. Cat Immortal, please open it and take a look. If you say that, I won't give it to you in the future. The Cat Immortal opened a box of capsules, and a box full of fresh big fish popped out. There were 100 of them by visual inspection. The cat fairy broke away from Ponzi like a thorn, and jumped on top of the box. Wow! So many fish, so many fish! Grab one and start eating. Yeah! It's delicious! It's delicious! I haven't eaten fish in hundreds of years. I'm so happy! Ponzi looked at the fussy Cat Immortal and said with a smile. Cat Immortal, since you don't want me to give you a gift, just give it back to me, and I won't give it to you in the future. Yet. Well, boy, don't talk nonsense about it. The more gifts like this, the better. Okay, now that you've eaten enough, start training me. I'll increase the gravity my whole body can bear to 25 times. Okay. Ponzi ignored the snake-like cat fairy on the side and directly adjusted the gravity of the gravity suit to 25. Pudgy. Ponzi was pushed to the ground and struggled to say. Stop, don't, come, up. The Cat Immortal ignored Ponzi and was still feasting on the side. Ponzi could only take a deep breath, let the breath spread all over his body, and then finally stood up. This energy is consumed too quickly, and it is impossible to move. It is difficult to move with 25 times the force of gravity. Helpless, Ponzi could only mobilize his internal strength. Looking at the internal energy that is usually as fast as lightning even at 16 times gravity, it feels like it is crawling at a snail's pace. Ponzi could only smile helplessly. Cat Immortal, let me adapt to 25 times gravity first, and you can eat it slowly by yourself. It's delicious. After 2 months, Ponzi could start to have some violent movements and coherent martial arts movements. Cat Immortal, here I come. So, one person and one cat started fighting for the bottle of super holy water on the top of the tower. At this time, it was only 3 months before the world's best martial arts conference. Ponzi panted and looked at the proud Cat Immortal. No, in less than 5 months, Sun Wukong will arrive here and climb the tower. It would be better to avoid him for the time being, or at least wait until Nappa or Raditz arrives before coming out. Ponzi threw a fairy bean into his mouth. Come again. The Cat Immortal looked at the tenacious Ponzi and sighed. You are really tenacious. Then keep going. Ponzi, you have to pay attention to adjusting your breathing and unnecessary movements. The more difficult the environment, the more calm you have to be. You have to mobilize your chi at any time so that your body can easily accommodate it. Yes. 3 months later. Ponzi finally grabbed the super holy water from the Cat Immortal again under the pressure of the 25 times gravity suit. You are so awesome. Haha, I got the Cat Immortal again. Yes. He is really an extraordinary boy. Impeccable in every aspect. Ponzi looked at the Cat Immortal. Cat immortal, tell me now how to get to the Temple of Heaven. What? Ponzi said matter-of-factly, I will go to the Temple of Heaven to practice next. Ponzi, don't you understand yet? You don't need to go to the Temple of Heaven to practice now. Your overall strength is already very strong. What you need to train is your martial arts spirit. You don't need to go to the Temple of Heaven now, what you need is to go to the mortal world to experience. What's more, no one can go without the golden cudgel. Do you have any items with the aura of the gods? I can find them according to the aura of the gods. No, God is just a legend. I don't know the details. Ponzi could only give up his plans. From the beginning, Ponzi knew that the power of correction in the world was so strong that he could not resist it. Ponzi stood up, clasped his hands and bowed to the cat immortal, and said sincerely, "Thank you, cat sage." "Oh, why are you so polite? Cat immortal, if you don't have any more fish in the future, just tell me and I will bring it to you." "Wow! Really? Thank you so much. Well, farewell, Cat Senin." After Ponzi sensed his father's aura, he moved away instantly. Chapter 25 Ponzi accepts students. After Ponzi teleported to his father's side, he was caught again. "Ponzi, don't you want to explain it to your father?" Ponzi scratched his head in embarrassment. "Ah! Father, I am very tired. Can you let me take a rest?" "Of course, the premise is that you explain it clearly to me, father." That. It was Bulma who told me to get lost, so I left. Later I saw how powerful Sun Wukong was, so I left to practice. Dr. Brief said with a smile. "Ponzi, you know that's not what I'm saying. Bulma already has a boyfriend. When will you bring your girlfriend back? And what's going on with your ability to disappear and reappear suddenly?" "Aha, father, does Bulma have a boyfriend?" "I don't know yet. I'm not in a hurry, I'm only 16 years old." "Father." Dr. Brive is still smiling and unhurried. "Ponzi, you are 17 years old. Have you been practicing in the mountains and forests in the past few months?" "Father, I'm leaving first. I'm so tired." After Ponzi finished speaking, he walked away. Dr. Breve's voice came from far behind. "Ponzi, you haven't told me yet what is your ability to disappear and reappear for a while." "Father, that is just a function of martial arts." After Ponzi returned to his room. "Not in the mood to sleep either. My current strength can defeat me 50 times ago. It's so obvious. If my combat power is 1 million, I should be able to defeat an enemy with 10 million combat power. This span is too big. In this case, there are still at least 5 years left. In these 5 years, I will improve my strength at home." What Ponzi said is actually inaccurate. His martial arts strength has at least doubled in the past 6 months. Although there is no breakthrough in martial arts, it is twice as strong as before without training. Otherwise, with the same strength, he would still be no match for 50 of himself. However, there is no specific measurement of strength, and Ponzi himself does not know how strong his current combat power is in the world of Dragon Ball. Next, Ponzi has determined the direction of his efforts, which is to break through the realm of martial arts. According to Ponzi's classification, he is now in the 5th realm of martial arts. Since the rules and energies of the two worlds are different, the corresponding levels cannot be directly equated, and each has its own emphasis. Dragon Ball's combat power of 100 million to 10 billion is at the 5th level, and it can explode stars at will, but its lifespan will not increase at all. The Gangchi realm of martial arts is at the 5th level, and it cannot explode stars at will, but its lifespan will increase almost 3 times. Over the next few years, Ponzi decided what he wanted to do. He wants to open a martial arts academy that does not teach advanced knowledge, but only teaches knowledge that can be promoted to the Gangchi realm, and at the same time prepares himself to break through to the next realm. The next day, after Ponzi dealt with the cross-examination of his mother and father, he asked the robot to go to the orphanage to adopt 8 children aged 3 to 6, 4 boys and girls each. As soon as they heard that Dr. Breve's family wanted to adopt these abandoned children, the orphanage wanted to throw all the children over. Unfortunately, Ponzi only accepted 8. Ponzi looked at the 8 children brought back by the robot. Asked, "Do you have your own name?" Matsumoto Kazuki. Kudo Ishive. Nakamurano. Ponzi felt his head was pounding after hearing this. It's really speechless to name this person who had a good life as a child. I will change your names to herald your new life. Are you willing to accept it? The 8 children said in unison, "Thank you, adoptive father." Bastard, what's this nonsense? From now on, call me teacher, don't call me foster father, do you understand? Okay, teacher. Ponzi then looked at the 8 children standing in 2 columns with satisfaction. Ponzi named the boys Twiba Guangfeng, Twiba Heavy Rain, Twiba Thunder, Twiba Lightning. Name the girls respectively. Helian Hanmei, Helian Chunlin, Helian Xia Bamboo, Helian Kaihuju. Ponzi was then satisfied that he had obtained his name. After that, Ponzi did his own research and asked the children to study cultural classes with him in the morning, start exercising and polishing their bodies in the afternoon, and continue studying cultural classes in the evening. Ponzi gave them expensive medicinal materials for medicinal baths every day. He doesn't expect these people to become talented and help him. He just hopes that he can do something to pass the boring time, and try to spread Chinese culture. 2 months after Ponzi came back, the children had begun to see results, and all of them were quite heroic. Ponzi himself did not attend class today, but was in his practice room. Bulma came back with a group of friends and looked at the strange children in a large yard. "Who are you? Why are you at my house?" As the senior brother, Twiba Kuangfeng stepped forward and spoke. "You are the teacher's sister, Miss Bulma. We are the teacher's new students." Both Yam Sha and Klin looked at these children with serious expressions. As warriors, they both sensed that the aura of these children was not weak. Although they were far worse than the 2 of them, these 8 children actually outperformed most adults. Everyone must be strong. Bulma didn't care about that and asked in surprise. "Teacher? Sister? Do you mean my sister or brother?" Helian Hanmei stepped forward and said. "Hello Miss Bulma, we are Mr. Ponzi's students." Bulma said in surprise. "Ponzi? Ponzi is back? Where is he?" Helian Chunlin stepped forward and said. "Miss Bulma, the teacher should be in the practice room. He didn't come to class today." Yamcha opened his mouth and said. "You said you were taught by Ponzi." Twiba Baofeng angrily shouted, "Who are you? What qualifications do you have to call our teacher by his name?" Yam Sha said strangely, "Ponzi is not my teacher. If I don't call his name, wouldn't I be disrespectful to him?" Only then did all the Ponzi students realize that their teacher did not have an honorific title, so it was normal for others to call him by his first name. Helian Xiaozu could only say, "Sorry, we didn't react at the moment and misunderstood you. We are teachers teaching cultural classes and martial arts classes. How long have you been studying?" Twiba Lightning said with a steady expression. "Why should I tell you?" At this time, Mrs. Breve came out and saw Bulma and her party. "Oh my! Bulma is back, and she has brought back the handsome boy Yamcha. Does the handsome boy want to go on a date? You can be my boyfriend." Even the carefree Yamcha was made red in the face by Bulma's mother. "Mom, please stop making trouble, we still have so many friends." "Excuse me. Please come in. You naughty guys, if you still don't practice Kung Fu, when Ponzi finds out, he will punish you again." "Hey?" "Yes, Mrs. Breve." Helian and Twiba both ran away quickly. Mrs. Breve asked them to go to the living room and ordered the robot to serve, and then left. Bulma, your family is so big. The one who spoke was the blue-haired Lan Chi. Lan Chi, it's okay. You guys sit down and wait for the robot to bring me cakes to eat. Bulma asked the robot on the side. Tell me what happened during this time. Yes. Miss Bulma, please tell me where to start. Just after my brother came back. So, the robot explained to Bulma all the main events from Ponzi's return 2 months ago to now. Both Klin and Yamcha heard clearly that those brats were actually brought back from the orphanage by Ponzi 2 months ago to teach them knowledge and martial arts. Now, those little guys study cultural classes in the morning, practice martial arts in the afternoon, and continue studying cultural classes in the evening. Klin poked Yamcha at the side. Chapter 26 Crisis Ponzi Coma. Yamcha, do you want to see how those brats practice? Yamcha hesitated. No. Bulma told me at that time that I was not allowed to enter her brother's practice room and room. Let's go. Oh, you don't go to that training room called Ponzi. You go to the training place of those brats. What are you afraid of? Just ask Bulma to take us there. Could he still kill himself? My biological sister. Under Klin's instigation, Yamcha could only say unintentionally. Those kids are so nice. They can practice on your property. I really want to see them and participate. Bulma said as a novice, I'll take you there, what else? This is my home, you can go anywhere. After saying that, Bulma motioned for them to follow him and take a look. Only Lan Chi said whether this would be bad. Klin interrupted. Lan Kai, this is Bulma's house. Of course Bulma can go wherever she wants. Bulma's face turned red when she heard this. Of course she knew that there were at least 3 places she couldn't go to. One was her father's laboratory, one was Ponzi's bedroom, and the other was Ponzi's practice room. Those brats aren't in Ponzi's practice room. I'll go check and see if there's anything going on. The 8 students recruited by Ponzi were practicing in the training ground, including shoulder skills, waist skills, leg skills, hand shapes, techniques, footwork, jumping, balance, falling and rolling, etc. They had no idea that someone outside wanted to peek at their exercises. Hylian Kaihuju, you are lazy again. If you don't practice hard, I will tell the teacher to spank you when the time comes. No, Sister Hanmei, I'll practice hard. Hanmei and Kuang Feng are the eldest children among them, and each shoulders the important responsibility of supervising the other children. Under Yamcha's instigation, Bulma, with 3 of them and 2 pets, was slowly approaching the children's training ground. Ponzi, who was in seclusion in his own practice room, had arrived at the critical moment. The gravity in the practice room has been adjusted to 30 times the standard Earth's gravity. Ponzi still sits cross-legged with his legs and his hands clasped in his danchan. In the past, the sages made changes based on the principles of fate and destiny. Therefore, the way that establishes heaven is called yin and yang, the way that establishes earth is called softness and hardness, and the way that establishes people is called benevolence and righteousness, which combines 2 of the 3 talents. From Shaoyang to Liang, at least yin to Lian, at least yang, everything is perfectly round. The knowledge in Ponzi's mind collided fiercely, and the Hunyuan Ruyi internal force in his body gradually escaped from his control, running rampant in his body's meridians. Ponzi groaned, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his body let out a huge breath. Unexpectedly, the unrestricted internal force actually helps the body to actively release pressure, allowing the breath to continue to be released. Ponzi's physical condition became even worse. The internal energy was rushing everywhere in the meridians without restriction, and some of them had even broken through the tiny meridians and entered the physical body. The strength of the body is almost exhausted. Too careless. Unexpectedly, when a breakthrough occurs, not only will the qi not be able to help, But it will actually cause damage to the body because it cannot be precisely controlled. If you don't succeed now, you will be benevolent. If you die, the bird will look up to the sky, and you will not die for tens of millions of years. Ponzi thought of this and took a strong breath. The sky moves vigorously, and a gentleman strives to constantly strive for self-improvement. In the Great Jianyuan period, all things began to dominate the sky. The clouds moved and rained, and the materials flowed into shapes. From the beginning of the Ming dynasty, 6 people were formed, and they rode on 6 dragons to control the sky. The main roads changed, and each correct life, maintaining great harmony, is beneficial to chastity. The first common people come out, and all countries are in peace. The terrain is Kun, and a gentleman carries things with kindness. Great Kun Yuan, all living things are in harmony with heaven. Kun is thick and loaded with things, and virtue is boundless. It contains Hung Guangda, and the goods are salty and prosperous. The female horse is a kind of earth, traveling without boundaries, soft and smooth. When a gentleman is on the road, he first loses his way, and then he always follows the path. To gain friends in the southwest is to live in harmony with others, to lose friends in the northeast is to celebrate in the end. The good fortune of an zhen should be boundless. After several hours of trying to control it, it still didn't work. Ponzi gritted his teeth and became cruel. Everything in the world is unified by the opposition of yin and yang. Since you are not restricted, your inner strength is separated from yin and yang, and your vitality is domineering. Let's see who of you is stronger and who is weaker. Forcibly using mental power to draw a trace of martial arts vitality and internal yin and yang qi, in the danshan, using mental power as the driving force and the vitality as the boundary, trapping the yang inner qi and yin inner qi. Before long, Ponzi was overjoyed. It worked. Unexpectedly, the two internal forces are actually the same as water and fire, and they don't blend even if they come into contact with each other. Ponzi had no choice but to give up other body areas and continue to draw a trace of inner energy to the danshan. Using the force of the yin-yang tai chi diagram, he used the vitality as a boundary and partition, leaving a gap in each attenuation position to allow yin and yang to circulate with each other. Soon, the tai chi diagram was completed, and the situation in the body suddenly improved. The vitality and internal force that put great pressure on the body were slowly absorbed by the danshan, as if a small hole was made inside the body that was about to expand and explode, and the momentum was released. Ponzi was now ready to take back his mental power. One time. Twice. Ponzi was shocked, and he couldn't regain his mental power. What should I do? The mental power represents the self. If the self is trapped, I will never wake up. Ponzi felt anxious when he thought of this, and even more urgently wanted to withdraw his mental power. As time passed, Ponzi was still thinking of ways to withdraw his mental power, but he didn't notice that Tai Chi too was absorbing more and more of his own power. In the Tai Chi diagram, the 4 forces have gradually begun to merge into one. The 4 forces also began to slowly transform into each other. Ponzi suddenly yelled and passed out. It turned out to be mental failure, and the body's protective mechanism automatically activated, forcing Ponzi to faint. On the other side, when Bulma and others were quietly preparing to enter the training ground, they were stopped by the robot guarding the door. "Miss Bulma, you are not allowed to enter Master Ponzi's training ground." "Why? This is my home, why can't I go in?" "Sorry, Master Ponzi has an order, you can't go in." Bulma was used to being unruly, let alone at home, in front of a group of friends. He rushed forward angrily, not expecting that the robot's instructions were not set by his father, Dr. Breve, but by Ponzi's set of combat robots, controlled by Gus's intelligent program. Capturing Bulma directly, although it did not hurt her, it also made him extremely embarrassed. "Okay. You actually hurt the master, I will let my father destroy you." "Miss Bulma, am I a household intelligent robot made by Dr. Breve?" I am a combat robot made by Master Ponzi and based on Getha's intelligent program. Except for Master Ponzi, you have no right to drive against me. Order of destruction. Where is Ponzi? Let him come out. I'll see if he lets me in. When Ponzi's students heard the quarrel outside, they all ran out and leaned against the gate, smiling as they watched the dispute between the robot and Bulma and the others. This made Bulma look even more worried. Yamcha asked cautiously, "Bulma, do you need my help?" "Idiot Yamcha, of course, didn't you hear? He was not created by my father at all. Beat him to pieces." Yamcha immediately rushed forward after receiving Bulma's affirmation. 3 times 5 divided by 2. He was beaten back. "Damn it, this robot is so strong, come with Klin." After Yamcha finished speaking, he rushed forward again. As expected, the two of them were quickly beaten back, almost without any backhand power. "Damn it, even when facing Mr. Jackie Chan, I have never been so helpless." At this time, the robot's eyes glowed red. Warning: the same person punched the card twice and executed the erasure process the 3rd time. Hateful. Chapter 27 Breakthrough 6th Level. The scene was at a stalemate for a while. Yamcha and Klin didn't dare to really rush forward. If the robot really had the ability to kill them, wouldn't they die unjustly if they went up? Just as the atmosphere continued to be tense, Dr. Brief arrived. "What are you doing? Gus? You still haven't let go of my daughter." The robot heard what Dr. Brief said, and after scanning it, he immediately put down Bulma, knelt down on one knee and said, "Doctor, I'm sorry. Gas didn't mean to be rude to Miss Bulma, but Master Ponzi has ordered that strangers are not allowed to enter the practice ground and practice room, and Miss Bulma is not within the scope of the program." Bulma secretly resented, "Damn Ponzi and damn Gus know how to bully me, I hate you so much." "I know, Gus, it's not your fault. It's my daughter who was rude. I apologize to you. Doctor is serious, please restrain them. If it happens again, Gas will start killing." On the current Earth, except for Master Ponzi and his 2 apprentices, no one can stop Gas, even if he is neither can the gods of the Celestial Temple. The doctor's eyes lit up. "Is there really a god?" "Doctor, there really is. The god of the earth is the new god. He is only more than 3,000 years old and he lives in the Temple of Heaven. You know? Ponzi has been there, right?" "Sorry, Gas doesn't know about the special field, but for about 6 months, Master Ponzi's signal disappeared, and Gas was unable to find Master on Earth. Can you give me the general area?" "Can." At this moment, Twibuk Wang Feng spoke to stop him. "Guys, it's time for you to practice with us and test the results. If Dr. Breve needs information, he will naturally contact Mr. Ponzi, right? Dr. Breve. The last line is to ask Dr. Breve." Bulma was furious. "Kid, who are you? This is my home. This is my home. Why do you do whatever you want?" Twiba ignored Bulma and turned back to his training ground. At the end, Helian Kaihuja said lightly, "We were adopted by the teacher. We will be where the teacher is. You have no right to interfere with us. We respect you because you are teacher Peng's sister. Otherwise? Who do you think you are?" Helian Hanmei said in a gloomy tone, "Chuju, what nonsense are you talking about? Give me 20 slaps." Chuju didn't say a word or talk back, and gave herself 20 slaps. Both cheeks were visibly swollen. But she still calmly went back, leaving everyone outside the martial arts training ground stunned. So cruel. It's a werewolf. What a scary group of guys. What kind of person is Ponzi? I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful person in Bulma's family. Dr. Brief had no choice but to take Bulma, Krillin, Yamcha, and others back. "Sorry, my second son has been withdrawn since he was a child, but he is still easy to get along with." You will know when he comes out. Dr. Breve didn't look serious for 3 seconds. He immediately leaned over Bulma and whispered. Bulma, is that beautiful little girl over there the girlfriend you found for your brother? You brother and sister have such a good relationship. Bulma opened her mouth wide, saliva splashed everywhere, and roared, Dad! Don't say these nonsense words. Besides, what's so good about Ponzi's stinky ice cube? I won't introduce him to his girlfriend. Both Klin and Yamcha were highly skilled in martial arts. Whenever they couldn't hear Dr. Brif's words, they would be filled with crows flying over their heads. Oh! That's it. That's a pity. If that's the case, then you can entertain your friends. I remembered that I still have some unfinished experiments in the laboratory, so I'm going to the laboratory first. After finishing speaking, Briv got on the scooter and left, not forgetting to say hello before leaving. You guys have fun, Bulma will treat you well. After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. Ponzi in the practice room finally woke up and turned around. The first thing Ponzi did was not check his body, but sighed. Sure enough, the protagonist is not that easy to die, and he didn't even die from mental exhaustion. After Ponzi sighed, he had time to explore his body. I just felt that I had endless strength all over my body, and when I looked inside, I found a round, yellow-orange ball in my dantian that was spinning. Is this a golden elixir? Sure enough, the next level of the Gangchi realm is the golden elixir. Is the next level the nascent soul? Feel it, your body now has neither vitality nor internal strength, all it has is this golden elixir. Both vitality and internal force are managed uniformly by this golden elixir. Ponzi gave it a try, and found that he was now able to use the golden elixir like an arm and a finger, completely natural, without any sense of uncontrollability or blockage like a broken mirror. After conducting experiments, Ponzi discovered that vitality, internal force, and spiritual force can be transformed into each other from golden elixirs. No, mine is not a pure golden elixir. It can be converted into vitality and spiritual power. Yuan Shendan, Yuan Li Dan? Qi Shendan? Qi Jing Dan? Strength pill? Ponzi scratched his head and felt a little difficult. What should I call the new realm? Forget it, let's talk about it later, the realm is at least 6th level now. Ponzi clapped his hands and walked out of the training room. As soon as he walked out, Ponzi felt something was wrong. Getting ready to close. That's right. Didn't I turn on 30 times gravity? Ponzi immediately returned to the practice room, looked at the 30 times gravity on the instrument, and walked out of the room in confusion. Feeling that there was no change in gravity, I immediately returned to the house. Is it broken? But how could it be broken? Confused, Ponzi went to the gravity adjustment button and tried slowly adjusting it from 30 times to 1 times. It's indeed broken. Ponzi continued to increase the pressure without giving up, and soon the gravity reached 80 times, and Ponzi began to feel the pressure. Continue to increase it until it reaches 100 times. You will practice under 30 times gravity before you feel that there is no breakthrough. I knew I had improved a lot, but I didn't expect the improvement to be so great. The key is that the gravity of 50 times or less did not put any burden on me, and my body automatically adapted to the gravity. Only after 50 times does it begin to require active adaptation. What a huge improvement! But with such a big improvement, why can I adapt so quickly? Don't I need to train and master strength myself? Ponzi thought in confusion. Since there is no test, Ponzi himself doesn't know how much he has improved. But because he can freely carry out activities under a gravity of less than 100 times, he knows that his improvement will be doubled or doubled. When did Sun Wukong reach such an intensity of exercise? It seems like it was when we went to Namek, right? When Ponzi couldn't figure it out, he turned off the gravity and went out to see the training of those brats. It's only been 8 hours, and I've changed so much. As expected, my martial arts skills are still stronger. The further you go, the more your strength will double, instead of relying on squeezing your body's potential to break through like martial arts. According to the classification of Qi, the 6th level should have a combat power between 10 billion and 1 trillion. Ponzi knows that he does not have that strong combat power, but he should not be afraid of fighting Frisia now. He is only 53 in the sealed state. Only 10,000. Ponzi can show a combat power of 1 and a combat power of 100 million in his sealed state, but Frisia can't, it must be unsealed. It seems that I will be safe for at least 15 years. I will not be in danger until Trunks appears. But by then I will have to break through to the 7th level. Chapter 28 Goodbye Bulma. Ponzi was thinking as he counted his lifespan. It's 600 years old, which can be considered a small immortality. Very good. Ponzi quietly realized the activity of his cells and was very happy. There are 2 different kinds of energy at home. When he arrived at the training ground, he heard the shouts and the sounds of fists and feet, and then nodded with satisfaction. If you want to gain something, how can you not pay for it? Ponzi interrupted the training. Boys, that's great. Did you have any cultural classes in the morning? Yes, teacher, I am studying Zhou Bai Xuan Jing. Not bad, very good. You are very obedient. Remember that a strong body does not count as strong. Only when the whole body is strong can it be called strong. How much water a barrel can hold is not determined by its longest board, but by the length of its shortest board. Your abilities agree. In this way. Is teacher. Keep working out. Everyone braced their horses. Ha! Hey! Ponzi looked at the little devils who completed their tasks meticulously, nodded with satisfaction, and walked out. Owner. Guys, have you ever fought? Yes, master. Ponzi looked at the robot standing beside him and said nothing. Master. Miss Bulma led her friends to enter the training ground at 12 p.m., but was stopped by gas. Okay. Ponzi left after saying that. He needed to take a shower now. Ponzi was lying in his huge bathtub. I don't know if the current energy pills are enough for my consumption, and I don't know if the bug of Sendu is useful in the real world. No matter how strong I am, it can guarantee that I won't be hungry for 10 days, no matter how serious the injury is, it can be cured. Ponzi is now making plans for the future. Judging from the fact that he is getting deeper and deeper into the plot, he should not think about the plot of not being contaminated by the Dragon Balls and cultivating to immortality safely. Ponzi had previously planned that he would at least wait until the first big boss, Frisia, appeared on Earth before appearing. He did not expect that the more entangled he became, the deeper he would become, and that so many people would know his strength. Sure enough, you can't underestimate anyone, especially those with super high IQs and strong martial arts. This is why he will want to teach a few children when he comes back. If you look at Dragon Ball, many of the villains have a lot of subordinates, and the protagonists are always just a few of them. This damn thing doesn't even look good in group pics. Look at it now, if nothing else goes wrong, that idiot Sun Wukong is still fighting against the Red Ribbon Army alone. The most he can do is kill Tao Bibai, or the most he can do is move back. Otherwise, Yamcha and Klin wouldn't be here. Unless Ponzi disrupts the plot. You know, Bulma and the others were not at home when the Red Ribbon Army went to fight the Turtle Immortal and the Fortune Teller. It should be the time between them escaping the pursuit of the Red Ribbon Legion and going to fortune telling. Ponzi didn't hold back his impulse at that time. After collecting Tianjin rice and dumplings, he found that teaching people was still very interesting, so he came up with the idea of collecting these 8 little ghosts. Ponzi was also planning to develop artificial humans next. At that time, with the combat power of artificial humans, most problems were not a problem. But it was relatively difficult to get Cell and Android number 21. Moreover, since Frisia of Namek, there has been no official data to signify the combat power. What follows is just a bunch of random guesses. There is too much moisture here. It's not nice to say that many of them are plot kills. I feel that most of the villains in Dragon Ball are plot kills. Almost all of them appear to completely torture Sun Wukong. Ponzi doesn't dare to try his own methods and try to see if he will be destroyed or whether he will be killed. Resurrection. On the other side, Yamcha was comforting Bulma, who was sulking. Bulma, don't be angry. This is not a big deal. Your brother may be in seclusion, otherwise he might let you go if he knew you were going. What? You don't even know that if my brother was here, he wouldn't let me go. And my parents can go in, but I don't have permission. What does this mean? His cultivation skills are so bad. Awesome, are you afraid that I will steal your lessons? The speaker has no intention, the listener has intention. Klin asked doubtfully. Bulma, is your brother strong? Bulma thought carefully. I don't know, but my brother has been practicing martial arts since he was a child, and he doesn't teach me, and he doesn't allow me to enter his practice room. But he should be very strong, anyway, he was stronger than Wukong a year ago. Yamcha interjected. It should be very strong, stronger than the Bull Demon King and Turtle Immortal. Klin's eyes lit up. With being so strong and keeping it a secret from Bulma, his martial arts must be very mysterious. It would be great if I could learn it too. Furthermore, I, Ponzi, not only have advanced martial arts skills, but also have strong scientific research and development capabilities. I researched the Dragon Ball radar. I dare say that apart from me, only my father and Ponzi can research it in this world. Bulma thought for a while and then said. And Ponzi has many powerful inventions, but he won't let us use them after he invented them, such as the gas car and the gravity suit. Klin was not interested in technology, so he asked casually. What else is that? Yamcha said seriously. The gas is the most capable aircraft I have ever seen. Then why did you call for a taxi? Bulma explained. The gas car is not an ordinary car. The gas car can travel on water, land, and air, and it is extremely fast. It only takes a few minutes to reach 1,000 kilometers. I suspect that the gas car can sail in the universe. Klin was shocked and said. What? The gravity clothes are stronger. The gravity clothes are clothes that Ponzi can wear and adjust according to the gravity house I invented. When we went to find the Dragon Balls, according to Ponzi, the gravity that enveloped his whole body was 15 times standard Earth gravity. You can imagine how strong he is. Impossible. Bulma? Is this true? Why didn't you tell me again? Bulma rolled her eyes and said nothing. If Ponzi knew that he had revealed his secret, he might kill you. Lan Chi sighed. Bulma, your brother is so awesome. Oolong, I think so too. Pool, yeah, is there really such a powerful person? Bulma suddenly said. What are you going to do? A robot turned to leave and replied. Miss Bulma, Master Ponzi asked me to prepare some medicinal materials for him. Bulma said in surprise, Ponzi is out? Where is he? Miss Bulma. Master Ponzi is taking a bath in the bedroom. Bulma hurried out. Bulma, who had grown up with Ponzi since childhood, had only seen Ponzi once in the desert since Oolong drove him away. After that, she had hardly seen Ponzi in the past year. Although he usually talks harshly, I still miss Ponzi very much. Ponzi. Ponzi. Ponzi, are you okay? Ponzi rolled his eyes helplessly in the bedroom and had no choice but to get up, get dressed and go out. Looking at Bulma, who was standing at the door. Look. My stupid sister is here to see me. What's wrong with you, grumpy Bulma? Chapter 29. This is my home, get out of here. Ponzi. Are you still angry with me? I shouldn't have said angry words to chase you away. Bulma, you are thinking too much. I will not be bored and angry. I might as well practice more when I have that time. After Ponzi finished speaking, he looked at the group of people behind Bulma. Look, stupid sister, you still like to stay with some garbage poor people. It's really in poor taste. Bulma said angrily. Ponzi, why are you so rude? You are not allowed to say that to my friend. Are you angry? Oh, if you're angry, just leave. Ponzi, is Wukong also a good friend? Aren't you and Wukong very happy together? Wukong is different. That guy is not from Earth at all, and he is not comparable to the bunch of rubbish behind you. At this time, Lan Qi's nose twitched and she suddenly sneezed. Clin immediately hid behind a rockery nearby. Blue-haired Lan Qi immediately turned into blonde Lan Qi. I don't know where she conjured the gun. She raised the gun and said to Ponzi. Kid. Who are you? Where are you? Hand over your valuables. It's so funny, so innocent and cute. Do you think you can threaten me with a toy like that? When Lan Qi saw something was wrong, she immediately shot decisively. Bulma looked at the indifferent Ponzi and shouted anxiously. Ponzi. After Lan Qi finished firing a shuttle of bullets, she looked at Pounds, who was standing still and completely intact. She was about to run, but found that she couldn't move. What's going on? Why can't I move? Clin was stunned. It's amazing. If I can practice with him, I will definitely be able to surpass Wukong. The blonde Lan Qi sneezed and turned back into the blue-haired Lan Qi. Ponzi immediately let her go. What's wrong? Then he looked at the gun in his hand, the shell casings at his feet, and the bullets at Ponzi's feet, and quickly bowed and apologized to Ponzi. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Ponzi. Ponzi ignored it and looked at Bulma. My stupid sister, I will let your friends go this time, but please don't let them enter my private area in the future, otherwise, I will kill them. Ponzi. You can't keep calling me stupid sister. Don't you miss me at all after not seeing each other for so long? You don't show any excitement at all. Bastard. Okay, Bulma, you have a lot of time, you can waste it as you like, but please don't waste my time. After Ponzi finished speaking, he was about to turn around and go back to the house. Clin couldn't help but jumped out and said. Hi. Pon Ponzi, do you remember me? You came to the Turtle Immortal's hut for dinner 7 months ago, and I was there at the time. My name is Clin. Ponzi ignored it, went back to the house, and slammed the door. Bulma shouted outside the house. Ponzi. How could you do this? You are so rude and uneducated. It's a pity that Ponzi has closed. Ignoring Bulma who was yelling outside the door. Clin lowered his head, his face gloomy. Impolite guy. After entering the house, Ponzi also had a gloomy face. What's going on? Why do they want to enter my training ground again and again? Was this Bulma's wish or Yamcha's instigation? Ponzi put his fingers on his forehead. Hi. Cat Sage. It's Ponzi. What are you doing here? Cat Sage, can you teach me your mind-reading skills? The cat immortal suddenly fell to the ground and kicked his limbs wildly. Ponzi, why are you learning mind-reading? Aren't your martial arts invincible? Do you want to learn it and kill anyone who scolds you? Ponzi looked at the cat immortal angrily and said. Cat Senin? Can you be more serious? A fairy cat is a serious fairy cat. You don't know whether a person is serious or not. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, Ponzi, tell me, why do you want to learn mind reading? It's nothing, I just suddenly remembered that your skills are very interesting, so I wanted to learn them. The cat immortal pondered for a moment and said. Okay. But mind reading is useless to strong people. As long as they learn to use chi to defend themselves or can multi-purpose, mind reading will have no effect. It doesn't matter. I'll see if I can improve it then. If it doesn't, it's just for fun. The cat fairy taught Ponzi the secret of mind reading. First, gather your own qi in the nerves of your brain. By activating your own brain nerves, you can stimulate your mental power to reach a specific frequency. Then, you can use your mental power to sense other people's brain nerves and obtain the information you need. It turns out that mind reading is not done through qi, but through mental power, and it also requires mental power to reach a specific frequency. Ponzi kept experimenting based on the idea of the cat immortal. Soon, the cat immortal standing aside suddenly exploded. Ponzi, what are you doing? Why read my mind? Ponzi chuckled and said, it turns out that the cat immortal wants to eat a lot of fish. Ponzi, I warn you not to read my mind. Hey, don't mind it so much. You didn't read my mind at first. Asshole, you are so strong, there is no way I can read your mind. Hey! Cat immortal, just wait, I'll catch a lot of fish for you. After Ponzi finished speaking, he teleported away. The cat immortal leaned on his crutch and looked at the clouds in the distance. What a terrifying talent! He has learned the art of mind reading so quickly. This is an immortal trick passed down by a divine messenger. Soon, Ponzi came back. After exchanging fresh fish and dried small fish with the cat fairy for a handful of fairy beans, Ponzi returned to his house. Now, apart from the Temple of Heaven, there is no place on earth that can improve my strength, or the places that the divination mother-in-law said. But Ponzi is no longer prepared to go to those places, at least not for the time being. Ponzi has decided to wait until Vegeta arrives, and after he is defeated and escapes, he will follow him to see the universe. As for the spaceship, he had never thought about it. That thing was too slow. However, Dragon Ball's spaceship is also a bug. It's so slow, but it can fly there just by flying. How fast is it? The speed of light will definitely not work, even 10 times the speed of light may not work. In the evening, Ponzi was reluctantly pulled into the living room by his mother to have dinner together. Mrs. Brive said happily. Oh my God! The house hasn't been this lively for a long time. It hasn't been this lively since Bulma grew up. You guys should eat more. You don't know that we guys have always had enough food. Little Ponzi has been practicing martial arts since he was a child and has eaten a lot. You can rest assured to eat. We have been cooking in the kitchen and will continue to deliver it later. Klin and Yamcha's eyes lit up. Thank you, you're welcome. After the two of them finished talking, they started shopping and eating. Instead, it was Ponzi who took too much food in Mrs. Brive's mouth and ate slowly. I have energy pills and fairy beans, so I don't need them at all, okay? Bulma said angrily. I don't know why I came back. There are many places in my home that I can't enter by myself. Dr. Breve yelled angrily, Bulma, what are you talking about? Originally, father, this is my own home, why can't I enter many places, him? Bulma pointed at Ponzi with one finger. But he can come and go as he pleases. Bulma, you are not allowed to disturb your brother while he is practicing martial arts. If you go in at will, it may hurt you, etc. How can you blame your brother so much? Bulma was furious and said without hesitation. What does it mean to hurt me? Mother, you and father can come in and out at will, and I am your biological daughter. He just brought me here. Why can you do this to me? Bulma became more and more angry as she spoke, pointing directly at Ponzi. Tell me, why don't you let me in? This is my home. Ignoring Ponzi's gloomy expression, Bulma vented loudly. Ponzi, this is my home, not yours. You were adopted by my father, otherwise you would have died long ago. Why are you not allowed in? What qualifications do you have? Get out of here. Get out of my house. Chapter 30, Settling in the Forest. Ponzi looked at Bulma and said nothing. Spit out the food in your mouth. Mrs. Breve hurriedly scolded Bulma and comforted Pounds. Ponzi, don't listen to Bulma's nonsense. Bulma will face a lot of pressure when she goes out. Father and mother, Ponzi will never forget your life-saving grace. Ponzi will repay you in the future. After Ponzi finished speaking, he knelt on his knees and kowtowed 3 times, regardless of whether it would shock everyone. He flew directly out of the dining room. Mrs. Breve immediately chased after him. Ponzi. Dr. Breve looked at Bulma, sighed, and said nothing. Only now did Bulma realize what a stupid thing she had done. It was probably because she was so angry that she had hurt someone closest to her by speaking carelessly. Father. Let's go take a look first. After Dr. Breve finished speaking, he apologized and said to Yamcha and others. Sorry, these things happened at home to disturb your enjoyment. You can eat in the dining room. We will come back after we solve it. Yamcha immediately answered, We are deeply sorry, why don't we go along, maybe we can help with some small help. No, you can just wait. After Ponzi left the house, he rushed directly to the place where the kid was studying. They usually didn't eat with the Breve family. They mostly practiced martial arts or studied in the room after solving the problem at the martial arts training ground. Tuba and Helion, I'm leaving Breve's house and I won't live here anymore. Is there anyone willing to leave with me? Teacher, we are all going with you. Yes, teacher, I will follow you. We will go wherever the teacher goes. Ponzi looked at the kid who supported his decision regardless of the reason. After you follow me, you won't have such a privileged life. In the future, the life of having food to eat and clothes to wear may no longer exist. We follow the teacher not because we will have favorable living conditions. We follow the teacher because the person we follow is you, the teacher. Okay, you just pack up, get in my gas, and get ready to leave. Don't take anything else with you except what you are wearing. Yes. Ponzi looked at the people starting to take action and couldn't help but ask. Don't you ask me where I plan to go? Why? Tuba Kuangfeng said. We follow wherever the teacher goes, without asking why. Right. That is. At this moment, Mrs. Breve, who knew her child, came quickly in a scooter. Ponzi, forgive your sister, she said angry words. Ponzi looked at Mrs. Breve who came over and smiled bitterly. I have been raised by Mrs. Breve for 16 of the past 17 years. And unlike Bulma, Ponzi has had self-awareness and cognition since birth, and can remember very small things clearly. Mrs. Breve, who had grown up holding herself and Bulma in her arms, hardly had a prosthetic hand to babysit for these things. In fact, since she has no biological parents, Mrs. Breve takes more care of herself. In the past, when Bulma complained, it was almost nothing. Foster mother, Bulma is right. This is not my home. She was not wrong in letting me leave. Besides, it was me who made her frightened today. Taking a deep breath, Ponzi smiled and said. Besides, foster mother, I can come back to see you often in the future. I will never forget that it was the Breve family who allowed me to live and raised me. Otherwise, Ponzi would be just a baby without a father and a mother. Ponzi looked at Tuba and Helion's 8 little ghosts who were already ready and took out Gas's car. Foster mother, Ponzi is leaving now. Ponzi will come back to see you later and repay your kindness. After Ponzi finished speaking, he took the lead and flew away, followed closely by 2 gas cars. On the ground, Dr. Breve and Bulma had just arrived and watched Ponzi leave. Ponzi, you have to come back often to see me, this old man. I understand, adoptive father. No matter what, Ponzi only has Dr. Breve as his father. Dr. Breve was not as caring and considerate as his wife was to Ponzi, so he asked the smart butler and caught up with Ponzi, who had already left. Hear the words Ponzi left in his ear. Looking at Bulma standing beside her. Bulma, no one will restrict you from now on. You can go anywhere in the house, including my laboratory, and no one will bully you. Bulma said in a daze. Father, do you blame me? Dr. Breve didn't answer. Mrs. Brive on the side answered seriously. Bulma, we are a family. It is impossible for your father to blame you, but you even said such sad words after you were stopped because you wanted to lead others to peek into your brother's secrets. Madam, okay, we should go to the dining room to entertain the guests. Let's go. Bulma, no matter what, you still need to cheer up and go back to entertain your guests. Dr. Brief was at the front, his back seemed even more stooped, and he whispered something that made Bulma devastated. Bulma, no matter what, you have to think about it, you don't have a brother to love you and protect you now. Bulma suddenly felt like the world was spinning, and scenes from the past flashed before her eyes. When I was 3 years old, I was punished for flying a plane alone, but my brother interceded for me. When he was 4 years old, he deleted a novel written by his sister. Ponzi helped him find a way to recover the data overnight. When I was 7 years old, I was bullied at school. The next day, the kids who bullied me dropped out of school. When he was 10 years old, it was his brother who told him that Dragon Balls were fake, but later he invented the gas car and energy pills. When he was 16 years old, he threatened his brother, who seemed to follow reluctantly, but his father told him that he could only come out after his brother promised to protect him. When I was 16 years old, I told my brother to go away because he didn't take action. However, I was not in danger later, and my brother even appeared to save me in the desperate desert. Today, I ignored the 17-year brother-sister relationship and said such heartless words. My brother who used to argue with me and called me stupid didn't say a word. How desperate he must be. Bulma suddenly felt that her home was empty, which was different from Ponzi's absence. Father, Mother, I did something wrong. I went to apologize to my brother, please let him come back. I will not go to his practice room or practice ground in the future. It's okay, Bulma. Let's go entertain your friends first. As parents, Drive and Mrs. Brieve are very aware of Ponzi's character and will definitely never come back. Unless that person goes to get a beating, but unfortunately they don't know where that person has gone. On the other side, Ponzi took 8 little ghosts out of Dr. Brief's house, and thought about taking them to teleport to the forest where Tianjin Fan and his friends were taught. Wow, the teacher is so awesome. Where is this place? A group of brats who have never seen the market are talking nonsense. Who is it? Sneaky. Come out. Ponzi heard the familiar voice of Tianjin Fan. This kid has no level of education at all. Ponzi released his breath. Dumpling shouted happily in the distance. Brother, it's the master. The master is back. Master. It's master. Soon, 2 ghostly figures appeared. Ponzi looked at the 2 people who appeared. I will settle here from now on, and you will take care of these 8 little ghosts, and we will practice together in the future. Tianjin Rice and Dumplings said excitedly. Yes. Whether. The other 8 people also answered in unison. Okay, teacher. Chapter 31 Ponzi's Thoughts. Ponzi looked at the happy Tianjin fans and was also affected by their emotions. Yes, I don't have a home, but there are a large group of people who have their own homes, their real homes. It will still be the same from now on, study in the morning and evening, and practice in the afternoon. Dumpling exclaimed. Master, master! I still need to study. Ponzi looked at the distressed Dumpling and said with a smile. Dumpling, where are you now? You haven't learned even 1/10,000th of martial arts. Dumpling, you need to learn more arithmetic, etc., as well as a lot of medical and Taoist scriptures. You will never finish it in a lifetime. After listening to this, Dumpling said discouragedly, Master, since we can't finish learning in a lifetime, why don't we just stop learning? It would be great to be happy like this for the rest of our lives. After hearing Dumpling's sophistry, Ponzi was speechless. He seems to have a point. If you can't finish learning, then you might as well not learn at all. Ponzi shook his head and looked at the dumplings in anticipation. Don't even think about it. You'd better study hard. Master. Ponzi ignored the poor dumplings, found a place, cleared a circle of trees, and set up 10 tents. Of course, he, Tianjin Fan and others can just go out in the open air without a tent. The rest of the daily necessities are stored in the universal capsule, and they can occasionally go to the city for shopping. But this cannot be done with 8 little ghosts whose age is up to 6 years old. After Ponzi cleared the site, he went directly to level a mountain in the distance, used air to flatten a hardened foundation, moved the foundation to the open space, and let the little ghosts build their own tents. Ponzi didn't know what to do next. The apprentice must have been invincible before Vegeta and his friends came, and even if Vegeta came, they would have grown enough to resist or even kill Vegeta and the others. This will make Ponzi distressed, wondering whether he should send Tianjin Fan and the others out. What if Tianjin Fan and the others kill Vegeta directly or prevent Sun Wukong from training? What will the powerful enemy behind Sun Wukong do? Ponzi was also thinking about another question: what would happen if he prevented Sun Wukong from marrying Kikai and instead allowed him to marry Sunno? For Sunno, the ending should be better. At least she won't ban her son from practicing martial arts like Kikai did. Ponzi has never thought about fighting on the front line until now. To be honest, he still doesn't have the confidence to resist the enemies that appear behind him, especially the godlike god of destruction Beerus or the angel Whis. Ponzi has always had one idea: just stick to it. As long as he lives forever and is immortal, he can live as he pleases. Ponzi is now very distressed. Due to his own interference, the combat power of some people was increased in the early stage. Even if he restrained himself, in the face of life and death, they would still break through the restraints and defeat the enemy. However, later on, the physical constitution of the Earthlings would not be able to do anything about it. Quickly increase your strength like a scion to deal with stronger and denser enemies. Ponzi also thought that after Vegeta came out, he would take Tianjin Fan and others to an alien planet to practice, but that would take a long time. And the plot of Demon King Piccolo had not yet happened. This is the trouble that disturbs the plot. If the small world is okay, I can bear it with my own strength, but this big world is a world with chaotic rules. It's really not good. If you are not careful, you will kill yourself. Have no idea. 1 point of combat power and 10 billion points of combat power coexist. The key is that 10 billion points of combat power will destroy the planet that survives with 1 point of combat power. This is impossible even if you think about it. You said it's okay if they occasionally destroy it. The key is that they all keep their eyes on the Earth. Let's give a simple example: if there are 1 or 2 of androids 16, 17, 18, and 19, they won't go to any planet to dominate, but they will play on Earth. The key is to keep an eye on the decent protagonist. Dry. You said that the universe is so big, and Sun Wukong and others have no intention of eliminating evil and promoting good. They just live on the Earth, but all the bad guys want to come to the Earth to play. Isn't this Conan's physique? Wherever they appear, people die. Ponzi was also helpless. You said that in another place, he might be able to practice martial arts leisurely, go about his life peacefully, and find a way to practice immortality. It happened that he was adopted by Dr. Breve's family, who knew so many familiar people and knew the information about Dragon Ball. Anyone who knows the Dragon Balls is not afraid of them. Ponzi himself was reborn as an ordinary Earthling, not a scion, a frozen demon clan, etc. He couldn't even be a salty fish, so he could only resist. Teacher, senior brother, and second senior brother asked me to come over and ask you to have dinner. No, you can eat by yourself while I think about some issues. Okay, teacher. Ponzi continued to think. The current time should be around the time of the Tao Bibai incident. The last time I went to the Cat Immortal, I forgot to ask him if Sun Wukong had gone up there. If so, it should have been more than a month ago, because I didn't feel Sun Wukong's energy. If not, then that's it. We haven't gone to Tao Bibai to chase him yet. After this time, why don't we follow him to see the fortune teller and find a way to get information about hell? Ponzi thought that Bulma and others would follow, so he gave up the idea of following directly. Forget it, I'll continue with my thoughts and keep organizing Chinese culture into a system. Just let the rest happen. I have no way to control it. Anyway, I don't want to be the savior. I just want to gain immortality myself. On the other side, Bulma followed her parents back to the dining room in despair. Yamsha had been looking at the door worriedly. The moment he saw Bulma, he immediately stepped forward. Bulma, are you okay? Bulma threw herself into Yamsha's arms and cried loudly. Wow ow wow! Yamcha, I don't have a brother anymore. My brother doesn't want me anymore. Bulma, where are you and me? I'm here. Besides, Bulma, maybe your brother was confused and couldn't think of running away from home. After a while, he will come back when he calms down. This is the place where he grew up after all. No, he won't come back. Dr. Brive said. I'm sorry, things at home have upset everyone. It's okay. Let's have a good meal. Bulma. You don't have to be sad. Ponzi will always be your brother, and there will be a chance to meet him later. Krillin also said, yes. Bulma, if you are sad, let's go back to Kame Sennin's house to relax. Wolong also said, that's right, you still have so many friends. Your brother is really bad. He even ran away from home even after saying a few words. He is really like a child who has not grown up. What nonsense are you talking about? Oolong loudly retorted to Pool, what? Did I say something wrong? The meal was finished in a rather depressing atmosphere. After Bulma finished eating, she quietly walked to Ponzi's bedroom alone. You leave, and you will never stop me from entering or leaving your room again. But I don't want to enter your room, so come back. Bulma also went to Ponzi's practice room, looking at this house that she had always been curious about but had never entered before, but this time she walked in easily. Look at the obvious sunken ground in the center of the room. Ponzi, do you usually practice here? Why? You can teach students to practice Qigong, but you don't allow me to go in and take a look? Why? Do you keep calling me stupid? Obviously I am a genius girl. Chapter 32 Brother, the Master is Stupid. In the following years, Ponzi asked Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi to lead the 8 junior brothers and sisters to train together. The training content was the same, but the intensity was different. Tuoba reduced the training volume by 1/10 if he did not bear the weight, and Helion and the others reduced the training volume by 9 if they did not bear the weight. 1/3 of the weight. Ponzi himself often stood aside in a daze. Tianjin Rice has a lot of homework and many children can't keep up, so Dumpling takes care of it. After Ponzi adjusted the gravity of the gravity suit to 100 times, he had nothing to do and lay on the tree in a daze. If Wukong has killed Tao Bai Bai Jing, then what's left is to deal with the Red Ribbon Army and find the remaining Dragon Ball, the fortune teller? Ponzi calmly sensed Sun Wukong's position carefully. This time he is going to summon the dragon and resurrect Upa's father. Should I seize this opportunity? Ponzi thought carefully about what other abilities he needed to directly ask Shenlong to grant him through the rules. This determines whether Ponzi will be a good guy or a bad guy. Ponzi strangely whispered to himself, strange, why did Sun Wukong go to Kalin Tower? No. Why would he bring Upa with him? How strange. Sun Wukong, Upa, Yamsha, Krillin, and Oolong. No more Bulma. It seems that Yamsha and Bulma have broken up. Poof. Ponzi suddenly spat. It turned out that Ponzi sensed through his aura that Sun Wukong had taken off his clothes in the street. Maybe it was because he was itchy, so he even scratched the bird with his hands. This brain nerve, hey, it's no one's fault. Ponzi looked at the 10 disciples training in the forest. It seems that they also need to be taught basic common sense and the distinction between right and wrong. The 10 people who were training seriously in the forest suddenly felt cold all over and had a very bad feeling. "Brother, do you think it's strange that the master has come back this time? He often stays alone in the tree, and occasionally talks to himself when he passes by." "Dumpling, don't talk nonsense, the master must be thinking about the problem." "Yes, senior brother." Ponzi's Chi still followed Sun Wukong, and they saw a group of them arriving at the palace gate of the fortune teller. Next, Ponzi watched Wukong and others break through the palace of divination Granny. After Wukong and his party entered the palace, they saw the divination mother-in-law sitting on a ball and wearing a felt hat. Sun Wukong asked rashly, "Excuse me, are you the mother-in-law of Zanpai?" "It's not the sign-posting grandma, it's the divination grandma." Sun Wukong sighed. "What a strange name. This is not my real name, this is my stage name." Ponzi covered his face. If this was captured, it would be the end of the world's savior. Sun Wukong asked the fortune teller to help him find the dragon ball. The fortune teller said she could help him find things, but she would charge a fee of 10 million. After Yam Sha said that they couldn't have that much, Granny fortune teller immediately said that she knew they didn't have that much money, and asked them to follow her in. After arriving at their destination, the fortune teller asked them to go into the palace one by one to fight the warriors she raised. As long as an individual could defeat her 5 warriors, she would help them divine for free. Ponzi didn't sense Yam Sha and Klin's anger at all. After waiting for a while, he gave up and continued to watch the show. Next is their battle. There is nothing to watch at all, but the battle with the devil is still worth watching, even if the subsequent duel with Sun Wuhan is just mediocre. Ponzi jumped down. "Tianjin Rice, come here." "Master." Ponzi asked Tianjin Fan to lead his junior brothers and sisters to study after completing the daily quota training, and then accept the attacks of the 9 of them in turn, fighting each other until they were exhausted. "Master, are you stupid? How can you do this?" Ponzi looked at Dumpling, who was talking so eloquently, and he was so angry that he kicked him directly and flew him away. "Brother, help me, the master is stupid." Ponzi's eyes were like fire, he glared at Tianjin Fan, and said word by word, "Tianjin Fan, can you shoulder the heavy responsibility of training junior brothers and sisters?" "Yes. Yes, master." Ponzi put his hand on Tianjin Fan's shoulder, "Follow me." "Oh. Yes, master." The Tianjin Fan thought that his master Ponzi was taking him somewhere, but his eyes blurred and he couldn't see anything. "Close your eyes, follow my breath, and feel it." Tianjin Fan stood there dumbly, closed his eyes, and felt the huge vitality of his master. "Wait! Master, how strong are you?" Tianjin Fan felt that his master was tens of thousands of times more powerful than him, which made him unable to resist at all, so he was led by Ponzi to sense Sun Wukong. Tianjin Fan felt confused and mentally fluctuated. "Watch carefully. This boy will be the savior of this planet in the future. When he grows up, I will be far behind him." "What? How is it possible? Even the master can't compare to that weak brat." However, out of trust in Pounds, Tianjin Fan still believed Pound's words without hesitation and watched seriously as Sun Wukong was tied into a rice dumpling by the mummy in the venue. Tianjin Fan thought seriously, "If I only have that little power, how should I resist?" Between the tongues of the 2 demons, Sun Wukong is struggling to resist the restraints of the mummy. Suddenly, Sun Wukong looked at the bubbling poisonous water, gave up resisting, and instead jumped a few steps forward. Then he jumped straight off his tongue. During the descent, he bit the bandage with his teeth, and it just landed on the poisonous water without touching it. "Every bit of yourself." Then Sun Wukong clamped the bandages hard with his feet, causing the bandages wrapped around his body to be burned by the poisonous mist floating in the poisonous water. His whole body shook vigorously, and after a while, he continued to jump up again, glaring at the mummy, and broke away from the bandages all over his body. He laughed. Master, this boy has such great fighting instincts. Tianjin Fan, you are a descendant of the Three-Eyed Clan. You think your talent is unparalleled. In fact, that kid's race is one of the most powerful races in our universe. It can even be said to be the most powerful lower race. Master, watch carefully. In the field, Sun Wukong knocked down the mummy with one punch, and then innocently asked the fortune teller if he had won. Master, if the energy is the same, I might not be able to beat him, right? Tianjin Fan, if your strength is not much higher than his, you will not be able to defeat him. He is the most powerful warrior. Master. Ponzi sensed Tianjin Fan's mental fluctuations and angrily said. Tianjin Fans, calm down. Have you forgotten the reason why I told you to practice martial arts? If you keep staring at others, you will never be able to surpass yourself. Yes, Master, I disappoint you. We are constantly going through various trials to be able to continue to grow. You should not mind the temporary gains and losses in the future. Yes, Master. At this time, the dumplings flew back. Brother, Master is stupid for kicking me so far. Weave. It turned out that Ponzi listened to the chattering dumplings and directly used his vitality to seal the movements and mouth of the dumplings, so that he could only freeze in the air, so he made a whining sound from behind. Tianjin Fan relied on his master Ponzi's energy to sense the scene and learned that the kid named Sun Wukong had actually grown up on his own in recent times. I was secretly frightened. This kid can be so strong even when he grows up independently. If he has experienced the training of his master, he might really surpass me. Chapter 33 Grandfather and Grandson Fight. Turtle Immortal heard that the fortune teller actually sent a demon man, and shouted in surprise. What? Send the devil out so soon? Everyone else in the venue hurriedly asked Kame Senin. After all, no one should know his own sister, the fortune teller, better than Kame Senin. In the past, the devil has always been guarding the 5th level. I didn't expect my sister to send him at the 4th level. Yam Sha hurriedly asked, is the devil man very strong? Turtle Immortal said thoughtfully. However, judging from the order of appearance, the 5th gatekeeper should be stronger. Here, Ponzi asked Tianjin Fan to observe carefully. Master? Demons are not strong. Tianjin Fan, it is very interesting to use your own advantages reasonably and its unique tricks. If you can change your own style, it will be of great help to you in the future. Ponzi also thought. If soul-level things such as desires and sins can be integrated into martial arts, it will definitely increase the power of martial arts moves. The more famous one is Yang Guo's ecstasy. Unfortunately, he lives in a place where spiritual energy and materials are scarce. The world, otherwise he might be the proud man of heaven, as well as Zhang Sanfan, Huang Shang and the monk who invented the 9 Yang magic. If they were in this world, it shouldn't be difficult for me to practice immortality. Turning his thoughts around, Ponzi's eyes continued to return to Sun Wukong. In the field, after several people talked nonsense and the divination mother-in-law expressed dissatisfaction with the devil made harsh words, saying that they had drawn too early a conclusion, and the real battle had only begun now, and he wanted to show his true strength. Tianjin Fan, it's very interesting to think about the devil man's moves and movement routes. Yes, Master. After Ponzi finished speaking, he extended his chi to the surroundings and refined his control. Kame Immortal, who was watching the battle from the side, narrowed his eyes. Is it my imagination? I feel something is wrong with the air. It seems to be controlled. During the scene, the devil sneered sinisterly and said that no matter how kind and innocent a person pretends to be, he will definitely have evil thoughts in his heart. Then the devil man closes his fingertips around you, leaving a hollow center in the shape of a triangle. It means that no matter how small the evil heart is, as long as it expands, it will exceed the limit of the body's endurance and cause an explosion. Then the devil man's hands spread apart, and each stretched out 2 fingers to his temples to shine a devil's ray at Sun Wukong. Even the fortune teller stopped the devil, saying that he didn't need to be so ruthless. Unfortunately, Devil Man started activating his skills without saying a word. I saw a clearly visible pink light hitting Sun Wukong in a circle, and then he started laughing. Tianjin Fan looked at Sun Wukong, who was hit, looking left and right in confusion, and curiously asked Devil Man what kind of light that Sun Wukong was. Then do radio gymnastics in front of Devil Man. Tianjin Fan, if you can learn this trick and strengthen it, 99% of the people in this universe will not be able to resist it. Master? This move is nothing. Ponzi said solemnly that this was only ineffective against Sun Wukong, who was the purest warrior who was pure to the extreme. Ponzi watched the battle in the field and kept thinking in his heart. It should be a mental attack. This move is quite useful. If I learn it and my mind enters a calm state, it might be possible for me to easily understand martial arts and practice immortality. So far, Ponzi's martial arts realm has been entirely dependent on reading Chinese culture, achieving superficial understanding, and then automatically possessing the principles and state of mind. It really has little to do with other things. The only breakthrough in state of mind can only be achieved after breaking through. At the 6th level. Tianjin Fan, after watching it, I will explain it to you. The following is very interesting. You can't feel it, but if you can feel this scene, it will be good for you. Yes. Master. On the battlefield, Sun Wukong finally started fighting with his grandfather, Sun Wuhan. The two quickly began to exchange fists and kicks with each other. Not long after Sun Wukong punched, Sun Wukong was caught by Sun Wukong, making Sun Wukong unable to move. After a red-faced fight, the two finally separated from each other. Sun Wukong immediately attacked, and the two of them went back and forth, fighting happily. In the end, Sun Wufan was the better one and gave Sun Wukong a heavy blow first. Then Sun Wukong immediately hit Sun Wukong with a carp thrust. The two of them passed each other, facing each other, and landed on one knee, panting. Rough. After taking a short rest and regaining their breath, the two of them attacked at the same time, punching each other in the air, then landing on the ground and attacking each other with their legs without stopping. Sun Wukong took advantage of Sun Wufan's flaw and kicked Sun Wukong, which was caught by Sun Wuhan, and then he threw Sun Wukong into the air several times. Then Sun Wukong followed closely and kicked Sun Wukong to the ground from the air, smashing the floor. Taking advantage of Sun Wuhan's triumph, Sun Wukong immediately jumped out of the gravel, rushed into the air and kicked Sun Wuhan out. Sun Wuhan, who was unharmed, bounced off the wall and kicked Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong did not dodge or dodge, his anger sank in his dantian, and he stood with his legs in a horse stance, rooted to the ground, and received Sun Wuhan's blow forcefully. The scene fell into silence for a moment. Tianjin Fan sighed. Master, the one named Sun Wukong is stronger than me only in equal combat. Now you understand why I ask you to fight with your junior brothers and sisters every day from now on. Thank you, Master. You brat, you need to train hard. At least before you enter the universe, you must be better than him. What? Master. Ponzi's face darkened. It's nothing, keep watching. Sun Wukong changed his posture, but Sun Wukong made a move that Sun Wukong was familiar with. Sun Wukong took a step forward blankly and looked at Sun Wuhan. Even Turtle Immortal opened his mouth in surprise and exclaimed, "Hey! This is exactly the starting position of turtle-style Qigong." Sun Wukong was so frightened by Sun Wuhan's actions that he stood frozen on the spot. Seeing that the mysterious rabbit-headed figure in front of me was really glowing with qi, he successfully used the turtle-style Qigong. Sun Wukong was surprised and said, "Really?" As a result, Sun Wukong was so surprised that he seemed to have no time to dodge. Sun Wukong's turtle-style qigong also hit Sun Wukong. But he rushed straight into the lake. Only the shadow of Sun Wukong was left in the field. It turns out that Sun Wukong used the afterimage fist to avoid the attack. The cat immortal taught you well. Kame Senin looked at the rabbit-masked man using the Kame-style qigong. He already knew who it was but still found it unbelievable. Sun Wukong, who was in the air, immediately said that he was going to start attacking. Then Sun Wufan and Sun Wukong used turtle-style qigong at the same time, but Sun Wuhan was shocked and forgot to use it. He was hit directly and then bounced away. After Sun Wukong landed, he immediately flew forward and added another blow. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuhan, who fell to the ground, and immediately apologized. "Sorry to come, I have a reason why I have to win." Then he raised his hand to deliver the final blow to the rabbit mask in front of him. Unexpectedly, Rabbit Mask sneered and directly grabbed Sun Wukong's fatal weakness, his tail. Then Sun Wukong looked shaky and panicked for a while before falling to the ground. After Sun Wukong was caught, he regretted and said, "Oops, I was careless." Sun Wufan asked Sun Wukong to admit defeat, and then directly lifted Sun Wukong's tail and threw it to the ground. After Ponzi saw it, he complained silently. "What a retarded situation! You won't die when facing waves. You won't be hurt when you smash it on the ground. If you just fall to the ground like this, the people next to you are still fussing. This is so fake. Those mentally retarded friends don't know what to think. Yes, you should be worried or not, you shouldn't be worried, but you are just fussing outside the court. They are a good atmosphere team, especially stupid Bulma. I should really give her the Best Atmosphere Staff Award." Chapter 34, Shenlong is coming out. The atmosphere team on the side was chatting, but Kame Senin said something unexpectedly. "There's nothing we can do but watch." Yamcha asked in disbelief. "Why?" Turtle Senin said seriously, "Because this is a fateful battle that no one can interfere with. This guy is Sun Wukong's dead grandfather, Sun Wufan." Turtle Immortal's distrust of Bulma and his team just told them that although Sun Wuhan died, if you look closely at the head of the man in the rabbit mask, you can see an angel's halo. In the venue, Sun Wufan and the fortune teller were trying to provoke Sun Wukong with words, trying to get him to surrender. When Ponzi saw this, he didn't feel funny. Not many of these scions are normal, they are all dead-headed. It was just as Ponzi expected, but Sun Wuhan didn't hold back. He still kept lifting Sun Wukong's tail and throwing him to the ground. At this time, Sun Wukong discovered something, and suddenly said to Sun Wukong that Sun Wukong had made many good friends, and his companions were all worried about Sun Wukong. "Master, is it useful to have many companions?" Ponzi said without hesitation, "It's useless." "Oh. But when I observe Sun Wukong, he seems to be rekindling his fighting spirit." Tianjin Fan, you must remember your fighting spirit to learn martial arts, keep your eyes on the goal and work hard, don't be fooled by the scenery on the way, remember your goal, and then fight for it. "Yes." Other Sun Wukong's friends in the field decided to throw white towels to help Sun Wukong but were stopped by Kame Senin. Bulma yelled at Turtle Sento, "I know what you said is right, but how can people continue to see this situation?" Turtle Immortal said with a serious expression, "You think Stone Monkey Wukong will be happy if we surrender on our own initiative for Sun Wukong, don't you?" Ponzi looked at Bulma, who had been yelling throughout the whole scene. "If it were me, you wouldn't be so impatient, right? You treat your new friends so well. Who do you think I am? For their sake, you can leave your parents at home alone, go out alone and play wildly with friends like you, and still worry about others." Tianjin Fan, who was about to be suffocated by the pressure, looked at the constantly fluctuating picture and hurriedly said, "Master." At the same time, Kame Senin and Sun Wuhan in the field immediately realized that something was wrong. The surrounding chi fluctuations are too great. Who can stir up the vitality of heaven and earth on such a large scale? The two of them said at the same time, "Who?" Then they looked at each other and nodded. After waiting for a while, Sun Wufan continued to ravage Sun Wukong. Tianjin Fan, who could no longer feel the oppression, looked at Ponzi and asked again doubtfully, "Master." Tianjin Fan, "Did you see that girl who was yelling in the field?" "I saw it, Master, that weakling, yelling and blabbering in a very annoying way. At first glance, he looks like a big-breasted and brainless guy." "Well, you're right." The Tianjin Fan felt that Ponzi agreed with his point of view. Just as he felt happy, he mentally felt Ponzi's next words. "That's my sister. My adoptive father's biological daughter." Crunch. Tianjin Fan is about to cry but has no tears. "Is there anyone who is out of breath like you?" "Master. It doesn't matter, I also think he has big breasts and no brains." Keep reading. In the field, Sun Wukong continued to beat Sun Wukong, but unexpectedly his tail couldn't bear it and broke directly. "Oops, the tail is broken." Sun Wukong covered his butt with both hands and jumped up and down in the field, shouting pain, pain, pain. Turtle Senen's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Great! In this way, Wukong's weakness will also disappear." Sun Wukong angrily moved forward step by step and prepared to attack. Sun Wuhan put his hands behind his back, waiting for Sun Wukong to approach and surrender directly. Sun Wukong couldn't believe it, and after checking again and again, he realized that the rabbit-headed mask on the opposite side had already given in. Ponzi cancelled his induction of Sun Wukong's air. "Tianjin Fan, go and practice. I will explain to you the terrifying aspects of the devil's tricks later." "Is teacher." Ponzi continued to watch the scene. The warm feeling after the touching meeting between his grandfather and grandson was the moment when Ponzi saw the mysterious power. Ponzilo was sarcastic, "It's a pity that I have lived 2 lives and am 80 years old. I don't know my biological parents or grandfather, and they were all raised by others." Ponzi watched the fortune teller get off the ball under him, and after circling with his hands, it showed that the dragon ball was in the car and moving towards him, and there was still a picture. Feeling confused. "What are you looking at? You can't see anything. How should I steal my lessons? This mysterious power of Nima is too mysterious. Too much exaggeration." Ponzi touched his chin and weighed it carefully. "Forget it. Since so many plots have been changed, I'm not afraid of one more. Maybe UPA can be allowed to practice with them." Ponzi forgot that the UPA clan shouldered the important responsibility of protecting the Kalan Holy Land. Ponzi made up his mind, glanced at the dumpling he had pinned, and let him go. Dumpling backed away cautiously while muttering, "Master is stupid, it's so dangerous." Ponzi looked at Dumpling who was facing him and retreated step by step with black lines on his head, and ignored him. Who knows, after Dumpling retreats a certain distance, he turns around and runs away. "Senior brother, help me. Master is stupid. Come to me quickly. I'm afraid." Tianjin Fan in the distance heard Dumpling's shout, shuddered and immediately jumped into the water as if he didn't hear it. This unlucky kid didn't make himself uncomfortable. Ponzi originally wanted to ignore him, but the unlucky kid kept pushing him further, so he had to confine him again. "I was just about to leave, but something came to my mind." In front of Dumpling, he took out the rabbit head mask and shrank his body. Dumpling watched his master change so much that he burst into tears. Ponzi ignored it and used teleportation. Arrived directly at the venue. Bulma looked at the somewhat familiar figure in front of her in confusion. Clin asked curiously, "Ah, Grandpa Sun Wufan, didn't you go back to Huangchuan? Why are you back again?" "Sun Wukong has already gone to get the last Dragon Ball." Both the fortune teller and the turtle immortal looked at Ponzi, who suddenly appeared with solemn expressions. "Who are you? How did you show up?" Ponzi used chi to make his voice deeper and deeper. Thank you very much for your hard work in helping me collect the Dragon Balls. Now give the Dragon Balls to me. Bulma stepped forward, put one hand on her hip, and pointed one finger at Ponzi. Don't even think about it. We gathered the Dragon Balls together, and we want to save people. Don't even think about snatching them away from us. Ponzi looked at the group of people in front of him. The Dragon Ball belongs to no one in the first place. It is a medium created by the Nameeks relying on the power of the Dragon God they believe in to manipulate the rules of the world. You are looking for it to satisfy your own wishes, and I am looking for it to satisfy you. For your own wishes, aren't you also robbing the Dragon Balls that others have worked so hard to collect? It's all to satisfy your own selfish desires. Where do you have the courage and responsibility to say that I rob them? Bulma was left speechless. Yamcha, who was shaking all over, pointed at Ponzi and said to Bulma. Bulma, this is the person who took away the Dragon Ball wish at Pilaf Castle. Bulma exclaimed. It's you. Yes, some people still remember me. Damn it, you still dare to come? We are all the most powerful martial arts masters here. Ponzi ignored it and instead said to himself. If you use the Dragon Balls so frequently, the power of the gods will weaken, and then the big devil will be released. In the past, because of the indiscriminate use of the Dragon Balls, Wu-Taitu had to use the demon sealing wave, and now it is about to come out. After Ponzi finished speaking, he looked up at a corner of the sky. In an unknown place, a man shrouded in darkness looked back. What a scary person! If the Dragon Balls hadn't been used frequently, I might not have been awakened. This time the dragon is coming out again. The world is facing a catastrophe. I wonder if this mysterious man can deal with the devil. Chapter 35 The Second Wish. Bulma shouted angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? How could Shenlong release the great demon king? Who is Wu-Taitu? I have never heard of it. Everyone else was the same, guarding against Ponzi. But he didn't notice the solemn expressions of the turtle immortal and the fortune teller. Bulma was very proud. The mysterious man was careless and asked you to run away last time. Otherwise, how could you have escaped? This time, the best turtle in the world is here, and you can't do anything. The turtle immortal was sweating coldly as he listened to Bulma's nonsense. I think about it, the aura around the mysterious man in front of me is so vast, isn't it the same aura I felt twice? Why didn't I notice where he was hiding? Even in my sister's territory, my sister didn't notice either. Apart from that, I always feel like I've seen the person in front of me somewhere else. Thinking of this, Turtle Immortal even looked at the fortune teller. Ponzi looked at Turtle Immortal with a half-smile. Kami Zenin, why don't you tell the younger generation about Dragon Ball? Kame Sennin had no choice but to explain to everyone. Actually, I have wanted to tell you the origin of Dragon Ball a long time ago. But this is also a legend. I don't know the specific situation. Legend has it that the 7 Dragon Balls were originally one very large bead a long time ago. Klin asked in confusion, then why are there 7 now? Turtle Immortal spitted and asked Klin angrily, you say it or I say it? Do you want to listen? Yes, yes. Teacher, please continue. Legend, a long time ago. When everyone was honest and upright, the gods gave the dragon beads to humans in order to bless them. Humans built sacred palaces and placed the dragon beads in the sacred palaces. They often worshipped the dragon beads and prayed for peace and health. But among humans, some people began to have evil thoughts in their hearts. So, those humans who had evil thoughts began to secretly use the Dragon Ball to fulfill their wishes for greed. This caused the gods to be angry, and the angry gods divided the Dragon Balls into 7 pieces. And let the Dragon Balls scatter to every corner of the world. Humanity's excessive use of Dragon Balls caused the Dragon Balls to split into 7 pieces. However, greedy humans not only did not know how to reflect on themselves, but began to search for the 7 Dragon Balls all over the world. In fact, some people did gather the 7 Dragon Balls and gained powerful power. But human beings' excessive greed eventually summoned the big devil of the demon world, Big Devil Piccolo. After Big Devil Piccolo appeared, he began to kill wantonly. In the end, my master Wu Tata sealed the big devil and predicted that mankind will once again have too many enemies. Using the Dragon Balls will still provide energy to the great Demon King, allowing him to rebuild the sky. Once again, people will be devastated. Ah! Bulma said innocently, then we will use it one last time and never use it again. After Ponzi asked Turtle Immortal to explain, he no longer planned to listen to what they had to say. Use Chi to imprison them directly. What? Why can't I move? Me too, damn it. Asshole. Help. Asshole, what do you want to do? You know that the big devil will be summoned, but you want to use the Dragon Balls recklessly. Ponzi sneered and said nothing. He remembers that villains die because they talk too much. For the current Dragon Ball plot, he has always been the villain. After Sun Wukong successfully obtains the first planet and returns, directly control him and take away the last Dragon Ball. Ponzi teleported away immediately. Sun Wukong's eyes were about to burst, and he was about to call Somersault Cloud. Bulma stopped him. Wait a minute, Sun Wukong, then, that rabbit monster, him. Bulma, wait until I get the Dragon Ball back. Clint shouted loudly, no, you can't defeat him even if you catch up. He is still shaking. Sun Wukong, the Dragon Ball is already in the other hemisphere, a full 6,000 kilometers away from us. No matter how fast the Somersault Cloud is, it will be too late. What? Bulma shows them the Dragon Ball radar. Sun Wukong ignored it and directly took the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma and jumped onto the Somersault Cloud. It's a pity that on this side, as soon as Ponzi arrived, he began to summon the dragon. He firmly remembered the wise saying that villains die from talking too much, losing in battles since ancient times, and ink marks are failures. Sun Wukong went to chase Ponzi, while the others continued to wait where they were. The fortune teller said, I can't figure out the man wearing the rabbit mask, but there is a 3-eyed man and a little dwarf who are his apprentices, but in the end. So that's it? Colin asked in confusion, what? What did you say, mother-in-law? Nothing, that boy Sun Wukong will save the world in the end. Turtle Senin repeated, Wukong will save the world in the end. The fortune teller said thoughtfully, it will definitely come true. This premonition has always been floating in my heart. The rest of the people were shocked. It was a pity that they had no use using the Dragon Ball this time. Upa seemed to have lost his soul at the scene. Come out. Shenlong. Come out and fulfill my wish. Are you the one who summoned me? Tell me your wish, and I will fulfill it no matter what it is. Give me the smartest brain in the universe. After waiting for 30 seconds, Shenlong said hesitantly. Change it. I can't achieve this. Ponzi secretly complained, it is indeed a useless dragon. Then you let me have all the knowledge of the earth from ancient times to the present and in the future. Another long 30 seconds. Change it. I can't achieve this. Oh my god, I can't stand this anymore. Nothing can be achieved, I want it. What's the use of this useless dragon? I have it, so what about this change? I'm still uneasy, I'm still melancholy. Ponzi said without interest, then you let me become the smartest person on earth. This wish is very simple. I have fulfilled it for you. So. Goodbye. Sure enough, Ponzi felt his mind clear for a while. After Ponzi sensed Qi, he teleported to the vicinity of Tianjin. On the other side, Sun Wukong was sitting on the Somersault Cloud. He looked at the signal that suddenly disappeared and swayed in confusion. Why is it broken again? Immediately turn around the Somersault Cloud. Bulma. Bulma. The Dragon Ball radar is broken again. Fix it quickly and I will continue to chase it. Bulma took the Dragon Ball radar and played with it for a while, then said. There is no way. It's not that the Dragon Ball radar is broken, it's that the Dragon Ball has been used and turned into an ordinary stone. There is no way to find it. Sun Wukong looked at Bulma with a look of reluctance, and said to UPA with guilt. I'm sorry, UPA. It's all my fault. UPA's tears fell one by one like golden beans. Everyone expressed their condolences. Turtle Senin said that he could take UPA to practice together, but UPA refused. UPA said that he was the guardian of Kallen and could not leave for too long. Since his father could not come back, he had to go back and protect Kallen Tower. There was no other way. Everyone looked at UPA, who looked determined and had no choice but to let Sun Wukong use Somersault Cloud to send him back. After returning, Sun Wukong learned that Yam Sha also worshipped Turtle Immortal as his teacher. Sun Wukong had just said happily that everyone could practice together in the future. Turtle Immortal said. Chapter 36 Ponzi's Helplessness. Except for you, Goku. Why? Wukong, your Kung Fu is already very strong. If you still want to become stronger, you are actually wasting your time by staying under my disciple to practice. You should go to more different places and learn from them. Evolution, the world is vast, there may be many more exciting things waiting for you, and you have infinite unknown possibilities. After you become stronger, come back and surprise us. After Kamizenran said this, he was still thinking proudly that he had said something philosophical. Sun Wukong immediately said. Although I don't understand it, it's interesting, so I'll give it a try. Then, he told them that due to the increasing number of people participating in the martial arts tournament, the time has been changed to once every 3 years, and the next one will be the 22nd World's #1 martial arts tournament. After Ponzi went back, he looked at Tianjin Fan hiding in the water. Come out, Tianjin Rice. By the way, the ban on dumplings was lifted. You two come with me. Wait until the 2 apprentices came to a towering tree and stood obediently. Tianjin Rice, what do you think? Dumpling looked at his senior brother in confusion, and then at his master. These 2 faggots must be hiding something from me. Master, you must have an unwavering goal in your practice and not be fooled by the scenery along the way. The standard of practice should be to exceed your own limits. Ponzi looked at the resolute face of his apprentice in front of him, nodding with satisfaction. Any more? Master. Fighting is different from practicing. Fighting requires a quick mind to use all weapons, terrain, environment, and own conditions that are beneficial to oneself to quickly defeat the opponent. You must not be careless and talk nonsense to give the enemy an opportunity. Very good. Tianjin Rice, dumplings, and one more thing you must remember, you must be on the right when facing waves. Since ancient times, you have lost on the left when facing waves, except for that pig Dinah. Yes, Master. Dumpling asked curiously, why? Master, and what kind of pig is Dinah? Idiot Dumpling, just do whatever I ask you to do. Have you learned multiplication and division within 100? Dumpling was shocked and said, oh. Yes, I have almost learned it. I can calculate very quickly. What is 98*35? As soon as Ponzi finished speaking, Dumpling said, Master is equal to 65. What? Dumpling asked proudly, Master, am I a fast mathematician? Ponzi looked at the sky speechlessly. The smartest brain teaches the dumbest brain. Which one will win? Please ask netizens from the past life for advice online. It's urgent. Tianjin Fan, go and let Twabadian Sing teach Dumpling how to learn. Yes. Dumpling retorted loudly, Master, I don't want it. I don't want that kid Twabadian Lien to teach me. Ponzi sneered and said, then you have to pass him in the exam. Twaba Lightning is the youngest child, only over 3 years old, but he is the smartest one. Ponzi ignored Dumpling's whining and begging for mercy, but continued to say to Tianjin Fan, what did you learn from the devil's trick? Tianjin Fan blinked his 3 eyes and said sheepishly, Master, I'm sorry, I didn't see how powerful that was. Ponzi sighed. Master, I'm sorry for embarrassing you. Ponzi didn't say anything. And he knew that the Tianjin fans were not to blame for this incident. Who said Chinese culture is broad and profound? There are 27 human emotions: admiration, adoration, appreciation, entertainment, anxiety, awe, embarrassment, boredom, calmness, confusion, desire, disgust, empathy, pain, fascination, jealousy, excitement, fear, hate, fun, happiness. There are so many: nostalgia, romance, sadness, satisfaction, sexual desire, sympathy, and contentment. But to sum it up, it can be summarized by the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The 7 emotions and 6 desires are a psychological reaction. The 7 emotions refer to joy, anger, worry, thinking, sadness, fear, surprise, and emotions. Manifestations or psychological activities. The 6 desires refer to the physiological needs or desires of a person's eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. Whether it is the 27 emotions I mentioned earlier or the 7 emotions and 6 desires I summarized later, they are all radiated by the soul or spirit of the human body. So far, these factors have not been found in the body. Ponzi looked at the thoughtful Tianjin Fan with satisfaction. This disciple's understanding is indeed very good. Following the teacher in this life, not to mention eternal life, at least he will end up with a good beginning and a good end. Then he accidentally caught a glimpse of Dumpling sleeping beside him, and became furious. Use force and cough twice. Dumpling immediately showed concern for Ponzi. Master, are you feeling uncomfortable in your throat? Do you want some water? Ponzi. Then why don't you go get me some water? Oh, I'll go right away. As soon as Dumpling heard the master asking him to pour water, he immediately got up and ran away. Pouring water is definitely more fun than attending class. Ponzi said to Tianjin Fan, who was interrupted from thinking, these 7 emotions are all manifestations of the soul or spirit. Excessive excitement of these 7 emotions may lead to imbalance of yin and yang, poor qi and blood, and various diseases. What is thought-provoking is that desire is not the case. In other words, we usually say that sexual life is not included, which will affect physical diseases. Of the 7 emotions, Tianjin Fan, think about it. For example, if you are a person who is often prone to anger, what will happen if someone invents a light that can directly arouse your anger, or even make your anger expand all the time? Tianjin Fan asked doubtfully, become a giant. Goddamn giant, it's still green. Idiot, your body must not be able to bear it and it will explode. Yes. Master, you are right. Tianjin Fan, what if you can use this as a basis to create a 7 emotions and 6 desires boxing or a 7 emotions and 6 desires light that you can control? Ponzi looked at Tianjin Fa expectantly, hoping that his answer would satisfy him. He certainly lived up to Ponzi's expectations. Master, then the person who is hit will have 1 less emotion. Ponzi fell to the ground with a bang. God damn, I lost 1 emotion. Master. Don't help me, let me slow down, otherwise I will be pissed to death by your brothers sooner or later. Ponzi stopped Tianjin Fan's movement. Tianjin Fans, you have to understand that excessive imbalance or long-term imbalance will cause people to suffer from diseases. Slight imbalance or short-term imbalance will make people break through the upper limit. Extreme imbalance or long-term imbalance will make you explode. Tianjin Rice's eyes are slightly bright. Master, you mean that if this skill is developed by us, we can be invincible? No, it's not invincible. Extremely powerful people can restrain this emotional imbalance, or people with pure minds will not be affected by these emotions, because one of them is extremely in control of their own body, and the other is just because they don't know how to do it. It has its own subjective bias, so it will not be affected, but other people, no matter who they are, will be affected. But, Master, such a boxing technique doesn't exist. Ponzi did not answer. You go and continue to exercise. I'm just telling you these things and planting seeds in your heart. You don't have to think about it now. Your vitality is still weak. The most important thing is to improve your own energy instead of thinking about this move. This move, it cannot be studied overnight. Yes. Ponzi looked at Tianjin Fan, who was a little excited and could only say, Tianjin Fan, if your energy reaches 5,000, I will tell you to teleport. No matter who you are looking for in the future, you can rush there instantly. Tianjin Rice made me excited all of a sudden. Yes, Master, I will soon reach 5,000 Qi in cultivation. Yet. Come on. Ponzi said nothing more. He had to throw out this bait, otherwise he might really waste a lot of time studying the 7 emotions and 6 desires boxing. The title of the most creative martial arts inventor in Dragon Ball is not earned for nothing. When it comes to moves, Tianjin Fan invented most of them. Chapter 37, The Road to Cultivation. Tianjin Fan led his junior brothers and sisters to practice in the deep forest, while reciting in unison. Gondui Lichhen goes left, Sunken Jenkin turns right. The innate 8 trigrams from 1 to 8 contain the secrets of the 64 hexagrams. The mountains and rivers are high and the mountains and rivers are too high to be concealed. Water needs to rain from the sky, the emperor's saliva quarrels with lawsuits. The water flowing underground is like a teacher, the water and the earth are competing with each other. The wind blows and the small animals in the sky return, the swamps in the world are like walking on ice. The earth descends and the sky rises and connects with each other, the heaven and the earth are in opposition to each other. The world is hot and doujinshi, the fire is bright in the sky. The mountains above the ground are humble and the peaks are suppressed, the thunder above and below are full of vitality. The younger sister follows her brother when she is on the mountain, and the wind blows at the foot of the mountain to remove the poisonous insects. There is marsh underground to observe on the shore, the wind blows on the earth to observe the people's sentiments. If you play with thunder under the fire, you will be eaten, if you play with thunder under the mountain, the fire will be the icing on the cake. Mountains are higher than the earth and are easily eroded, underground thunder causes yin and yang to return. Be careful of the thunder in the sky to avoid undue disaster, the sun under the mountain raises big livestock. There is Lei Yi at home at the foot of the mountain, there is nothing wrong with Zi Yanfan. The mountains and rivers are prosperous, the thunder and wind bring prosperity and long-term prosperity. The child in Tian Shan escaped like a fairy, the thunder was so powerful in the sky. If the fire is strong, the fortune will be prosperous, if the land is covered by the fire, the light will be bright. Sisters of wind and fire are a family, fire and Z cannot bear the glare of anger. Waters and mountains are heavy and there is no way out, lightning strikes and water dissolves the crisis. Crossing the swamp at the foot of the mountain damages the water and soil, the wind helps the thunder to gain momentum. Zi Tianzu is broken like a jade chip, the female queen comes under the dry wind. Under the lake, the earth has gathered into a lake, underground, there is wind and hot air rising. When the water falls into the water, it becomes invisible, when the wind comes out of the water, it becomes a well. The intersection of fire and water creates a drama of change, the wind blows under the fire and the furnace is prosperous. The strong wind blows the mountain higher and higher, the thunderous father strikes the lake and wants to return to his sister. The year of good harvest is marked by thunder and fire, the army travels on Mount Huazao. The wind blows the mist on the water surface, the upper water and the lower swamp must be conserved. The wind blows and the Shun trusts Zongfu, the thunder hits the mountain peaks and makes a small mistake. Boiling it under water and fire will help, heating it up over fire and under water will not help. At this point, all the hexagram names have been completed, and the names of the symbols must be remembered. What is recited is the 64 Xiang names of Fuxi Bagua. And it is also the introductory song of the Book of Changes. Ponzi also gradually sank into his own training. His training was neither hasty nor slow, and was far less thrilling than Tianjin Fan's moves. Ponzi also wants to upgrade his realm to the late 6th level in these 3 years. At that time, it is estimated that his combat power should be 50 million, and his lifespan should reach 800 years. Originally, Ponzi had no hope of achieving it in 3 years, but after using the Dragon Balls to make a wish to obtain the strongest brain, he is now fully confident. Wukong also bid farewell to Kame Senin and Bulma, and the others began to move forward on foot in accordance with Kame Senin's request. Yamcha and Krillin also followed the provoked Kame Senin and ran back to Kame Senin's house on foot. If Ponzi knew about it, he would definitely lament that there is a bug in this world, so squeezing the body does not damage their potential at all. He would not do this to his disciples. He would take medicinal baths every day, practice for half a day, and spend the rest of the time learning cultural knowledge. Don't be afraid of gangsters knowing martial arts, just be afraid of gangsters being educated. If you learn mathematics, physics, and chemistry well, you will not be afraid of traveling all over the world. These are all words of wisdom. On the way to practice, Sun Wukong saved a girl Xiao Qiao who was about to be eaten by a tiger, and then learned that their village was being harmed by bad guys like Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, who also took away the only food they had left, and they were nearby. Droughts are still happening. Those bad guys come to the village every month and snatch away their vegetables and fruits, and occasionally call them by name. If the bad guys call a name and the person who is called does not answer immediately, he will be sucked into the gourd, and then the bones and flesh will be melted into wine. Sun Wukong entered the village, and in order to help the baby, he stood up and killed the golden horn and the silver horn in 3 strokes. Then after punishing them for working for the village, Sun Wukong continues on his way. On the way, Sun Wukong also carried a big stone on his back to climb the mountain in the rain, stood on his head and walked on 2 fingers, and kept heading south. Fighting with Chen Dequan in Tokyo. Chen Dequan was lying on the bed because of his injury and explained to Sun Wukong Chen's Xingji Quan's unique trick Huan Xing Chuan. Although the light of the stars cannot be seen, the stars are indeed there. When he was stopped by his son, he told his son that martial arts is something that cannot be understood by just relying on the mind. You must reach a certain state in order to understand it. The result was that after some challenges and considerations, Sun Wukong replaced Chen Dequan in the competition in front of the king. However, Chen Xiaochuan put laxatives in Sun Wukong's meal because he wanted to participate in the competition in place of his father. When Sun Wukong replaced Chen Dequan in the competition, he suddenly had diarrhea. After being stopped, he was attacked by Tianlong non-stop, causing him to defecate in his pants. Sun Wukong was extremely angry. "You really hit me? Do you know you made me poop in my pants?" Then after Tianlong was punched down by the extremely angry Sun Wukong immediately disappeared and hurried to find the toilet. In this way, Sun Wukong experienced many interesting things along the way. On the other side, Klin and Yamcha also started to practice more rigorously under the guidance of Kame Senin. It is still the same, making money and practicing at the same time. I also want to make money while playing. Sun Wukong began to enter the demon world. At the beginning, he blocked the machete of Gora, the strongest man in the demon world, and then stopped it by Myra, who was standing aside. Myra, who learned that Sun Wukong was going to the demon world to find Azura, actually offered to take Sun Wukong to see Azura. Ponzi, who was meditating, sensed something. Did Sun Wukong go to the devil world? I'm going to have some fun too. Ponzi moved instantly and came to Sun Wukong's side. Wow! Gora immediately attacked Ponzi, but Ponzi blocked it with a finger, but he did not move at all. Long time no see, Sun Wukong. Wow! Are you Bulma's brother, Ponzi? Yes, you are still so naive, Sun Wukong. Ponzi, what are you doing here? Ponzi looked at Sun Wukong, smiled, and asked Myra beside him. Beautiful Miss Myra, I also want to visit the demon world. Can I go with Sun Wukong? Myra was stunned and said expressionlessly. Aren't you afraid of death? Of course I'm afraid, Miss Myra, I haven't lived enough yet. But I haven't seen the person who wants to kill me yet. Then you all come with me. After saying this, Myra turned around and led the way. Sun Wukong looked at Ponzi and asked curiously. Ponzi, I'm going to save Princess Mesa, what are you going to do? Practice. Sun Wukong grinned and said happily to Ponzi. That's it, I really want to fight you once. If there is a chance, we will definitely have a chance to fight against each other later. Yeah. That's great. Mila's cold voice sounded. Are you going or not? Ah. Here we come. Ponzi shrugged and followed calmly. The two followed Myra to the wedding venue of Azura and Mesa. Sun Wukong took the lead and was laughed at by the crowd. Little Luoluo on the side explained that it might be because Mila was dissatisfied with their usual behavior in going to the devil world. As a result, Sun Wukong actually killed all the demonic creatures in the competition ring. When Wukong was innocently talking nonsense, he was directly kicked off the ring by Azura. Wukong immediately got up. Damn it, you didn't notify me. Azura turned around, sat cross-legged with his feet off the ground and said calmly. I just informed you. He was neatly dealt with by Azura. However, Sun Wukong used turtle-style Qigong, and Azura was directly knocked away because he was plotted by Myra's darts and was afraid of light. Sun Wukong successfully escaped with Maisha under Myra's reminder. Mesa reminded, Wukong, don't forget to draw your sword when you go out. Chapter 38 A Very Weak Demon World. Sun Wukong turned around with Miss Mesa, one of his harem members, on his back and looked at Myra and Gora curiously. Why are you helping me? Myra laughed and said, I'm not doing you any favors. I have my own reasons. They were about to continue talking when a large group of demons came behind them. Myra hurriedly said, Okay, there's no time. Goodbye. Draw your sword immediately when you get out. Sun Wukong and the two left immediately. Myra looked at Sun Wukong leaving. Sun Wukong, we will meet one day. I hope that day won't be too long. Several of them had forgotten that Ponzi came with them. Ponzi floated quietly above his head, blocking all his breath. Look below. A group of demons prepared to rush out, but Gora and Myra refused to leave without a pass. Asshole, we are following Lord Azura's orders. Gora shouted angrily, clenched his right fist on his chest and said. No one can give orders. You are not allowed to go out without a pass. These are the rules of the heaven and demon worlds. Azura said slowly from behind, it seems that it is indeed your conspiracy. Lord Azura. Don't be afraid, just go. Ponzi knew it was time to come out. I didn't expect the demon world to be so lively. It's so beautiful. Kid. Oh? Azura? The most powerful person in the demon world. Ponzi suddenly disappeared, and with a punch, Azura was knocked away without any time to react. Looking at the charging demon, Ponzi flicked his dust-free clothes with his equipment. Outside, Sun Wukong also pulled out his sword. As soon as he pulled it out, he immediately realized that he had forgotten that Ponzi was still inside. Sun Wukong said to the king and villagers outside, I have a companion inside, and I want to rescue him. After saying that, he rushed into the gate of the demon world. Myra saw the closed door and said to Azura. From now on, the only one who can enter and exit this place is Death, who has the key to me. Azura got up and clenched his fists. That brat was tricked by him. And who are you? Ponzi looked at the angry Azura. Me? I am your ancestor. Good, you pissed me off completely. Really? If you're not angry, I'm not interested yet. Ponzi looked at the demons surrounding him and said calmly, "Let's clean up the maggots first and then play." After Ponzi finished speaking, a circle of light appeared on his right hand. Then it expanded rapidly, and soon spread to 10 kilometers. Except for Azura, Gora, and Mela, no other demons were left. Sun Wukong, who had just jumped in, opened his hands wide and shouted, "Wow! So awesome!" "Sure enough, Ponzi, you are so awesome." Ponzi looked at Sun Wukong, who jumped in with astonishment. "Wukong? Didn't you leave? Why did you come back?" Sun Wukong pulled out his golden cudgel and got into a fighting posture. "Ponzi, you haven't come out yet. I originally planned to come in to save you, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Ponzi, let's get out quickly after we defeat Azura." Ponzi felt a flash of emotion and guilt in his heart. "I didn't expect that you would consider me a friend." "Okay. Then let's get rid of Azura as soon as possible and then go back." Myra looked at Sun Wukong and Ponzi, who came back. "Are you stupid? Why don't you leave? Now only the God of Death holds the key to the door of the demon realm. But you can't see the God of Death. You can only die trapped in the demon realm." Ponzi looked at Myra, who was speaking, and then at Azura. "Azura, are you sure you want to continue fighting with me? You arrogant fellow, I will show you how foolish it is to anger Azura." Ponzi curled his lips. "You still can't deal with this guy Wukong, let me do it." As soon as Ponzi finished speaking, the man was already standing in front of Azura. "To be honest, you are not worthy of the name Azura at all. You are too weak, weaker than an ant. Even with my current strength, I am not worthy of standing in front of Azura. What's more, a waste like you dares to use such a great name." Azura was just aroused to anger again when Ponzi punched him into the wall quickly. "Asshole!" After saying that, he quickly attacked Ponzi. This world is really full of loopholes. It's boring that such a powerful task doesn't involve waves but punches and kicks. Just as he thought of this, Qi began to fluctuate in the circles on Azura's right hand, causing the Qi to attack in a wave shape. Ponzi crossed his thumbs and bent them inward. Secret formation, Imperial decree. Ponzi's whole body was visibly glowing with golden light, and then they all gathered in front of him. Soon a Fuxi Bagua array appeared, directly blocking Azura's attack. Sun Wukong looked on and drooled. "Amazing." Mila and Gora also looked at Ponzi in disbelief. Gora said to Myra, "Myra, did you see that? That guy actually blocked Master Azura's wave fist attack." Myra looked at the field worriedly and said angrily, "I'm not blind, so you don't need to explain." Ashura in the field was also in disbelief. "What, you hateful guy!" Ponzi changed his stance quickly, crossing the fingers of both hands again, this time with all the thumbs outside. "Everything is secret, edict." The golden Bagua array in front of Ponzi suddenly spread and disappeared from the middle, leaving only a circle of golden thread, which was then directly thrown onto Azura, who was caught off guard, tying him tightly. Ponzi looked at Azura, who couldn't get away no matter what, and curled his lips in boredom. So weak. Ponzi didn't reflect on how strong he was at all. In his opinion, people in China could only show so much combat effectiveness after decades and hundreds of years of practice. "I shouldn't be particularly scary." He forgot that this world was different from his previous life. The Qi in this world was a very scary thing, and he himself had at least tens of millions. Don't think it's not much, you have to know that Kame Senin can smash the full moon with just over 100. Think about the concept of 1000 combat power. Tianjin can easily destroy the Azura in front of him without any effort. With your little strength, it's better not to call yourself Azura. In that case. Myra next to her hurriedly said. "This lord. Can you please let Master Azura go? He has not done anything heinous or bad. He is very good to the servants below." Ponzi ignored it and looked at Sun Wukong instead. Wukong, what do you think? Do you want to spare the life of this guy with the mountain on his forehead? Myra immediately turned around and began begging Sun Wukong to let Azura go. Ponzi, forget it. He is not heinous. Let's find a way out quickly. Ponzi said. Good luck to you. Then he said to Sun Wukong. Wukong, let me take you out. Then he directly wrapped Sun Wukong with his own energy, and appeared outside the gate of the demon world and the human world in an instant. Wow! Come out, Ponzi, you are so awesome. The king, who had not yet left, and the others were surprised to see the little hero appear. Ponzi. As soon as Ponzi came out, he put down Sun Wukong and left. I thought there was some powerful person in it, but it turned out to be useless. It should just be a little god who manages the earth. Azura is certainly considered a super master on earth, where the general gun-wielding power is only 5 points, but for pounds, he is still too weak. He himself went into the demon world not to fight, but just to gain experience. He tried to see if there was anything that could increase his realm. Unfortunately, after Ponzi went in and sensed it, he found that the so-called devil realm was very small, with a radius of about 10 million kilometers. Looking at the appearance of Myra and Gora, the demon realm should also be able to wait in the heaven realm. But this earth also has demons, hells, immortals, gods, etc. Chapter 39 The 220 World's #1 Martial Arts Conference. Forget it, why bother with all this? I'm not here to fight, I must be sick. I practice martial arts in order to live forever, and I practice the methods of this world in order not to be easily killed. After muttering, Ponzi continued to read his book. Ponzi directly borrowed many things from the cultural knowledge of his previous life and used them directly. He needed to create his own way of martial arts, such as his own 6th level realm. No one in Chinese history has really achieved it, at most one person. Legend has it that Peng Xiu lived for 800 years. The dumplings came over and said, Master, I still don't understand the 9-character secret, and I can't release the secret technique. Those who are facing a battle will march forward in formation is called the 9-character mantra, also known as the Liujia secret blessing. When you enter a famous mountain, you should use armor to mark the day. Hang 5-color silk ribbons of 5 inches each on a big stone. You will get what you ask for. It is also said that when you enter the mountain, you should know the secret blessing of Liujia. The blessing says, those who are facing a battle should all march forward in formation. The 9 words should always be used as a secret blessing, and everything should be avoided. This is what you need to know and don't bother. The mantra is composed of the 9 characters Lin Bing Dojo all array line in front. When performing the technique, chant these 9 words, and at the same time draw a total of 9 straight lines, 5 horizontally and 4 vertically, in the air, and then use the corresponding 9 secrets, assisted by hand techniques to complete the corresponding combat needs. To achieve success, you must see it with your eyes, your mouth, your heart, your mind, your spirit, and your spirit. Dumpling, don't be impatient, straighten your tongue first, speak each word quickly and clearly, and be able to draw the 5 horizontal lines and 4 vertical lines while reading, and then slowly learn the following content. Ponzi looked at the leaving dumplings and continued to practice with his eyes closed. Ponzi, who was counting the days, called 10 brothers from Tianjin. The youngest among you is 6 years old. The foundation has been laid and you are ready to go out and explore. Master! Master! Teacher! Ponzi said helplessly, I'm always here, and I usually won't leave. Even if I leave, it's only for a short time. After you go out and wander around, just come back when you're tired or whatever. To practice martial arts, you have to go out and explore the world to see how beautiful the outside world is. Good. When everyone heard what Ponzi said, they became happy. Tianjin Rice. Master. 5 years ago, Kame Senin and I made an agreement that my disciples would definitely defeat his disciples. Tianjin Fan said seriously. Yes, Master, I will defeat Kame Senin's disciples. His disciples are the same group of people I let you experience last time. Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Yam Sha. Is teacher. They are all rare good warriors on earth in the future. You will use the divine will skill I taught you at the world's best martial arts conference to interfere with the order of draws, etc., so that they can avoid facing you in the early stage, and at least ensure that they enter the top 32 strong. Don't damage their self-confidence too much. I understand, Master. Ponzi took out 10 pieces of uniform clothing. These 10 pieces of clothing are all improved versions of gravity clothing. Among you, Tianjin rice and dumpling are 20 times gravity respectively, Tuba Guangfeng and Helian Han Miai are 10 times gravity, Tuba Heavy Rain and Helian Chunlin are 8 times gravity, Tuba Storm and Helian Chunlin are 8 times gravity, Laming and Helian Xiaozu have 4 times the gravity, Tuba Lightning and Helian Kaihuju have 2 times the gravity. Except for Tianjin rice and dumplings, which can increase the gravity according to the situation, you can't. You are still growing. It's too high. The gravity will keep you from growing taller. Do you understand? Everyone said in unison, I understand. Also, you cannot cancel the gravity of the gravity suit until you are in a truly desperate situation. You must wear and use it all the time. Yes, Master. Is teacher. Go ahead, there is still half a year left. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling will each take their 4 junior brothers or junior sisters to set off. The world's best martial arts conference will be held on Papaya Island in the sea. Tianjin Fan, I ask you to defeat Sun Wukong with the same strength as Sun Wukong. Can you do it yourself? Tianjin Fan calmly answered yes. Ponzi stood on the top of the tree, watching the people retreating. Anyone here is invincible. Everyone is at least a second-level warrior. Can they not be invincible? The fighting power of Sun Wukong and others is up to 70 points compared to Kame Senin. Sun Wukong should be between 73 to 75, Krillin is around 50, and Yam Sha is around 48. For Tianjin fans, the difficulty is not to maintain the fighting power of Sun Wukong. Defeating Sun Wukong is how to ensure that he has the same fighting power as Sun Wukong. He is too strong now, with at least 30,000 combat power, stronger than Vegeta. Sun Wukong rescued a fox named Jinji on the way to the world's greatest conference. With Jinji's help, he arrived at the airport smoothly, only to find that both of them were paupers. Jinji originally wanted to steal 2 rich people's tickets, but he didn't want to bump into the police. Jinji was worried about being discovered, so he had no choice but to hand it over to the police. The two returned to the city and planned to find a way to get 30,000 yuan. Ponzi felt it with his breath and sighed. Forget it, if it doesn't work, just go and help him. Besides, have you forgotten your somersault cloud, idiot? Telling you not to use it in practice doesn't mean you can't use it. Ponzi was just about to withdraw his breath sensing. Oh? Grandma fortune teller. There's something good to watch. Then Ponzi watched Jinji pay for the previous things and then be arrested as a robber. After communicating with the police, the mother-in-law, etc., the fortune-telling mother-in-law helped Sun Wukong point out the escape route of the robber. Sun Wukong helped the police catch the real robber and rescued Jinji. Then, under the instructions of the fortune-teller, Sun Wukong prepared to swim across the sea. Ponzi covered his face and sighed, do you know the direction after swimming in the sea for a long time? Forget it, let's wait and see again in half a day. Ponzi sensed the 10 brothers and sisters of Tianjin Fan and Dumpling Masters who had already gathered together. He nodded happily. Forget it. There's nothing to do at home, I'll go take a look too. Ponzi stood up and dusted the non-existent dust on his butt. Whoosh! It has appeared around Tianjin rice. Master. Dumpling looked at the Tianjin rice saying. Brother, what are you talking about? Where is the master? Tianjin Fan turned his head in confusion, looked around, and even opened the window to look around. Nothing. Maybe I feel wrong. Ponzi, who was hiding aside, was happy again. Very good, not slacking off at all, still working hard. Seeing the 10 Tianjin fans who had signed up, Ponzi lay leisurely in the sky and watched the Crane Immortal and 2 new disciples he didn't know to show off his power to the Turtle Immortal. He also said that the disciples of Turtle Senin were in the limelight in the last martial arts tournament because the martial arts tournament declined, and his disciples will be the champions this time. Then he walked away proudly. Just when Pool was about to transform into Sun Wukong to help register, Sun Wukong also happened to run over. This idiot really came here. Then they went to have a dinner together that Kamizenjin couldn't afford, and played cards for a while. Then they went to bed separately. Is the martial arts conference tomorrow? Really, boring. Sun Wukong, when will you grow up? Chapter 40 The Best Martial Arts Conference in the World, 1. In the competition venue, due to Tianjin fans' intervention, Ponzi's 10 apprentices, Sun Wukong, Jackie Chan disguised as Kame Senin, Krillin, Yamsha, and 2 disciples of Hezanin all successfully advanced to the top 32. At this point, Tianjin fans no longer interfere with the results of the lottery, and there is no way to interfere. After all, it is based on the numbers. So far, Twibaliming and Helian Chunlin were unlucky to have failed in Tianjin rice and dumplings, and missed the top 16. Yam Sha met the grumpy guy Twiba Burmese and ended the battle in 1 minute. Twiba Lightning met Kame Senin, but due to double gravity, he unfortunately lost to Jackie Chan played by Kame Senin. Helian Hanmei directly knocked He Xianren's disciple out of the ring. So far, the top 16 have been released, including the 7 disciples of Sun Wukong, Jackie Chan, Wukong, and Krillin, and the second disciple of Crane Senin. He Xianren looked at the majestic Tianjin rice and dumplings, and his teeth itched with hatred. It has been 5 years since the 2 of them rebelled against Xianren. In the venue, the host repeatedly introduced the rules of the competition. Welcome everyone to participate in the 22nd World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament. The competition will now begin in 4 sub-rings, with 2 games in each ring. Please compare the numbers you drew with the battle table, and gather next to the assigned ring. In this competition, contestants compete one-on-one in the ring. Those who fall off the ring, become unconscious, or admit defeat will be considered losers. In addition, the use of weapons is prohibited. There is no time limit in this competition, and you can keep fighting until you are separated. Until negative 16 people began to prepare for the game separately. Okay, bad luck this time. Tianjin Fan vs Helian Xiaozu. Dumpling vs Helian Hanmei. Jackie Chan vs Helian Kaihuju. Twiba Guangfeng faced off against He Xianren's second disciple. Twiba Heavy Rain vs Tiger Man. Sun Wukong vs the Ape Man. Krillin vs former sumo champion. Werewolf vs Mr. Afro Puff. Soon the top 8 were announced, namely, Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Jackie Chan, Twiba Guangfeng, Twiba Heavy Rain, Sun Wukong, Klin, and the Werewolf. He Xianren reprimanded his apprentice Bloody. Assholes! You are really worthless and you can't beat the 3 worthless men under Kame Senin, and you can't beat 2 traitors. Crane Immortal's apprentice still wants to argue. Master, they are too strong. You bastard, how can you be strong? You can't stand up to that kind of trash. What's the use? Just go and die. Crane Immortal actually killed 2 of his apprentices in front of everyone. Really trash. We He Xian Liu don't care for trash. The melon-eating crowd on the side. So cruel. Very scary. How despicable. So heartless. He Xianren snorted coldly and walked straight to the corner without leaving. Ponzi saw this. Oh! Is this waste ready to kill Tianjin Rice with his own hands? I wonder if you will be shocked when you see Tianjin Fan's strength later, and then run away. Time passed, and soon it was time for the top 4 competition. This was also a game that the audience could watch. The host introduced enthusiastically on the stage. Welcome to the 22nd World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament. After fierce battles, the top 8 players have been decided. The battle situation between these 8 players is: Player Chen Long vs Player Werewolf. Players from Tianjin Fan vs players from Twiba Heavy Rain. Dumpling player vs Clin player. Sun Wukong player vs Twiba Guangfeng player. The next first battle is between Jackie Chan and the Werewolf player. Jackie Chan is the champion of the 21st World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament. The Werewolf player turns out to be a person who can transform into a human when he sees the moon. He has a very troublesome physique. Rare human race. In the field, Jackie Chan and the wolf started to fight after briefly chatting for a few words. Suddenly, Clin turned his head and saw Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Twiba Heavy Rain and Twiba Guangfeng flying out of thin air to watch the battle. Wukong, look at them, they are actually. After Sun Wukong saw it, he sighed. It turns out they can too. Hey? Who else would? It's Ponzi. Bulma's very powerful brother. Ah? Ponzi, do you think Ponzi can do it too? Yes. Did I go to the demon realm with him? Krillin thought silently, didn't Bulma say that her brother used a product he invented to fly in the air? Yamcha said the same thing. Be sure to ask later. At the same time, Twiba Rainstorm, who was watching the battle, asked Tianjin Fan. Elder brother, those 2 brats over there are discussing the teacher. Are they the disciples of Kame Sennin that the teacher mentioned? Tianjin Fan scolded, Heavy Rain, watch the game carefully, these game styles can benefit you. Yes, senior brother. No, Wukong, you said you have been to the demon realm? What demon realm? Sun Wukong answered innocently. It's the devil's world. It's behind a door. Ponzi can take me and appear directly outside the door. Clin thought for a while, feeling that the nervous Sun Wukong would not get any results from asking, so he gave up. Wukong, they wear exactly the same clothes. It feels like they are training under the same teacher. Wukong nodded solemnly. Yet, they are very strong. I really look forward to playing against them. The Tianjin Fan on the side nodded inconspicuously. Are you looking forward to it? I'm also looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to Sun Wukong, whom even the master admires so much. What are your abilities? And you said you can fight alongside me. Poor our confident Tianjin Fan will never know now that it is not Sun Wukong fighting side by side with him, but him fighting side by side with Sun Wukong. Of course this matter is at least 10 years away. Jackie Chan and the wolf were already fighting each other on the field. The man-wolf angrily swung out his claws to attack Jackie Chan, but he deftly dodged it, and then turned over to the man-wolf's back. He also said strangely, "It's strange, I really don't remember what I did 3 years ago." The human wolf was furious, "Are you still trying to show off to me?" Jackie Chan nonchalantly said a few things were not true, but instead angered the wolf. "Since you can't remember it, I'll tell you the truth. 3 years ago, you were here and broke the full moon. Since then, there has been no full moon. It's a pity that I never saw the full moon again, and never transformed into a human again, you tell me." Then the human wolf clenched his hands, veins popped out, and opened his bloody mouth. "It's all because of you. I can't transform into a human in my life. It's all because of you." The whole place fell silent. Then, the huge human wolf covered his face with his right hand and cried bitterly, then looked up to the sky and roared in grievance. No girl cares about me anymore. You know? I'm in so much pain. I want to avenge the moon you killed." After Jackie Chan knew the cause and effect, he could only express regret and defeated him easily. The most terrifying enemy in this world is not the person who regards you as the enemy, but the person who ignores you and can easily crush you. Jackie Chan easily defeated the wolf and successfully advanced to the top 4. Feeling guilty, Jackie Chan used the golden binding technique to immobilize the human wolf, then asked the bald Clin to turn his back to Clin, and made the wolf stare at the back of Clin's head. Then Jackie Chan opened his hands wide, and the cells in his palms moved slightly, hypnotizing the human wolf. Make the wolf believe that the back of Krillin's head is the moon, and that it is a full moon. The man-wolf screamed a few times and then transformed into a human. The whole place was silent, and the wolf also realized that he had transformed into a human. He danced happily, then shed tears of gratitude to Jackie Chan and left happily. Next up is Tianjin Fan vs Twiba Heavy Rain. Chapter 41 The Best Martial Arts Conference in the World, 2. The referee climbed onto the competition ring very dedicatedly. Ladies and gentlemen, before the lively atmosphere of the conference cools down, let's quickly start the second match. Tianjin fans will face off against Twiba Heavy Rain players. Ponzi looked at Jackie Chan at the end. Kami Zenran, this old pervert, is quite capable. Turtle-style Qigong, residual image boxing, multiple residual image boxing, drunken fist, hypnosis, shocking palm of all nations, golden binding, magic sealing wave, sensing breath, and mind reading. It's a pity that he is too lustful, otherwise his combat power might reach tens of thousands. Take a look at the Heavy Rain in Tianjin. He directly used the universal star chasing technique to fly out. Although Twiba Heavy Rain knew that he could not defeat his senior brother, he still gritted his teeth and used the universal star chasing technique to follow him out. Outside the court, He Xianren, who was watching the battle quietly, suddenly gritted his teeth and looked at the Tianjin rice that came out. Damn it, my Wukongshu, damn Tianjin fan, secretly learned my martial arts and then betrayed me, I must kill you. Tianjin rice is also a place where he looks at He Xianren thoughtfully. Twiba Heavy Rain bowed, senior brother, junior brother has begun. Let's start. The referee who was off the field took the microphone and exclaimed. It turns out that contestants from Tianjin Fan and contestants from Twiba Heavy Rain are brothers in the same discipline. Twiba Heavy Rain started a series of fast attacks without saying a word. Various skills they have never seen before are displayed in the eyes of the audience. Jackie Chan, Krillin, and Wukong who were watching the battle backstage were all surprised and their jaws dropped to the ground. Grandpa, they are so powerful. Yes. Gaku. I'm really looking forward to playing against them. In the field, the Heavy Rain quickly fell into a disadvantage and had to distance itself. Brother, be careful. Don't worry and attack us. I saw Twiba Ba Rain constantly making seals with his hands and muttering words. The energy of heaven and earth is the root of all energy. I have cultivated extensively for thousands of kalpas and proved my magical power. Within and outside the universe, only Tao is supreme. There is golden light in my body, which reflects my body. Out of sight, out of hearing. It encompasses heaven and earth and nourishes all living beings. If you recite and uphold it thousands of times, your body will be filled with light. All races in the starry sky, spirits from all directions. All the gods pay homage and control the thunder. Ghosts and demons are frightened, and spirits have lost their form. There is a thunderbolt inside, and the name of the thunder god is hidden. The wisdom of the cave is clear, and the 5 energies are soaring. The golden light appears quickly and covers my body. The light of heaven, the light of earth, the light of sun, moon, and stars, the great ordinary light, the light shines in all directions. I serve the Lord of the Qi sect as urgently as the law dictates. Surprisingly, it was Ponzi who adapted the Taoist Supreme Divine Mantra from his previous life, the Golden Light Divine Mantra. The spell has just fallen and the seal has been completed. The energy all over Bau suddenly rose into the sky, shining vividly throughout his body. Rainstorm, Your speed is too slow. If you do this, the enemy will have killed you long ago. After you return to the mountain, train harder. Yes. Senior brother. After Tianjin Fan scolded him, Fa Yang began to use his 4 demon bodies. Quickly attack the heavy rain. Ponzi, who was invisible in the sky, nodded with satisfaction. It's a bit like a senior brother. Little did he know that the Tianjin Fan below was muttering. Damn it! All junior brothers and sisters can use the master's unique martial arts, but I can't learn it. Then snap twice and quickly attack heavy rain. You must know that they all wear gravity suits and adjust gravity while fighting. Tianjin Fan does not have much advantage except for his skills and improvisation. Sun Wukong looked at it. Wow! It's so awesome! His Ironran broke into a cold sweat. Damn it, why has his strength increased so much? I feel like I can't beat him. A fierce battle was still going on in the field. Brother, be careful! Rainstorm suddenly stretched out a 30 centimeters long lightsaber from the fingers of both hands. 9 yin white bone claws. Damn it! Everyone in the field looked at it and exclaimed, and the referee stuttered and said, weapons are not allowed during the competition. Rainstorm turned around and roared at the referee. Idiot, do you think I have a weapon? This. Tianjin Fan seized the opportunity and dodged immediately, stepped forward and struck with an elbow. Idiot, you are distracted during the battle. What do you usually practice? You will accept your punishment when you go back. Heavy Rain immediately endured the abdominal pain and got up. Yes, senior brother. Tianjin Fan was ready to continue fighting, but the Heavy Rain came forward. Off the court, Clin was sweating. These people are so perverted. Fortunately, I met a dwarf. Maybe he doesn't have much strength. Clin glanced at Dumpling, and Dumpling felt something. He also glanced at Clin, who was so frightened that he immediately leaned on the wall to watch the game. Rainstorm gasped, Senior brother, this is my last move. Heavy Rain puts his hands on his waist and crosses them in front of his chest to gather energy. Then he stretches his hands to both sides and concentrates the energy on his right hand. He stretches his hands forward and then pulls them apart to both sides. The same white visible light appears, and then Heavy Rain's left hand is flat. Hold it in front of your chest, placing your right elbow on the tip of your left hand. Shout out shamefully, right hand light. If there were people on earth, they would definitely scold Ponzi as a shameless thief who stole Tiga's skills. Ponzi also has a reason. How can you say stealing when it comes to scholars? It's just taking. Tianjin Fan also watched Heavy Rain carefully. He would not be careless in any battle. This was thanks to the sneak attack on him by his master and 9 junior brothers and sisters, even though Dumpling was obviously stronger. Tianjin Fan formed his hands into a triangle, then bent his fingers and a spherical flash bomb appeared in his palm. Tianjin Rice gradually widens the distance between fingers. Element devouring ball. Heavy Rain found out and exclaimed not good, but it was still a step too late. Tianjin Fan seized the opportunity and cracked this trick. Rainstorm gasped and admitted defeat. The referees were stunned. Tianjin Fan asked the referee, aren't you going to start declaring victory or defeat? Outside the court, Wukong, Krillin, and Qingli all looked solemn. So strong. The referee only came to his senses after being scolded by Tianjin Fan and climbed onto the ring in embarrassment. The Tuba Heavy Rain player gave up. The Tianjin Fan player won the second game, and then the third game was played, with the Clin player facing off against the Dumpling player. Player Clin looked at the dumplings that also flew out with a solemn expression. Hey, are you from the same sect? Dumpling looked at the impolite Clin and didn't answer him. Instead, he kept sticking out his tongue at him. Little dwarf. Little bald, moon-headed. Colin was provoked by the dumplings and became furious. He immediately attacked without waiting for the referee to finish his sentence. The referee hurriedly ran off the field to avoid being hurt. Hey! Both contestants, please follow the instructions. It's a pity that the two people on the field didn't pay attention at all. Clin just inputted the dumplings, but unfortunately he was as fierce as a tiger, and his record was 0-15. No, the operation was as fierce as a tiger, and when I looked at the output, it was 0. All were avoided by the dumplings. Little dwarf, you are so weak. Your movements are so slow, your strength is so weak, and your footwork is so chaotic. Damn it, you are the dwarf yourself. Dumpling stuck out his tongue. Clin looked across the way in a cold sweat. If I had known better, I would have gone and seen how he fought. Dumpling suddenly attacked quickly, and Clin was beaten at a loss. Dumpling's every move was clearly seen, but he was beaten without any backhand. During the battle, Clin seized the opportunity and punched Dumpling. Except for being hit at the beginning, he was dexterously dodged in the back. But in the end, he was forced to use universe-chasing star to fly in the sky. Bulma exclaimed outside the field, that person is parked in the air, like a helicopter. The rest of the audience also exclaimed. Jackie Chan, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, said seriously with cold sweat. Chapter 42 The #1 Martial Arts Conference in the World, 3. That's right, that's the unique skill of the Crane Senryu, the Wukong technique. Twiba Rainstorm, who was on the other side, said coldly. Old man, don't pretend to understand. That's not Crane Senryu or Bird Senryu. It's our sex unique skill. Sun Wukong said angrily to Twiba Heavy Rain. Shut up, don't call me old guy, call me grandpa. Tianjin Fan snorted and flew in front of Jackie Chan, landing on his feet. Bowed deeply. Old sir, I'm sorry. It was me who indulged my junior brother and allowed him to verbally attack you. I will make amends to you on behalf of my junior brother. Senior brother. Tianjin Fan shouted angrily, shut up, why don't you come over and apologize to the old gentleman? Where did you learn about benevolence, justice, propriety, wisdom, and trust? Guangfeng and Yu immediately came over to apologize. Jackie Chan immediately said it didn't matter and joked that he was an old thing. The old gentleman is joking. The energy in your body is quite large and you are extremely strong. The rest of the people stood aside politely, and even the hot-tempered Rainstorm didn't dare to show any abnormality. Ponzi saw all this in his eyes and expressed his relief. Jackie Chan's eyes narrowed. So strong. I'm not an opponent. Look at the seemingly stalemate game on the field. Tianjin Fan said. Old sir, what we use is not the unique skill of Hezen Ryu, but the universal star chasing technique taught by the master. World Star Chasing Technique. World Star Chasing Technique. They are Monkey King and Jackie Chan respectively. Yes, the Universal Star Chaser is a flying technique invented by my master that can be used in space. Turtle Immortal was so frightened that he staggered. 2. Space. Sun Wukong asked in confusion, Space, what is that? I'm ashamed. This junior is not strong enough to go into space, so I don't know. Dumpling and Clin confront each other in the field. The referee looked up at the dumplings walking in the air. It's incredible. The dumpling contestants can fly freely in the air. Dumpling stood in the air, extending his index finger on his right hand. Try to hide. I'm going to start attacking you. After saying that, light appeared between Dumpling's fingers. When Sun Wukong saw it, he exclaimed, Dong Dongbo. Dong Dongbo, Clin, be careful, Dong Dongbo is very powerful. Tianjin Fan interrupted, no, that's not Dong Dong Wave. It's still a Yangtze that's 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than Dong Dong Wave. Soon, Clin was exhausted by Dumpling's finger, and was kicked out of the field by Dumpling. The referee climbed out onto the stage, still sighing. It's so amazing. The dumpling contestant can actually fly in the sky. It's so amazing. Hey! Referee, can you declare victory? Ah! Yes, yes, this game was won by the dumpling player, and he successfully entered the semi-finals. Congratulations to the dumpling player. Next, let's move on to the final match of the top 4, with Sun Wukong competing against Tuiba Guangfeng. Jackie Chan looked at the unknown person in the field who had won 2 games. Tianjin Fan looked at Tuiba Guangfeng who was already on the stage and said, "Change it to 11. Then concentrate on it. The strong wind." "Yes, senior brother." Tuiba Guangfeng adjusted the buttons inside his clothes. Jackie Chan was shocked. What? The boy's aura suddenly became weak. What happened? Tuiba Guangfeng also came on stage and took a good pose. In the backcourt, Turtle Immortal asked hesitantly, "Boy, what is that?" "Don't mind, Kame Senin. That's just a trivial skill. I'm here to keep an appointment." "Ah? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?" "Kame Zenran, I followed my master's arrangement to attend the appointment with you, but I didn't expect that your disciple would be so weak." "I'm Jackie Chan, young man, you got the wrong person." "Maybe. But it doesn't matter, do you know Kame Senin?" "What?" Tianjin Fan looked at the 2 people in the field who were concentrating on each other. "Our master doesn't have one. If the master comes and sees this scene, he will definitely be very happy." "Hateful. Your disciple is very weak. If it weren't for the master's request, your disciple wouldn't even be able to beat Tuiba Lightning, our youngest junior disciple." Jackie Chan, played by Kame Senin, has his feet on the ground and his fists clenched at his waist. "Hateful." Ponzi looked at Tianjin Fan and couldn't help showing off, and he didn't blame too much in his heart. The first reason is because he said it to Turtle Immortal quietly, and the second reason is that after all, moderately indulging one's desires can reduce the pressure when they practice. Sun Wukong disappeared in a blink of an eye. Tuiba Guangfeng seemed to be surprised by Sun Wukong, and he stood still without moving. "Damn it, 11 times the gravity is still too forced, so even if the kid's actions are seen, the body will not be able to react." That being the case, Helian Guangfeng, who was in the field, suddenly pinched an inexplicable orchid finger, bringing luck to his whole body. 4 body punches. 4 identical Tuiba Guangfeng appeared in the field at the same time. Oh! Did that boy from Tianjin Fan even give them the 4 body punch? Sun Wukong, who was running rapidly, was also surprised to stop. "Hey! Is this the residual image fist of Grandpa Kame Zenran?" "No, it's the 4 body boxing that my senior brother taught me. Every one of them is true. You have to be careful. I saw 4 people squatting down at the same time, but instead of attacking, they made all kinds of weird movements." After image punch, there were 12 strong winds in the field. Then they immediately surrounded Sun Wukong. Unfortunately, if it were a strong wind with 10 times gravity, it might still be able to beat Sun Wukong, but Tuiba Guangfeng, who was suddenly asked to increase to 11 times the gravity, was far unable to keep up with Sun Wukong's speed, even if there were 12 of them. Then Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to kick Guangfeng far into the sky, and then jumped into the sky himself. However, Tuiba Guangfeng used the universal star chasing technique to move directly over, and Sun Wukong could only flutter left and right in the air and fall onto the ordinary ring. The referee once again raised one hand in front of his forehead to block the sun, looked up above his head, and held the microphone in one hand. "It's amazing. Tuiba players can actually fly into the air, as if they all can fly into the air." Tuiba Guangfeng looked at Sun Wukong who landed on the ground. "Hateful. There is no way to defeat him with 11 times the gravity. No, if I have the same strength as him, there is no way to defeat him. He is so strong. As if he is as strong as his senior brother." The Tuiba strong wind in the sky descended. Sun Wukong also bared his teeth. Damn it, if he keeps flying in the air, there's no way I can defeat him. If only I could fly too. Guang Feng's right hand suddenly glowed like a dumpling, but it did not attack Sun Wukong. Instead, it drew 5 horizontal and 4 vertical lines of light in front of him and stagnated in the air. On the other hand, he muttered something. When you enter a famous mountain, use a jiazi to mark the day, hang 5 color silk ribbons 5 inches each on a big stone, and you will get what you want. It is also said that when you enter the mountain, you should know the secret blessing of Liujia. Zhu said, those who are facing a battle should march forward in formation. Every 9 characters should always be blessed secretly, and everything should be avoided. The important thing is not to be troubled, this is what we call it. While doing this, he kept making gestures with his hands. After stretching his hands forward for several complex mudras, the fingers of his fingers were crossed inward, and the middle joints of his hands were outward. Secret formation, imperial decree. After the golden light was visible all over Guangfeng's body, all the light was concentrated in front of him, and soon a Fuxi Bagua array appeared. Unlike Ponzi's use, Guangfeng did not amplify it, but instead let the entire array wrap around him. This was mainly because it consumed less energy. He is not as powerful as Ponzi. Sun Wukong stopped preparing to attack. I'm very familiar with you. I've seen you before. Bang Feng looked at the cute Sun Wukong. Don't be ridiculous, how could you have seen my 9-character secret method of airbending? Sun Wukong suddenly seemed to remember something. Ah! Do you have a man named Ponzi? He can do it too. He also used to turn the golden circle into a circle to bind the demon Azura. Bulma outside the court heard Sun Wukong talking about Ponzi and immediately became anxious. Chapter 43 Fighting for the Top 2, 1. Bulma immediately wanted to climb over the wall and stepped forward to ask. Oolong grabbed her immediately. Bulma, don't be impulsive. We are still competing. You can say hello to Goku after he comes down. Bulma was eventually persuaded to calm down. He put his hands on his hips and stopped talking, watching the competition on the field. Backstage, Jackie Chan, transformed by Turtle Immortal, heard that Sun Wukong had actually been to the demon world and met Azura. He has actually been to the demon world and met Azura. As a result, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling ignored him. After being embarrassed for a while, they looked at the game as if nothing had happened. Damn it, you don't even pay attention to the old man, it's rude. Asshole, you can't call our sect leader by his name directly, damn rude boy. Kuang Feng once again made a hand seal and recited a spell. Honorable heavenly thunder, dragons and tigers are fighting, the sun and moon are illuminating, and they illuminate me clearly. Friends who are far away, take my orders, and transfer the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, the earthly soldiers and the ground, the divine soldiers and divine generals, the officers and soldiers, the 5 thunder divine generals. When the talisman arrives, it will work, and it will be as urgent as the law and order. I saw that Guangfeng, who was protected by the Tai Chi Bagua diagram, was suddenly wearing armor, holding a spear in his hand, and stepping on heavenly boots. Bulma saw this. Referee, he committed a foul and used a weapon. Helian Hanmei, who had already appeared, looked at Bulma coldly and said nothing. It was precisely because of that shrewd woman over there that his teacher and brothers and sisters came out to live outside, although their strength also increased greatly. It seems that you have forgotten everything. There are so many of us and you don't recognize any of them. What do you want to do with the teacher? Do you want him to pay you money? Yes, they were only 8 children at that time. In addition, they had practiced and polished their bodies day and night in the past 3 years, and they had changed drastically. Bulma really didn't recognize them. Ponzi looked at the ground in the air with a complicated expression. The referee on the field also hesitated. You said he used weapons. He does have weapons, but if you say he doesn't, he really doesn't use weapons. Sun Wukong continues to prepare for battle. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. In the field, there was another fight between dragons and tigers. Because he was protected by Tai Chi Bagua diagram and divine armor, Kuang Feng focused on attacking Sun Wukong regardless of defense. Since Sun Wukong had no weapons, he was timid when fighting. At the same time, the strong wind could not keep up with Sun Wukong's pace due to the pressure of gravity. Moreover, Kuang Feng was continuously consumed by two major moves. Soon Kuang Feng had to stand on the ring and even cancelled the formation. Tianjin Fan looked at it and shook his head. Senior brother, junior brother Kuang Feng is confused and timid before fighting. He shouldn't have used the formation secret at the beginning. He has won by using the formation secret or both. Yes, even if part of his strength is suddenly suppressed, he is still far superior to Sun Wukong. It's a pity that he himself messed up and Sun Wukong is innocent and brave. Yes. So, the master said that we will fight with him. No. Tianjin Fan said solemnly. Master said that he is stronger than us, but he is so weak only because he has an unreliable and ignorant teacher. Yes, he is so strong even when he is practicing blindly outside. Who knows how much stronger he will be than us when he trains with us. When Jackie Chan heard this, he roared at them. What nonsense are you two brats talking about? Why are you so weak because you have an unreliable and ignorant teacher? Let's see if you can beat him. Dumplings flew in front of Jackie Chan, curiously looking at his angry look. Dumpling, don't touch it. Dumplings had no choice but to fly back. Senior brother, let's talk about that loser came immortal and why that old gentleman named Jackie Chan is so angry. Ponzi burst into laughter in the air. No, I have to hold it back. I have received special training, unless I really can't hold it back. You have no strength anymore. It's my turn. Kuang Feng looked at the triumphant Sun Wukong and was so angry that he reached into his clothes. When Tianjin Fan met, he didn't care to argue with Gaixianren. Bang Feng, no, have you forgotten the master's request? Have you remembered the purpose of coming out? What are you going to do? Kuang Feng had no choice but to put down his hands and clenched his fists. Be calm in every big event. Be calm in every big event. Be calm in every big event. Kuang Feng finally calmed down and looked at Sun Wukong calmly. Come on. Sun Wukong. Ah. Sun Wukong looked at Tuba Kuang Feng who suddenly calmed down. Attack immediately. The referee off the court stammered, it's so shocking. Man. The battle between the two players was so fast that we couldn't see clearly, but from the howling wind and rolling gravel around us, we can know how fierce this battle was. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Kuang Feng was knocked to the ground. His speed is too fast, and I don't have enough energy to restrain him with Jimmy, but I should be able to slow down his movements. Thinking of this, Kuang Feng immediately used the star chasing technique again. Sun Wukong could only stand where he was. Repeat the operation just now, except the last mantra and mudra are different. Kuang Feng crossed his fingers with his joints exposed and shouted. Everything is secret, edict. A golden thread appeared directly from Kuang Feng's body and rushed straight towards Sun Wukong. Although Sun Wukong is naive, his natural fighting ability is unmatched by anyone. Jumping left and right, but the tricks invented by Ponzi were so easy to dodge, and he was surrounded by golden light soon. Sun Wukong thought he would be restrained like Azura, and was trying to break free, but found that he could still move normally. Ah! Why doesn't his work? Kuang Feng landed panting. Sure enough, my combat experience is far inferior to that of my senior brother. They must have seen it early. No wonder my senior brother suddenly asked me to participate in the competition with 11 times gravity. It is indeed the case. Kuang Feng looked at the contestant area, then looked at Sun Wukong who was still wondering why he wasn't trapped. Just bully him forward and attack quickly. This time Sun Wukong was a little slower. Damn it, that aperture isn't restricting my movements. It's slowing down my speed. I have to break free. The two of them fought each other in the air and passed each other. The wind was as strong as an ox's breath. Damn it, I'm about to run out of energy, and I still have to resist 11 times the gravity of my body. Good luck, boy. Sun Wukong had just assumed a posture to continue fighting when he suddenly covered his stomach. I'm so hungry. When Jackie Chan saw the people watching the battle backstage, they were immediately shocked and said, "Oops, Goku is hungry. Senior brother, junior brother is out of breath. He is about to give in. Yet. But it's enough for now. That kid is not bad, but he still needs to practice hard." Sun Wukong covered his stomach and still screamed. The wind stood up. "Referee, I surrender." Everyone in the audience was shocked. No matter how you look at it, Guangfeng has a high winning rate. What an amazing warrior! If you trained under a teacher, you might be stronger than senior brother Tianjin Fan. Referee. I admit defeat. It's time for you to go on stage and announce the result. After finishing speaking, Tornado left the warrior backstage. The referee climbed onto the stage in shock and looked at Sun Wukong, who was still unaware. Now, the one who advances is our Monkey King player. Then, the top 4 are formed, and they are Tianjin Fan, Jackie Chan, Dumpling, and Sun Wukong. The next top 2 competitions are Tianjin Fan vs Jackie Chan, Dumpling vs Sun Wukong. Taking advantage of the continued rise atmosphere, the next thing we will start is the competition for the top 2, and now we will start the first group. Tianjin Fans will face established players. Please wait and see. Jackie Chan walked to the side of the ring with a heavy face. What amazing young people, are they all trained by Ponzi? I can't stand it anymore. Definitely lost this time. Chapter 44 Tianjin Fan vs Jackie Chan. Tianjin Fan flew out with an indifferent expression. Before the referee got down, he started yelling again. Tianjin Rice contestants, are you from the same sect? Can you all fly? Tianjin Fan looked at the referee and bowed slightly. Yes, the others wearing the same clothes are my junior brothers and disciples. We all come from Chi Buddhism, and we are taught by the same teacher. Our ability to fly is just the use of Chi. Excuse me, please, is your sect still recruiting people? Sorry, no comment. Hurry up and start shouting. Oh. Only then did the referee react. The competition for the top 2 of the 22nd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference has officially begun. As soon as the referee finished speaking, he ran away. Now, we can see that the 2 players competing in the field are Tianjin Fan and Jackie Chan. They are too fast and the host cannot see clearly. You can watch for yourselves. I won't commentate, just feel free to express yourself. However, everyone can look forward to who will win the title of number 1 in the world. Referee, please stop making noise and watch the game in peace. Oh. Jackie Chan, your movements, ventilation, and footwork are all very strong. It's a pity that you are not my target and can't have a hearty fight. Young people, don't underestimate the elderly. Tianjin Fan looked at Jackie Chan, who was facing a formidable enemy, shrugged and said nothing. Start attacking directly. Jackie Chan soon realized something was wrong. No, this kid is different from the rest of them. If Tianjin Fans knew about it, they would definitely scold Jackie Chan. Nonsense, I haven't even practiced martial arts, and I haven't learned many of the master's special skills. At this time, Jackie Chan is still stronger than Sun Wukong, but his strength is limited. Tianjin Fa adjusted his gravity multiplier to 21 times before stopping fighting. I want to see what amazing abilities you have. Young man, don't be so hasty and learn to cultivate yourself. Sun Wukong, who was watching the battle in the background, looked at the 2 people confronting each other in the field. Outside, Krillin said to Bulma with a relaxed look. Don't worry, Grandpa Jackie Chan will definitely defeat Tianjin Fan easily. There is no way that Tianjin Fan can defeat Grandpa. Really? But I think they all seem serious. Don't worry, I am Clin who has been training under teacher Wu Tian for 5 years. I can still tell my strength. Sun Wukong looked at the ring with a solemn expression. The man named Tianjin Fan is not ordinary strong. I will not be surprised if Jackie Chan is defeated. Ah! Sun Wukong was surprised and said, weak, weak. In the field, even though Tianjin Fan's momentum weakened, Jackie Chan still did not choose to attack first. Want to go on the defensive? Then I'll attack. Tianjin Fan made consecutive left and right punches, but Jackie Chan dodged them. Then he switched offense and defense. Jackie Chan's left and right uppercuts and kicks were also deftly dodged by Tianjin Fan. Without paying attention, Tianjin Fan was grabbed by Jackie Chan's left foot while he was squatting down, and he lifted it up and threw it into the sky. As a result, Tianjin Fan directly used the universal star chasing technique to slowly land back to the venue. Okay, Jackie Chan, the warm-up is over. In the field, no one could find Tianjin Fan. But Jackie Chan jumped to avoid Tianjin Fan's attack on the lower plate. Then the two jumped towards each other at the same time, exchanged more than 70 moves in the air and then landed. Off the field, things suddenly became intense. Wow! That's amazing! Very scary! How handsome! After confronting each other for a while, Jackie Chan said, "This time it's me who attacks." He sprinted forward and shouted loudly to boost his momentum. On the way, he directly used his afterimage fist. Everyone watched helplessly as 3 Jackie Chans appeared, 6 Jackie Chans appeared, and 12 Jackie Chans appeared, circling around the Tianjin rice, and soon formed an afterimage. He was punched and kicked by Tianjin Fan and was eaten by Tianjin Fan. Unfortunately, Tianjin Fan has 3 eyes and quickly found Jackie Chan's true form. He hit Jackie Chan directly with a flying kick and kicked him into the wall. After Jackie Chan got up, he stared at Tianjin rice. "I see, I really have 2 brushes. It seems that I can't do it unless I show my true skills." After saying that, he took off his clothes and threw them into the sky. Tianjin Fan directly used a quick attack to attack Jackie Chan, but Jackie Chan successfully caught it and sent a backhand punch directly into the sky. Soon, the two of them were bruised and bruised. In the sky, Ponzi watched Tianjin Fan fight with Jackie Chan under temporary adjustment to 21 times gravity. It seems that Tianjin Fan has not slacked off on himself in the past 6 months, and it is still useful for him to lead him to a strong person who knows a lot. Come on, Tianjin fans, I hope you can change your own destiny under my banner. He Xianren, who was watching the battle on the sidelines, was sweating profusely. Damn it, how could he become so strong? What happened? The crane immortal slowly backed away. Damn it, I'm going to stab my brother Tao Bibai and kill them. Ponzi looked at the fleeing Hexian and curled his lips in disdain without making any move. This bad old man will be dealt with by Tianjin Fan later. The people watching the battle did not dare to show their anger, as the battle gradually became more intense. Seeing that Tianjin Fan really had no choice, he jumped high and kicked Jackie Chan. But Jackie Chan grabbed him with both hands, and the scene was momentarily deadlocked. Tianjin Fan has more combat experience than anyone else. He directly stepped on the other foot and kicked Jackie Chan away, so that Jackie Chan could not fall down. Get up quickly, Tianjin Fan has already arrived in front of Jackie Chan. The edge of the ring is 60 centimeters behind Jackie Chan. I won. After Tianjin Fan finished speaking, he grabbed Jackie Chan's armpits with both hands and tried to push Jackie Chan down. Jackie Chan grabbed Tianjin Fan's arm with his backhand, and the two wrestled on the edge of the ring. Look at my special move. Armpit pressure technique. However, Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth and slowly pushed him to the edge. Just when Jackie Chan's feet were hanging in the air, the scene became tense again. Tianjin Fan had no choice but to use a lose-lose strategy and use his own head to knock Jackie Chan's head hard. Jackie Chan was so anxious that he bent down and picked up Tianjin Fan. Then he lowered his strength and used a move similar to a carp kicking, and the two of them flew to the center of the ring at the same time. Seeing that Tianjin Fan had no choice, he had no choice but to use the Sun Fist, and then the scene exploded, and the blinding light shone on the entire audience. Tianjin Fan then quickly attacked Jackie Chan, trying to knock him out directly. After Jackie Chan got up, he sprayed. Sun Fist, you actually kicked me. Are you a professional in electrical welding? You have this technology, why don't you do work related to solar power generation and come to fight? Young people don't respect martial ethics. They come to sneak attack and deceive. A 69-year-old veteran comrade, is this okay? This is not good. I advise you, this young man, to reflect carefully and don't do this again in the future. It's a mistake. Martial arts must value peace and respect martial ethics. Therefore, if the world is sinister, without respect for martial ethics, if you don't have the strength, you will need mouse tail juice. Please reflect on it. Tianjin fans were frightened by the sudden outbreak of Turtle Immortal. Isn't this going to make me nervous? Ponzi in the sky has a black line on his face. Didn't Kame Immortal also cross over from the earth to the earth? Knows so many jokes. Immediately afterwards, Jackie Chan, played by Kame Senin, had to prepare to speak. Tianjin Fan quickly bullied him and attacked him. After Ponzi watched for a while, he closed his eyes and lay horizontally in the sky. Sure enough, after Tianjin Fan surprised Jackie Chan by using Chigi Pai Qigong. Jackie Chan muttered something, then put his hands behind his back and jumped off the ring to admit defeat. Sure enough, the old pervert is worthy of his reputation as a master, and he has a very good ability to identify people. The whole audience was stunned and had no idea why Jackie Chan had to admit defeat. Tianjin Fan looked at Jackie Chan, who had his hands behind his back. Is this the Kame Senin whom the master has always respected despite being weak? Tianjin Fan's eyes lit up. This feeling is not bad. The referee comes on stage. In this way, the first player to advance into the top 2 to compete for the championship and runner-up has come out, and that is the Tianjin Rice player who defeated the previous champion. Chapter 45 Dumpling vs Wukong. Next, there will be the second top 2 competition, between the dumpling player and the Wukong player. What kind of pleasing and dazzling battle will they bring? Please wait and see. We invite a dumpling contestant. The dumplings flew out directly, and everyone became more knowledgeable after seeing it, and they were no longer surprised. We invite contestant Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong received cheers from the audience as soon as he appeared on the stage. Wukong! Wukong! The dumplings kept flying in the air. Sun Wukong is also ready to fight. The referee ran off the ring obscenely. Game start. Sun Wukong quickly went up with a left hook and a right hook. It's a pity that the dumplings are flying in the sky. He dodged it deftly. You can't fly, so you can't beat me. Hateful. Dumpling looked at the unwilling Sun Wukong. Make mudra with your hands and recite the mantra. All those who are facing a fight must march forward in formation. At the same time, 5 horizontal and 4 vertical rays of light instantly formed in front of him. Secret, edict. Then a beam of light hit Sun Wukong. Then amidst everyone's exclamations, Sun Wukong slowly flew up. Wow! That airbender is so strong. They have so many amazing skills. I really want to know where they are and then go and become their disciples. Sun Wukong was so surprised that he kept tampering with his hands and feet. Wow! 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 It's so awesome, I can fly too. Dumpling smiled mysteriously. The dumpling flew straight up in the air and hit Sun Wukong. Ponzi snorted after seeing it in the sky. Madness! Sure enough, after the dumpling hit Sun Wukong, he was hugged by Sun Wukong's hands out of thin air. Then he was hit with several elbows by Sun Wukong. Then quickly flew away. Interesting. You are also very strong. You guys know so many tricks. Dumpling smiled mysteriously. I saw the dumplings standing in the sky. Stand with your feet shoulder width apart, stretch your right hand straight in front of your chest, palm downwards, draw a circle with your left hand from the chest to the left, downwards and upwards, and chop downwards with your standing palm, draw upward with your left hand's standing palm at the same time, move the right hand downward, while the left hand is chopping down with the palm raised, the right hand is raised and the palm is raised to the right, downward and upward. At the same time, the left hand is chopping down, left and upward in a circle to the chest, with the palm downward. Thunder in the palm. Sun Wukong couldn't use his strength in the air and was hit directly. His whole body exploded and his head smoked. Ah! Hateful! Hey hey hey! Dumpling said in his mouth. On Ding Mao Day of the Shang Yuan dynasty, it is called the time of Yin Day. A person with a heavenly heart can become invisible. It is said that the sun is sinking, the sun and the moon have no light, and humans and ghosts cannot see. Invisibility. Dumplings were nowhere to be found in the whole place. Suddenly Sun Wukong was kicked directly towards the venue, and then suddenly lifted into the air. Wow! Suddenly Sun Wukong seemed to remember something. With a direct use of turtle-style qigong, he rushed towards the ring and slammed into the center of the venue. After a while, I got up. The Tianjin fans outside the venue opened their eyes wide in horror. What? It's so scary to be able to escape so quickly after being hit by Junior Brother's secret act. Yes, Tianjin fan can also break free, but only after constant training. He was hit by Xingmai at that time but had no choice but to be tortured by Dumpling for a long time. Sun Wukong actually came up with a solution after being attacked a few times. Tianjin rice makes me sweat. Good. Great amazing combat intuition, so powerful, really a monster. Senior brother, he actually broke my secret. Idiot Dumpling, you are still fighting, please be serious. Sun Wukong, who was rejoicing, found the dumpling making a sound. Found. He directly kicked the invisible dumpling in the air. Dumpling was forced to reveal his body. Stopping in the air, looking at Sun Wukong off the field. In this case, Dumpling took out a handful of beans. Qi imparts divine power, spirit imparts charm, law imparts form, and soldiers become soldiers by sowing beans. The master of the air sect is as urgent as the law. Everyone saw that the landing beans turned into giants 1 feet tall, surrounded the ring, and began to attack Sun Wukong. Good. Sun Wukong suddenly transformed into many shadows and began to attack the spiritual soldiers summoned by Dumpling. Everyone protested, saying that Dumpling used weapons. In the end, Dumpling withdrew his magical power, and Sun Wukong panted with his hands on his knees. Dumpling looked at the crowd in front of him. Hand pinch Madra. The immortal official ordered 6 Ding to take generals under thunder and lightning. Ding Zhou prolongs my life, Ding Hai restrains my soul, Ding Yu restrains my soul, Ding Wei prevents me from disaster, Ding Si saves me from danger, Ding Mao saves me from misfortune, Jiazi protects my body. Jia Cheng protects my shape, Jia Shen solidifies my life, Jia Wu guards my soul, Jia Chen calms my spirit, Jia Yin nurtures my truth. Lu Ding Lu Jie, listen to my orders, Lord of the Air Sect, be as urgent as the law. Suddenly, a ray of light emitted from behind Dumpling, and 12 giants with different shapes and ferocious but calming faces appeared one by one and attached themselves to Dumpling. Then he rushed out from the Dumpling and attacked Sun Wukong directly. Sun Wukong is still too immature now and cannot resist Dumpling's various moves. This is too awesome. That little kid is helpless. After attacking for a while, Dumpling saw that Sun Wukong had no choice but to withdraw his magical power. Sun Wukong, just admit defeat. There is no way you can defeat me. Sun Wukong got ready for fighting and said stubbornly. Don't even think about it. The turtle immortal on the side had long been stunned. Who is this Ponzi? The disciples he teaches are all monsters. Ponzi sensed what turtle immortal was thinking. Floating in the clouds, shrugging one's shoulders. I don't want to either. Who knew that this sect would be out of control? They are getting stronger and stronger. I can't be weaker than my disciples. I can only keep inventing new moves. Trademark the anger in this world is too buggy. Dumpling looked at Sun Wukong, who refused to admit defeat. Okay then. I won't use my magical powers to bully you. I'll just fight you with fists. Sun Wukong was even more happy when he heard this. Dumpling raised one hand slightly, and after gathering chi, 36 small streams of light burst out. And then the stream of light quickly passed through Dumpling's own 36 large acupuncture points. Dumpling holds the Dharma seal with his hands and chants the Dharma formula with his mouth. The heaven and earth are infinite, the universe borrows the law. The heaven and the earth return to the original, and all things turn into reality. With the thought of divine power, I will be radiant. Lord of the Chi sect, be as urgent as the law. Everyone was surprised to see the dumpling expand from an 80 centimeters child to a giant over 6 meters tall with 3 heads and 6 arms. The dumpling jar said angrily. Sun Wukong, let's fight. Everyone outside the venue was surprised again. What kind of fairy sect is this? Are they so powerful? They are barely able to escape. Sun Wukong didn't care about the surprised people outside. Awesome, okay. I'm coming. Dust was flying in the field for a while, and there were constant exclamations. Soon, the entire arena was completely destroyed. Klin, so strong. Are they all monsters? Yamsha, how can we beat this? Turtle Immortal, sweating heavily. Bulma didn't speak since she knew they might be Ponzi's disciples. She didn't feel anything when looking at the unfamiliar Tianjin rice and dumplings. The more she looked at other people, the more she felt that they were the kid who left her home at that time. Are they really Ponzi's disciples? Ponzi! Do you still blame me? What? The exclamations in the audience woke up Bulma, who was deep in thought. Sun Wukong asked the dumpling with an unhappy look. What did you say? Are you giving up? Are you kidding? You heard it right, Sun Wukong, I admit defeat, your opponent is not me. After the dumplings were finished, he was ready to go down. Damn it, how can you admit defeat? You are so strong. Dumpling suddenly stood still, as if thinking of something. By the way, you can't compete with senior brother Tianjin Fan in your current state. Senior brother will be unhappy if you do. After saying that, he took out an energy pill from his arms and threw it to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, this is an energy pill invented by my master. If you take one, you won't be hungry for 10 days. After you take it, get back into good shape and have a hearty battle with my senior brother. Outside the field, Bulma heard the energy pill. Ponzi. They are Ponzi's disciples. I only know about Ponzi's energy pills. They were the energy pills he developed when he was 13 years old. They must be Ponzi's disciples. They must know where Ponzi is. Ponzi, who was floating in the sky, seemed not to hear anything and was enjoying the sunbathing leisurely. Chapter 46 News about Ponzi. Oolong admonished Bulma. Bulma, calm down. What's the use of finding Ponzi now? We'd better find a way to find out where Ponzi is first. Oolong suddenly had an idea, by the way. Bulma, if you can't find out this time, you can go directly to the fortune teller and try. Bulma suddenly shouted happily, yes. Thank you for the mistake. You're welcome. Returning to the competition arena, Sun Wukong doubtfully took the energy pill thrown to him by Dumpling. He heard that he could not be hungry for 10 days, so he threw it into his mouth without thinking. Krillin, that guy Gaku, I heard that you can go without food for 10 days, so I just ate it without thinking. There is really no way. Yes, Wukong's shortcoming is his simplicity. After Sun Wukong ate, he immediately felt full and not hungry at all. Jumping and jumping on the pitted ring. Wow! So full! Really? So amazing! Thanks, you are very kind. After Sun Wukong thanked the dumplings, he stood there with a happy smile on his face. Senior brother, he is really strong and has the belief to never admit defeat. Yes. Master is indeed a master. Brother, come on, we won't lose the game. Of course, I won't lose to anyone. Ponzi raised the corners of his mouth slightly. You won't lose to anyone, what a pity. Sun Wukong is not a human being. Everyone outside the stadium was still cheering for Sun Wukong. The referee also said, "It's amazing." The arena was completely destroyed. The top two players are Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong. Please wait for a long time. After the organizer repairs the arena, we will start the final match of the 22nd World's #1 Martial Arts Competition. Conference Championship Game. Dumpling came out helplessly and said, "Forget it, let me help you." The referee's eyes popped out. "Dumpling player, we are better at repairing the arena." Dumpling ignored the referee and looked at Sun Wukong instead. "Wukong, I'm looking forward to the match between you and my senior brother. We'll give you a 2-hour break. Can you watch it?" "No, my stomach is full and I can start fighting now." Dumpling thought for a while and looked at his senior brother and Sun Wukong. "Then just 30 minutes. Is that okay?" Can I increase the hardness of the arena tenfold to give you a better performance?" "Can. Ah? How do you want to make dumplings?" "Watch the cute Monkey King in Tianjin." "Wukong, my junior brother is stronger than me. He has all the skills of the master. I am cultivating my vitality alone." "Oh, really? You'll know after this game. The dumplings in the field have already begun to cast spells. I saw Dumpling present groping for his clothes, and his clothes changed from sportswear to a robe. The sky is clear and the earth is clear, the soldiers will follow the orders, the soldiers will follow the seals, and the generals will follow the orders. Following the order of the Lord of Qi sect, I urgently mobilized the divine soldiers to rush to Dumpling. I took the gold, silver, and jewelry with Dumpling and quickly set off to follow the order. The divine soldiers are as urgent as the law." Then he took out a stack of talisman papers from his clothes and lit them with gas. Continued. "The 5 ghosts of China are Yao Baisong, the 5 ghosts of the north are Lin Jingzhong, the 5 ghosts of the west are Cai Ziliang, the 5 ghosts of the south are Zhang Zigi. And the 5 ghosts of the east are Chen Gaixian." Then the sky darkened visibly to the naked eye. Not to mention Monkey King was watching in a daze backstage, but so many people outside the venue were watching in a daze. "Wow! It looks like summoning a dragon." Suddenly, 5 golden lights rolled up the talisman paper burned by dumplings and flew into the sky. After a while, the wind disappeared and the sky was cloudless. 20 minutes later, everyone felt a large shadow coming. "Ah! Then, look over there. Wow! Wow!" It turned out to be a small mountain flying out of thin air. After Dumpling saw it, he secretly exclaimed that it was bad. Ponzi in the sky smiled happily after seeing it. "I called you a kid to show off, now it's up to you how you end up doing this." Dumpling looked bitter and flew towards Tianjin rice. "What's wrong?" "Dumplings. Senior brother, it's too big, I can't handle it." "Ah! What should we do? I can only see if borrowing the energy of my junior brothers and sisters can help me." Tianjin Fan looked at the hills getting closer and shouted angrily. "Then why don't you go quickly?" Therefore, Dumpling could only ask his junior brothers and sisters to deal with it together. Everyone saw 9 people flying into the air. They stood in the 9 palaces and Bagua formation and flew with the hill. Junior brothers, give me a helping hand. Good. I saw that the other 8 people were pinching different seals and reciting different spells at the same time. Halfway through the journey, the dumpling suddenly stood on the top of the hill. By pinching the technique with his hands, a long shining golden sword appeared. Xianzong of heaven and earth, the root of all qi, cultivates catastrophes extensively, proves my magical power, inside and outside the universe, only qi is the only one, with golden light in the body, covering my body, invisible to sight, invisible to hearing, encompassing the heaven and earth, nourishing all living beings, and maintaining. Recite it once, there is light in the body, the universe is in control, and the 5 emperors are welcoming. All gods pay tribute and use thunder. Ghosts and demons are frightened, and spirits are dead. There is a thunderbolt inside, and the thunder god is hidden. The wisdom of the cave is clear, and the 5 energies are soaring. The golden light appears quickly. Protect the real person. I serve as the master of Qi sect, and I am as urgent as the law. With a bang, the long sword held by Dumpling suddenly burst into flames and turned into a match rope, wrapping around and around from the top of the hill to the bottom of the mountain. Wait until you have just arrived at the original arena. It fell with a bang. It just happened to be a perfect fit, and the original broken ring was directly pressed into the ground by the new one. Wow! Dumpling ignored the follow-up and took his junior brothers and sisters directly back to the hotel. After pretending to be cool and letting my junior brothers and sisters suffer, Dumpling's skills are really smooth. Haha! Ponzi looked at the rock-solid ring, thoughtfully. If a disciple does not practice enough, even if he does enough later, there will still be time for reciting mantras and hand-pinching techniques, so the corresponding content must be reduced. I have to improve again. Ponzi looked inside the world, and the originally perfect golden elixir had shrunk 3 times. Taoist magic is really magical, but since you are the source of energy, spirit, and martial body, then let's call you Yuan Dan. Yes, Ponzi is still in the golden elixir stage. No, he is now called the source elixir stage, a 6th order powerhouse. Dumpling is a 3rd level master who is about to enter the 4th level master realm. It's time for Tianjin rice to be introduced to Taoism by Wu. Bulma looked at the 4 men and 4 women flying in space. Yes, it must be them, the students who followed Ponzi. At that time, Ponzi said that he had 2 apprentices. Bulma ignored them, pushed through the crowd, and started chasing Helion and Twiba. You guys, wait! Senior brother, what kind of shrewd woman is she? Before Twiba Guangfeng could speak, Helion Hanmei said in a cold voice. Don't worry about it. After you go back, form a formation to rest and wait for the senior brother to return to the mountain after completing the competition. Yes. Junior sister Hanmei. Helion Hanmei stared coldly at Twiba Guangfeng who was speaking. Guangfeng said sarcastically, listen to junior sister. Soon, Bulma knocked hard on their door, but no one responded. She had no choice but to knock on one door after another. Dumpling opened the door and looked at the scantily clad girl in front of him in confusion. Use your own superpowers. You want to find Master Ponzi? Bulma looked at the dumplings in surprise and nodded vigorously. You are really Ponzi's disciples. I am his sister, Bulma. Have you heard of it? I'm sorry, Master never mentioned you. Bulma lowered her head in despair, then raised it again, looking at the dumplings hopefully. Then do you know where your master is? Has he also come to the world's #1 martial arts conference? We came out to train under the master's order half a year ago and came to participate in the 22nd world's #1 martial arts tournament, but we haven't seen the master since. Then tell me where you live, and I'll go find him. Bulma looked at the silent dumpling and said hurriedly. I am really his sister. My name is Bulma. I am the 3rd daughter of Dr. Brief, the richest man in the world. Your master Ponzi is the 2nd son. He has been away from home for more than 3 years and almost 4 years. He was brought from home. Your junior brothers and sisters are gone. I can feel your expectations, regrets, sadness, anxiety, etc., but I can't tell you where we live. Only senior brother has the right to decide whether to tell you or not. You wait until the competition between senior brother and Sun Wukong is over. Afterwards, ask him personally. Bulma nodded in frustration. I just got some news about Ponzi, but the result is still the same. Chapter 47 Championship Competition, Tianjin Fan vs Sun Wukong, 1. Why didn't you think of looking for me the last time you went to the divination grandma's place? Now you remember it again. The referee, who had recovered now, looked at the ring that had touched his nose and landed on the stage, and knocked him twice. After climbing onto the stage. Then the championship battle for the 22nd martial arts tournament begins. The contestants are Tianjin Fanya and Sun Wukong. The two started a fierce battle as soon as they came on the court. Tianjin Fan also looked at his gravity suit, which has 22 times the gravity. Soon Sun Wukong was beaten by Tianjin Fan and was seriously injured and dying. No, his breath has not weakened. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Tianjin Fan's eyes. Outside the court, Pool pulled Yam Sha's clothes. Master Yam Sha. Yam Sha gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and looked closely at the two people on the field. Turtle Immortal and Klin also exclaimed. What? What does he want to do? Tianjin Fan throws Sun Wukong high into the air. Volleyball punch. Ponzi curled his lips, what a boring joke. Soon, after the referee saw it, he exclaimed. Ah! It's like playing Monkey King as a volleyball. Everyone looked at the referee speechlessly. Silly referee, shut up. That's it, useless referee, shut up. Oh. Oh. Okay, sorry. After Dumpling finished dealing with Bulma, he looked at the healthy junior brothers and sisters in the room. Flying directly to the field, he had already missed the first time when Tianjin Fan beat Sun Wukong. Referee, can I preside over this? Ah! Referee, get out of here and let Dumpling take charge. That's right, we want Dumpling to host. The referee had no choice but to let Dumpling explain. Tianjin Fan was already jumping high at this time. Tianjin Fan used the volleyball smash ball to directly hit Sun Wukong, who was helpless in the air. Sun Wukong was directly cut. It was obvious that Sun Wukong was in a little pain. Everyone outside the venue. Your explanation seems very unprofessional. Looking at Sun Wukong's appearance, it's a bit painful. The rest of the people exclaimed and felt sorry for Sun Wukong. It can be seen that after Tianjin Fan landed, he was still seriously guarding Sun Wukong. He is indeed an excellent martial artist and will never let up at any time. When everyone thought that Sun Wukong was seriously injured, Sun Wukong suddenly stood up like a carp and stood up. Sun Wukong wiped the dust from the corner of his mouth and told Tianjin that he was a very strong opponent and was shocked by you. Tianjin Fan looked at Sun Wukong as if nothing had happened. That's what I want to tell you. You took such a hard blow from me, but nothing happened to your body. Your body is as if it was made of iron. Sun Wukong looked at Tianjin Rice and said excitedly. If the opponent is you, if I use all my strength, I won't kill you. I can safely attack with all my strength. Tianjin Fan also looked excited. He hadn't felt excited for a long time. When fighting against his junior brothers and sisters, he had to be very careful about their martial arts skills, otherwise he might be trapped. The only ones who would be helpless in the fight were martial arts masters like Sun Wukong. A fist-to-fist battle is even more exciting. Sun Wukong, I feel that you have used all your power. Sun Wukong nodded, yeah. That's all the power of my game. Dumpling immediately started explaining. Sun Wukong sprinted at a very fast speed, and soon he threw 3 left hooks, 4 right hooks, and 32 explosive kicks, all of which hit Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan couldn't parry a single blow, and they were all attacked by Sun Wukong. You can see that Tianjin Fan is in pain. It is obvious that Tianjin Fan underestimated Sun Wukong. Look, Sun Wukong directly knocked Tianjin Fan away with a flying kick. Tianjin Fan was still in the air and had not yet landed. Sun Wukong landed and flew directly through Tianjin Fan. Next, it succeeded. It's faster than Tianjin Fan and comes in front of him. He kicked Tianjin Rice into the sky with a lying-on back kick, and Sun Wukong used a carp kick to lift himself upright, directly assuming the posture of Turtle School Qigong. Tianjin Fan has not yet recovered from the attack. He is facing the sky and his back to Sun Wukong. Can he dodge this attack? The situation is upside down, it's really changing rapidly. Why? 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 Sun Wukong suddenly stopped. What did he want to do? Sun Wukong suddenly stopped and said, "Do not fight." Tianjin Fan also used the universal star chasing technique to fly in the air and look at Sun Wukong on the ground. Sun Wukong chuckled and said, "The attack just now was painful, right?" The Tianjin Rice slowly landed on the ground, and he said with a messy breath, "A piece of cake." Sun Wukong looked at Tianjin Rice in surprise. "Sun Wukong, I'm very happy. As the master said, you are the first person to make my blood boil." Tianjin Fan once again used the universal star chasing technique to go up to the sky and rest for a while before landing. The victory in this game must be mine. Sun Wukong made a lunge and double swing fist. "You are dreaming." Looking at the two people on the court acting as if nothing happened, this game is getting more and more exciting. The two people rushed towards each other in the field. Sun Wukong took the lead, right uppercut, left straight punch, upper kick, turned around and waved his hands, kicked again, turned around and kicked again. Tianjin Fan successfully resisted, amazing. Sun Wukong used his tail to whip Tianjin Fan and hit him directly in the face. Switched. The two exchanged offense and defense, and Tianjin Fan started to attack. The two of them were very fierce in the field. The speed was too fast. It's hard to explain. See for yourself. It's really exciting. Everyone, then why do I need your explanation? Kame Senin, who was watching the battle in the background, said to Klin. "Klin, have you noticed?" "What?" Turtle Immortal looked at the two people in the field with a solemn expression. After such a fierce battle, the two people's breathing was not disturbed at all. Dumpling also said, "It's so amazing. I was so excited watching the warm-up match between the two of them. I don't know how intense the next official match will be." Audience, your warm-up match is an action that we can't even see clearly. Dumpling didn't care about the audience, and commented in a self-proclaimed voice, "What kind of tricks will the two of them come up with? The competition is so exciting that you don't dare to blink. It's so fast, 84 punches and 72 kicks in a short period of time. Sun Wukong has 68 punches and 99 kicks. This kind of offensive and defensive battle should be the pinnacle battle of mankind at present. Sun Wukong's fierce attack shows no sign of stopping. Sun Wukong threw 488 punches in just 1 minute. Oh my god, Tianjin Fan actually blocked them all. They are so strong. Audience, no matter how strong I am, I can't stop your magic damage. Tianjin Fan actually counterattacked, so fast. Sun Wukong used multiple afterimage fists, and everyone surrounded Tianjin Fan as if they were real. Can Tianjin Fan find out the real Sun Wukong? I found it. Tianjin Fan directly kicked Sun Wukong in the air with a side kick. It was empty. It was a fake. Sun Wukong came behind Tianjin Fan and flew forward with a right hook. Oh my god! Tianjin Fan also used afterimage punch. It was also a fake. Sun Wukong pounced in the air, and Tianjin Fan appeared from behind Sun Wukong, slashing with both hands. Clin in the background immediately shouted to Sun Wukong. Wukong, watch your back. Oh my god! This Sun Wukong is also fake. Tianjin Fan is using a trick within a trick. Oh my god! If this is the case, they won't always miss. Isn't this the legendary Russian Matryoshka doll? Hey? I don't know what Russian Matryoshka dolls are, so I just said it casually. Anyway, Matryoshka dolls are prohibited. 1,000-layer cakes are okay, but 10,000-layer cakes shouldn't taste good. A very amazing martial artist, this move is called I predict your prediction, I predict your prediction of mine. Audience. Chapter 48 Championship Competition, Tianjin Fan vs Sun Wukong, 2. Referee, you better come back. We don't understand what this thing is saying. Oh my god! Sun Wukong is still superior. He kicked Tianjin Fan away with another kick. In the field, Tianjin Fan fell to the ground, and the afterimages of Sun Wukong disappeared one by one. Sun Wukong looked at Tianjin Fan who fell in front of him. You'll pretend to be fooled, and so will I. Dumpling looked at the audience cheering for victory. The bloody battle has just begun. How intense will the next battle between the two be? Audience, isn't this commentary of yours stupid? Tianjin rice bowl fell to the ground. Suddenly, Tianjin Fan jumped up like a carp. Sun Wukong looked at Tianjin Fan who jumped up in surprise. What? So you're still awake? Turtle Immortal exclaimed, how amazing! Clin nodded heavily and made a sound from his nose, yes. Sure enough, the master is right. He is not careless about you at all. Even if he has a slight advantage over you, he will soon be equalized by you. Ponzi. Tianjin Fan still looked at Sun Wukong with excitement on his face, showing no regrets at being attacked by him. Tianjin Fan made a sun fist gesture. Oh my god! Tianjin Fan is going to use the sun fist again. Can Sun Wukong avoid it? I went. Sun Wukong actually snatched Kame Sennin's sunglasses and put them on, looked directly at Tianjin Fan, resisted Tianjin Fan's attack, and then kicked Tianjin Fan in the stomach, and Tianjin Fan squatted down in pain. Let me go. When Sun Wukong was triumphant, Tianjin Fan unexpectedly flashed and hit him directly behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong seemed to be in pain. Backstage, Clin stared curiously at Kame Sento without his sunglasses. After Turtle Immortal discovered it, he also turned to look at Clin. Hey! This is the first time I see Teacher Wu Tian without sunglasses. Yes? Is that so? But I don't know why. Teacher Wu Tian, your eyes look so familiar, as if I've seen them before somewhere. Kame Sennin immediately turned his head in panic. That's because my eyes are public eyes. But, I really seem to have seen it before. Turtle Immortal covered up in anger. In this tense moment, Nizai, don't say anything boring, just watch the game seriously. Yes. Very good, the two of them are attacking each other again. You punch, I punch, you kick, I kick. They want to fly into the sky and be side by side with the sun. Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan jumped up. Sun Wukong is about to use the turtle-style Qigong. Wow, Tianjin Fan doesn't follow martial arts ethics. He hits Sun Wukong in the face with a flying kick. Tianjin Fan doesn't follow martial ethics. He doesn't hit people in the face, and he doesn't expose his shortcomings when he scolds people. Sun Wukong has fallen and is about to fall out of the field. Ponzi became more and more excited looking at the dumplings, and he was even speechless. Although there was no one around, he still covered his face in shame. Sun Wukong is so smart. He actually used turtle-style Qigong to rebound and push himself into the sky. Then an invincible Hot Wheel rushed towards Tianjin Fan. The two fought fiercely with each other again. It was so powerful, Niobe. It was so powerful. Oh my god, hit! Hit! Yes, go up and kick him, come on, kick him hard. Kick him in the stomach, block it, poke his eyes, lift his vaginal legs. Monkey steals a peach. The audience looked at the commentator Dumpling, who was even more excited than themselves. Bulma yelled, "Hey! Are you here to commentate or to cheer?" Dumpling's excited voice paused. Sorry. Forgot. I'll continue. Tianjin Fan uses a new unique technique called Fiery Light Fist that he has never seen before. Let me tell you, this Fiery Light Fist is so powerful that no one can even see it, let alone parry. But I think Sun Wukong can definitely see it. And successfully resisted. What should I do? What should I do in the end? Yet Sun Wukong didn't block it. Look, Tianjin Fan's two arms are like two cutting machines, sparks flying out. The despicable Tianjin Fan is slapping him in the face again. Poor Sun Wukong was beaten so hard that he had no power to fight back. Sun Wukong fell. Wow, Sun Wukong suddenly got up and kicked Tianjin Fan in the face. Wow! Tianjin Fan got up as if nothing was wrong. Wow, the two of them continued to fight and kick in the air. You came and I went back and forth. They were very happy, fascinated and elated. Sorry, I was too excited. Anyway, it was a great fight. Damn, I must train Dumpling more when I go back. I didn't expect that he turned out to be a talker. No, I should have paid attention last time when I said I became stupid. Damn. I didn't pay attention. It's a shame. I should have trained him a long time ago. Dumpling continued to explain excitedly. Wow, the two of them started fighting again. You punched me, and I punched you. It felt so sweet. You kicked me, and I kicked you. Let's go to bed together. Oh my god, Tianjin Fan opened his arms wide and squatted like a horse, as if he was flying. Audience. Dumplings don't care. He is not going to use that move. That move is the Four Demon Fist that has never been used in front of others. You may not know about the Four Demon Fist. Let me explain to you that the Four Demon Fist is used by Tianjin Fan. The Four Demon Fist, everyone thinks that when used, there will be four monsters, right? Let me tell you, no. The Four Demon Fist is the Four Demon Fist. Tuiba Kuangfeng, who had recovered in the room, listened to Dumpling's passionate explanation, his mouth twitched and his whole body trembled. 2. Second senior brother. Don't look at him in pain. Using the Four Demon Fists is indeed very painful, but he is very powerful. Don't underestimate him. He just has two more hands. Audience, who on earth is looking down on the Four Demon Fist? From now on, Tianjin Fan players have begun to show off their power and slowly show off their special skills. What about Sun Wukong? Will he evolve into a monkey, a gorilla? A super evolution of a gorilla, and a super gorilla? Everyone will wait and see. Pangza couldn't stand it in the sky, so he used sound transmission to enter the secret passage. Dumpling, if you don't shut up, you will never be able to speak again. Dumpling looked around. Master. As soon as Bulma heard Dumpling calling her master, she immediately followed him and looked around, and even ran into the wall without caring. Dumpling, where is your master? Ponzi, come out. I was wrong, you haven't been home for 4 years. Ponzi. Ponzi. Where are you? I know you are here, come out quickly. Stop screaming. You can't scream. I don't know where the master is. Maybe it's here. Maybe it's far away on the other side of the world. You're talking nonsense. You just called me master. Yes, the master spoke to me using secret voice transmission. Crazy woman. Hey. Ponzi, come out. Come out, where are you? Yamsha and Oolong rushed into the wall and pulled Bulma out. On the field, the two fighting men were not affected at all. Dumpling also said to the referee. Do it yourself next. After saying that, he flew to the side and watched quietly. What the hell? It's so fun, but the master won't let me play. Sun Wukong's jaw dropped to the ground. Awesome! How could something like this happen to you? His hands turned into four. In the field, Tianjin Fan moved quickly towards Sun Wukong. When Sun Wukong was about to come, he jumped up, jumped high, and then jumped towards Sun Wukong from the air. Ah! Bulma outside the court was so frightened that she immediately covered her eyes and did not dare to look. After the sound disappears, look into the field. Chapter 49 The 220 World No. 1 Conference Champion. Sun Wukong successfully caught Tianjin Fan's hands, and the two were wrestling with each other. Unfortunately, Tianjin Fan's other two hands are not just for display. The other two hands were raised directly, and a palm knife was slashed on the back of Sun Wukong's neck. Sun Wukong fell to the ground, touched the back of his neck with both hands, and suddenly bounced back, away from Tianjin Fan. Ah, it hurts! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts so much! Tianjin Fan continued to rush towards Sun Wukong without mercy. Sun Wukong was forced to retreat repeatedly, but was still knocked to the ground. He even almost fell to the ground accidentally. After getting up in a hurry, he watched Tianjin Fan rush towards him. Sun Wukong put his hands on the ground and did a handstand. Then, using both hands, he turned over in the air, went around behind Tianjin Fan, and turned around again in the air like a monkey, directly facing Tianjin Fan, who was facing away from him and not far from the edge of the ring. A flying kick! Tianjin Fan also turned around immediately, his anger sinking in his dantian, his legs moved forward, and he steadily caught Sun Wukong's attack. Wrong! Instead of catching him, he used his four hands to grab him with both hands and feet, making his hands and legs form a straight line, forming a two character as a whole. Sun Wukong, you were caught by me and you are dead. After saying that, he would lift Sun Wukong high, then directly put his belly to his head, and keep hitting him up and down. Commonly known as, I'll beat your lungs. He turned around and was about to knock him down on the sidelines. Sun Wukong sneered. Hee hee. Even if I can't move my hands and feet, I still have a tail. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong slapped Tianjin Fan in the face with his tail, which was painful to watch. You bastard, you're not going to hit someone in the face, how many times have you hit me? Sun Wukong also said angrily. You are not the one yourself. Just hit me in the face. After saying that, he slapped Tianjin Fan in the face with his tail one after another. With no other choice, Tianjin Fan had no choice but to throw Sun Wukong out. The two were in confrontation again. After Sun Wukong lands. If you have 4 hands, then I have 8 hands. After Monkey King finished speaking, he imitated Tianjin Rice. What? Sun Wukong stood up after pretending for a while. Wow! Suddenly, 4 arms appeared on the left and right sides of Sun Wukong. Everyone in the field was shocked. Then Tianjin Fan was tortured by Sun Wukong with 8 arms. Ah! It's really meaningless to torture again and again. I'm going to have some tea. Ponzi thought of this and suddenly appeared in a tea shop. Bring me a cappuccino. The fatter one. In the field, Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan fight with each other, and both gather their energy at the place where they fight each other. Both fell to the ground, gasping for air. Bulma shouted worriedly. Wukong! The referee saw both men fall to the ground and immediately started counting. At the count of 9, the two struggled to stand up. Both men were shaky in the field. They have been fighting for 2 hours now. No, I have to end the game as soon as possible. The further we get to the back, the worse it will be for me. The pressure of the gravity suit on me is too great. Tianjin Rice comes to mind here. He immediately squatted down and put his forearms on the ground. Slowly spread your own anger to the entire audience. Sun Wukong, I am really convinced by you. I never thought I would be forced to this point by you. You are indeed very powerful. I really look forward to you growing up and having a real battle with you. Krillin, what? Turtle Immortal, what? Bulma, what? He was beaten like this, how can he talk about a real battle? Yamcha, what? Blonde Lankai, idiot, what nonsense are you talking about? Isn't it a real battle now? Ponzi was taking the cappuccino handed by the waiter. The corner of his mouth opened slightly, don't you want to play? It seems that you have worked much harder than I thought in the past 6 months. With Ponzi's strength, he immediately discovered that Tianjin Fan could defeat Sun Wukong even under 22 times gravity. He just wanted to see Sun Wukong's fighting ability, so he kept fighting Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, you have to practice hard, and your future will be even more exciting, but your use of Qi is too rough. It's like a barbarian using a machine gun, which can only be used as a stick to hit you. Ah! After Tianjin Fan finished speaking, he used the universal star chasing technique to fly into the sky. I didn't want to use this move originally, but you are really strong. If I don't use it, it will take a long time to defeat you. What kind of weird trick do you want to use? I'll give you a piece of advice. No matter how strong you are, if you take my attack head on, you will die. It would be a pity if I accidentally kill you. Everyone in the field looked at Tianjin Fan solemnly. Turtle Immortal seemed to have thought of something and suddenly shouted to Tianjin Fan. Stop, you can't use that move. Do you want to die? Klin asked in confusion, Teacher Wu Tian, what are you talking about? Kame Immortal looked at the arena with a solemn expression. Qigong Cannon. Qigong Cannon is a terrifying trick with unlimited destructive power. It is several times stronger than Turtle School Qigong. Because of its powerful power, Qigong Cannon consumes a lot of Qi from the user. Sometimes, the user even dies from it. Even if you don't die, most of your lifespan will be lost due to this. Tianjin Fan looked at Kamizenran, who was worried about him. There is no problem. Not to mention the total amount of Qi I have now, even if it is improved by the master, it will not cause any damage to my body. The consumption is less than that of Turtle School Qigong, and the destructive power is stronger than that of Turtle School Qigong. Sun Wukong, focus! Turtle Immortal screamed anxiously in the background. Stop! Why can't you think about it? Kamizenin, you are indeed as respectable as the master. Sun Wukong, do you understand? You must get out of the way. Sun Wukong looked at Tianjin Fan in the air seriously, stop joking, I won't run away. Idiot Wukong, you must do what that kid said and stay away. The audience outside the venue looked at the two people talking in confusion. No matter how powerful your tricks are, I will definitely defeat you. Tianjin Rice's hands are folded together, the other 8 fingers are crossed, and only the index finger is folded and stretched forward. Very slowly, Tianjin Fan's hands glowed with golden light. Then his hands separated, and a vitality bomb appeared on each side. And then each thumb touched the corresponding fingertips, leaving an opening directly facing Sun Wukong. On the ring, Sun Wukong also set up his horse stance and assumed the starting position of Turtle-style Qigong. Qigong Cannon. Turtle-style Qigong. Both are playing against each other. Ponzi took a sip of cappuccino. The one standing on the right is stable. Then the two of them were more skilled in the fight against Tianjin Fan. When Sun Wukong tried to dodge, the whole ring suddenly exploded, directly forcing Sun Wukong out of the ring. I won. Sun Wukong stood outside the court blankly, a little disappointed and said. Lost. Dumpling reminded. Referee, it's time to tell the result. Ah. In the end, the Tianjin Rice player won. It was so touching. The two gave us a wonderful match. It was amazing. It was amazing. The fierce competition of the #1 Budokai in the world finally came to an end. Player Tianjin Fan won the championship, and player Sun Wukong won the runner-up. No matter how much praise we give him, we feel it is not enough. Chapter 50 Lord of Airbender. Tianjin Rice finally won the title of #1 in the world. The battle here didn't last as long as in the original work. It was only around 1 p.m. at most, which was still very early before dinner time. Dumpling looked at Tianjin Fan, who came in panting. "Brother, you have at least 18 flaws in your battle." "Dumpling, he is too strong, his combat intuition is simply terrifying. If you are not careful, he will force you to exploit his weaknesses. Master has said that you are not strong enough. After returning this time, we will start practicing martial arts together and complete the last flaw in your martial arts skills." Tianjin Fan looked at Dumpling in disbelief and held on to him tightly. "Really? Did the master really say that? I can also learn from you." Dumpling looked at the excited senior brother. "Why are you excited? You are just practicing martial arts, and you cannot practice martial arts. The master said that your martial arts needs to be mastered by yourself. Those of us who practice with the teacher will be stronger than you in a short period of time, but the more we learn, the more we learn. The harder it is later, it's harder now, and it will be easier later." Of course Tianjin Fan knows what the chef and the dumplings said is right. However, this kind of improvement of strength is something that no martial artist who is eager to improve can tolerate. If it weren't for the supervision of the master, who has formed a regular habit in the past 5 years, I really can't stand that my junior brothers and sisters are better than myself. In this case, let's go back to the master and continue training. A little bit of dumplings. Master said that he has watched the entire martial arts competition. He is very satisfied with our performance and will send us brothers and sisters to a place to practice. He will organize his martial arts again and form his own unique style. The system will completely complete the attainment of the master of Chi Buddhism, making it easier for brothers and sisters to implement the method in the future. Sun Wukong came in, heard these words, and immediately asked if he could train with them. He also wanted to become stronger. Tianjin Fan just wanted to say something. "You can't bear it. According to the master, the gravity of that planet is 20 times that of the Earth. That means that if you practice on that planet, your whole body, including the internal organs, will bear 20 times the gravity." Sun Wukong looked confused and said, "It's so awesome. Grandpa, what is a planet? What is gravity? What are the internal organs?" Tianjin Fan looked at the curious Sun Wukong in surprise and asked. "Don't be ridiculous, you don't know." Sun Wukong nodded matter-of-factly. I don't know. What is that? Can it be eaten?" Dumpling looked at Sun Wukong after a while. "Senior brother, forget it, he really doesn't know. His mind is pure, and he has an exquisite heart with 7 orifices." Sun Wukong continued to ask Turtle Immortal with a curious expression. "Grandpa, what is the Kikiao exquisite heart?" Kame Senin was also confused. Apart from planets and gravity, he couldn't explain any other terms. This was the first time he heard them. He could only make nonsense, this and that are some proper terms of their section. Kame Zenran is really knowledgeable. Those are some of my master's explanations of martial arts. Turtle Immortal blushed and stammered, "Ah! Haha! I'll just say it." Soon, Bulma, Yamcha, Oolong, Old Turtle, Pool, and Blonde Lankai all came in. As soon as Bulma came in, she was like a drowning person, trying to catch Tianjin Fan and ask him about Ponzi's location. Tianjin Rice flew quickly. "Ponzi? Are you Ponzi's disciples? What do you think?" Bulma heard that Tianjin Fan did not refute, and asked hopefully. "You are Ponzi's disciples, right? I am his sister, and my name is Bulma." He has been away from home for a long time, and we miss him very much. Tianjin Fan looked down at Bulma. I've heard about you. Bulma looked at Tianjin Rice in surprise. Really? Then can you tell me where Ponzi is? Junior sister Helian Han Mei told me that you were trying to break into their training ground and steal the martial arts from your junior sisters and brothers. What nonsense are you talking about? Who would steal lessons? You are not very strong and can barely defeat Wukong and the others. Besides, that is my home. Why can't I enter and be blocked by outsiders? Tianjin Fan was about to speak when his ears suddenly twitched. Tianjin Fan, take your junior brothers and sisters and leave. The great age is coming, and the excitement is about to begin. It's not the time for you to show up yet. Take them and leave immediately, and come out again when you can show up. Yes, Master. Bulma heard it and immediately knew that Ponzi should be nearby. Ponzi, Ponzi. Where are you? Come out. I was wrong, please forgive me. Ponzi ignored it. Tianjin Fan saw that the master didn't say anything, so he could only say in a deep voice. Everyone, I have been ordered by my master to lead my junior brothers and sisters to complete the training. Now I have completed my goal. Now I need to take my junior brothers and sisters back to continue cultivating their hearts. Our mountains will not change and our waters will flow forever. We will see you later. Wait a minute, take me with you. Tianjin Rice and Dumplings ignored Bulma. There was no way they could take strangers without the master's orders. The blonde Lan Chi yelled, just take her. She is also his sister, why are you mother-in-law? Tianjin Rice and Dumplings have flown away. Only the lost Bulma, the comforting crowd and the confused Sun Wukong were left. Bulma? What's wrong? Don't you know Ponzi? Wukong, do you know where Ponzi is? Sun Wukong looked at Klin and shook his head seriously. I don't know where Ponzi is, but I know that Ponzi has a kind of martial arts that can suddenly appear and disappear suddenly. I met him when I went to the demon world to fight Azura. He is very strong. The more Sun Wukong spoke, the more serious he became, and his fighting spirit became high later on. When Turtle Senin heard this, he suddenly thought of the person who suddenly appeared at his sister's divination house. Could that person be Ponzi? Bulma suddenly raised her head and said with high spirits. I have decided that I am going to find the fortune teller and ask her to help me figure out where Ponzi is. Wolong asked, then let's separate like this first. Bulma cheered up and said. Then let's have a meal together before leaving. In that case, let's go shopping in the afternoon. Ponzi, who had just finished his cappuccino, threw the empty cup into the trash can. Want to play? It seems that it is unavoidable. Then just have some fun. Wait until Vegeta comes out. I play it another way. After Ponzi confirmed the power of correction in this world, he no longer worried. Even if Trunks appeared in the end, Bulma would be the last to die. Ponzi looked at the approaching group of people and withdrew to become invisible. Dumpling was the first to notice and shouted, Master! Master! Teacher! Teacher! I've watched your entire game, and it's all very good. I'm looking forward to the future. Thank you teacher for your cultivation. Ponzi looked at the crowd and said. I will continue to train you for 2.5 years. After 2.5 years, you will be born on your own. Master! Teacher! Don't worry, since you have modified the spells and pushed me to the position of the Master of Qi Zone, I will naturally take the position without hesitation. Over the past 2 years, I will modify the entire Qi Zone practice spells, divided into martial arts, skills and magic. Category 3, after I sort out the clear context, you can naturally rise to the top. Chapter 51 Klin's Inescapable Fate. There's no need to be childish. I'm still waiting for you to become a master and develop the airbender. Is teacher. Ponzi thought about it and looked 2,000 kilometers northwest. You put your arms around each other's shoulders and I'll take you back. It turns out that the little guy below is traveling at about 300 kilometers per hour. Yes, master. Ponzi looked at the people who were holding each other's shoulders and breathing coherently, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Walk. Everyone's eyes flashed as they returned to the forest, looking at the surprised people. This move is called teleportation. Currently, only your senior brother can learn it. He already has enough chi. You and Dumpling all need to go further to make it possible. Yes, master. Tianjin Fan, I will teach you the teleportation technique first. After you become proficient, I will send you to another planet. Okay, master. After Ponzi and other disciples went to rest, they directly began to explain the principle of teleportation to Tianjin Fan. To put it simply, first focus your attention, condense the qi throughout the body, and then through the mutual induction of qi, find the target's qi, transfer the qi to the target, and then extend your mental power there. Through the special connection between qi connect and reach the other person directly. Since you can't concentrate effectively in the early stage, you need a little help. After Ponzi finished speaking, he waved his hand and took a branch from the air. Do you still remember your junior brother's aura? Remember, master. Follow the formula I teach you, concentrate your energy, mobilize your mental strength to fill all the qi, then mobilize your whole body's breath to sense the breath of the dumpling, and then try to let his qi pull you over. Tianjin Rai sinks with heart. The sky and the earth are infinite, the universe is infinite, the Lord of Qi sect, the end of the world is so close, Qi. Gwa gwa gwa. Nothing happened. The Tianjin rice didn't move at all. He said awkwardly, come on. Go and practice slowly by yourself, I will go back to sleep by myself. After Ponzi finished speaking, he walked away sleepily, as if he was really tired. The qi in this world is really magical, the tension is too strong. According to the previous life, qi can be internal force, spiritual energy, fairy energy, or divine power. This is outrageous. According to the Chinese system, with my current skills, how can I perform space-based spells? Now with qi, it is a piece of cake. After Bulma and her friends went out to play for an afternoon, they found a restaurant to have dinner. When he arrived at the door, Sun Wukong had a cute expression on his face. Ah! The old turtle raised his head and asked. Wukong, what's wrong with you? Oops, I forgot the Dragon Ball and Golden Cudgel at the amusement park just now. I'm going to get them back. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to get it. After seeing it, Klin immediately said that he did not need to let Sun Wukong run away again, and he would go and get it for him. It's okay, I'll get it. Haha. It's okay, I'll get it. Thank you, Krillin, please. As he ran, Krillin turned back and said he wanted to keep his portion of the meal. Sun Wukong waved his hands happily. Do not worry. Sun Wukong looked at Klin's back getting farther and farther away, and suddenly said in shock. Klin. Klin, who was gradually walking away, stopped, turned around, and looked at Sun Wukong from a distance. What's up? Sun Wukong looked at Klin with blank eyes, as if he sensed something, as if he suddenly had a bad premonition, but the simple Sun Wukong had no idea what was going on. Klin's smile was particularly bright under the setting sun. Kame Sennin, Bulma, and others also looked at the two of them in confusion, with baffled expressions on their faces. The atmosphere was suddenly filled with sadness mixed with doubt. Sun Wukong suddenly touched the back of his head with one hand and said with a smile on his face. Hey? I suddenly forgot what I was going to say. Everyone laughed and looked at Sun Wukong. Then. I'll be right back. The rest of the people immediately went into the restaurant, all talking about how hungry they were. On the contrary, Sun Wukong, who was usually a big eater, was fine. He had eaten the energy pill given to him by dumplings in the morning. Sun Wukong did not follow him immediately. Instead, he stood at the door and looked at Qin's back as he ran away under the sunset. Sun Wukong had an ominous premonition. Everyone has ordered their food, which has been on the table for a long time. Bulma said weakly. Why is Qin so slow? What are you doing? The amusement park is not far from here. I'm so hungry. Oolong held the table with both hands and drooled. Ah, I can't bear it anymore. Then let's eat first. Everyone was eating happily, only the old turtle saw Wukong who had not started eating. Wukong, why don't you start eating? I want to wait for Qin to come back and eat together. Bulma chewed food in her mouth and said vaguely. You don't need to worry about him. He will definitely not be hungry within 10 days after taking Ponzi's energy pills. Wolong also whimpered and said. You don't need to worry about him, Qin might be eating grass on the roadside. Yes, Wukong, you eat first. Wukong didn't answer. He lowered his head and looked at the bottom of the table with a serious expression on his face. His eyes were empty again. Suddenly, Sun Wukong frowned. A second later, Sun Wukong felt something broken, and his whole body fell into a bottomless abyss. Qin's shouting sounded in his heart, and Qin was in great pain. Sun Wukong immediately jumped off the chair and ran outside without saying a word. Wukong! 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 What's wrong with you? Wukong shouted anxiously as he ran. By the time he arrived at the amusement park, Qin had already vomited blood and fell to the ground. Sun Wukong was stunned on the spot. A man on the side who was not completely dead said intermittently. A monster appeared. The monster flew over, took the roster of the world's best martial arts club, snatched the baggage from his hand, took out a strange bead, and ran away. Qin. Sun Wukong looked at Qin in his arms with a sad look on his face. Qin. Qin. Hateful. Sun Wukong's voice seemed to be crying, but also seemed to contain boundless anger. He was very confused as to who was so cruel and ruthless as to do this to Qin. The friends who followed Wukong also came one after another, and they all fell silent when they looked at the messy scene. Bulma, who finally came over, hadn't figured out the situation yet. What's wrong? Wukong. Then he looked blankly at Qin who was lying in Sun Wukong's arms. Turtle Immortal said in disbelief, Is it difficult? Could it be? Sun Wukong sounded sad and said in a low voice. Krillin, was killed. Yam Sha just said. Impossible. The man on the side who was not dead yet repeated to everyone what he had just said to Sun Wukong. This gentleman desperately tried to stop him, but the other party was too strong. Bulma covered her mouth with her hands, tears slowly flowing from the gaps. Wukong. Sun Wukong stood up with an angry look on his face. Damn it! Damn it! While picking up the golden hoop that fell aside and tying it on his back, he asked Bulma. Bulma, did you bring the Dragon Ball radar? Bulma answered immediately and took the Dragon Ball radar out of her arms. Turtle Immortal immediately stopped him. Wait a minute, Wukong. Without saying a word, Sun Wukong grabbed the Dragon Ball radar that Bulma had just taken out and rushed out. Chapter 52 Piccolo Demon King 1. Seeing that Sun Wukong ignored him, Turtle Immortal rushed out angrily. I asked you to wait. The Monkey King Turtle Immortal, who was still indifferent, shouted. This is the master's order. Sun Wukong still rushed out without hesitation and smashed the poster of the amusement park. Wukong. Sun Wukong clenched his teeth and ran quickly, while recalling every bit of his time with Qin, the insidious and despicable beginning, then chasing each other, training each other, and finally Qin died and lay down. A scene in his arms. When he ran to the fork in the road, Sun Wukong took out the Dragon Ball radar. After opening it, he saw the two Dragon Balls getting farther and farther away from each other. This way. Keep chasing. Kame Sennin looked outside the empty door. That idiot Gaku, his opponent defeated Krillin in one fell swoop, and he himself was exhausted from the fight with Tenjin Fan in the martial arts club. How could he have any chance of winning? Oolong suddenly made a new discovery and ran over to pick up a piece of paper. After reading it he said, "There is a piece of paper on the ground. Could it be related to the guy who killed Klin?" Bulma took it. "What does it mean that there is a magic word inside a circle? What is this?" Oolong Interface said. "That magic word looks weird." When Turtle Sennin heard this, he was so frightened that his crutch dropped to the ground. "What did you say?" Kame Sennin immediately turned around and snatched the paper from Bulma's hand. He looked at the black magic words inside the red circle. He became more and more frightened as he looked at it. He squeezed the white paper tightly with trembling hands. Disaster! Disaster? Could it be? But, this, how is this possible? Bulma and the others looked at the shocked Kame Sento. "What's wrong with this word? Do you know?" Kame Sennin's cold sweat kept flowing down like a waterfall. Kame Sennin had no choice but to take out his handkerchief and wipe it with trembling hands. After trembling several times, he succeeded. This is the badge of the Great Demon King Piccolo. The Great Demon King Piccolo. The blonde Lan Chi said with disdain, whose name is so strange. Turtle Immortal said this matter with a cautious expression. Although Piccolo's name is ridiculous, he is actually a very scary guy, and even we were harassed and attacked by them. When we were young, Zianran and I fought desperately against them. Piccato's fighting power was something we couldn't resist at that time. Even the strongest martial arts master in the past couldn't touch him. Bulma asked curiously. "Master Wu Taitu?" "That's my master." Kame Sennin was still sweating and looking into the distance worriedly. Sun Wukong didn't know this yet, so he still chased the monster desperately based on the knowledge of Dragon Ball radar. "Unforgivable, unforgivable. I will never forgive you, unforgivable." Kame Sennin was still telling Bulma and the others about their fears back then. The bloodthirsty Demon King Piccolo continues to kill innocent people every day, and innocent humans can only sit and wait to die. In desperation, I fled into the mountains. I believed what teacher Wu Taitu said before leaving. I continue to practice every day and wait for him to come back. One day a few years later, according to the original agreement, teacher Wu Taitu came back. In order to learn a certain secret trick known as the ultimate trick, he kept practicing repeatedly. In the end, teacher Wu Taitu used that terrible trick and successfully sealed the Demon King Piccolo into the electric pot. Teacher Wu Taitu also died because he used the ultimate trick to consume his own life force. Yamcha asked hurriedly, "Then, what, then?" "I personally sank that electric pot to the depths of the sea. There is no way that the great Demon King Piccolo will be resurrected." Turtle Immortal said with a serious face. "No way." He also specifically emphasized that it was not clear whether he was talking to himself or others. On the other side, the angry Sun Wukong had just rushed out of the forest and almost fell off the cliff. Only then did he wake up. "Yes, why did I forget that?" Then he called Somersault Cloud, sat on it, and followed the signal directly. On the spaceship of the Pilaf trio, the Piccolo Demon King tapped the seat with a heavy expression on his face, and then looked at the rice cooker in front of him. After some operations, when the Pilaf trio carefully asked Piccolo whether the great Demon King wanted to rely on the Dragon Balls to rule the world, Piccolo the great Demon King said that he actually wanted to obtain immortality in a body that would never age. He directly told the trio of funny idiot Pilaf that they were stunned for a moment. It was obvious that the three of them were looking at each other in confusion, as if they had a flash of inspiration. "Yes, why didn't I think of it?" Kame Sento, who was still in the amusement park, suddenly realized something. "That's it." The others were startled. I know the reason why Demon King Piccolo took away the list of the best martial arts club in the world. That guy was afraid of the demon sealing wave. He was afraid that one day he would meet a master who knew the demon sealing wave and seal himself into an electric pot. Yamcha also said as a hindsight, yes. As long as he has a list of martial arts masters, he will know who to find. Bulma was a little skeptical, so, is he planning to kill everyone on the list? It should be right. Sun Wukong drove the somersault cloud and gradually caught up with the Dan Balin devil who stole the Dragon Ball and killed Klin. Sun Wukong looked at the guy in front of him who was all green and had wings on his back, holding a list in one hand and his own Dragon Ball in the other. Do not run. Stop. Dan Balin heard Sun Wukong's angry roar and turned his head to look at Sun Wukong who was following him in a somersaulting cloud posture. Do not run. Dan Balin said in a gloomy tone, what are you doing? Who are you? Full of anger, Sun Wukong squatted down half-crouched, clenched his fists at his sides, gritted his teeth and looked at the winged monster with disdain on his face. My 4 stars, it was indeed you who did it. What are you saying? Give me back my Dragon Balls and Krillin's life. Klin. Sun Wukong looked at Dan Balin who looked confused. Said angrily. Stop pretending. It was you who killed him and took away my Dragon Ball. Only then did Dan Balin become interested and looked at the kid in front of him. Are you talking about the kid who resisted me? Dan Balin thought thoughtfully. That's it. It turns out that kid is already dead. I just kicked him. It's really something to be happy about. What did you say? You killed Klin. In this case, I will pay for it with your life. Is that so? Is that why you chased me? Since we want to fight, let's start. As a result, Sun Wukong didn't expect that he would be knocked off the cloud at once, so he forced himself to call Somersault Cloud and saved his life. The monster Dan Balin also sneered at Sun Wukong. After a period of fighting, Dan Balin destroyed the Somersault Cloud and was kicked down. Sun Wukong stubbornly stretched the Somersault Cloud and tried to kill Dan Balin, but he easily dodged it and killed Sun Wukong directly. Dan Balin said disdainfully, it wasted a lot of my time. Then fly away directly. Ponzi felt Sun Wukong's disappearing energy and stood up suddenly. He has forgotten many plots. It can be said that he has never seen many of them. Of course, he does not know whether Sun Wukong will be killed here. On the other side, Bulma and others waited hard until late at night. Wukong, come back quickly. Chapter 53 Piccolo Demon King, 2. Turtle Immortal looked at the moon, lowered his head, and said heartbrokenly. After waiting for so long, he still hasn't come back. This means that Wukong may be too. Bulma asked Turtle Immortal hesitantly. Yeah, what's wrong? I'm afraid Goku won't come back alive. Bulma said angrily. What are you talking about? Wukong is so strong, how could you do this? That's right. Wukong will not die so easily. Kame Sennin looked at the people who loudly refuted him. Hey? I hope so too. Anyway, let's go inside the house first. Ponzi was still confused. Here, why did Sun Wukong die? He dies, who can take back the Dragon Ball and revive him? What's going on? Isn't he the best in the world next term? I also fought Piccolo later. Ponzi was still hesitating whether he should go and take a look. As soon as Oolong finished saying that if the great demon king Piccolo was going to kill people one by one based on the Budokai's list, it had nothing to do with him, he was yelled at by Bulma. Asshole, what nonsense are you talking about? If he rules the world, he won't be able to live as easily as he does now. Turtle Immortal was also worried and said. Yes, for the great demon king Piccolo, ruling the world is an easy task. For that guy, the only pleasure is to slowly kill a person alive. After Dan Balin returned to King Pilaf's airship, he handed the Dragon Ball to King Piccolo. Piccolo the great demon king looked at the Dragon Ball in his hand. This is the Dragon Ball. Dan Balin immediately answered and glanced at the Pilaf trio. Yes, the Dragon Ball is indeed at the location these people said it was. Pilaf spoke tremblingly. Right. Right. That's it. What I said is right. Piccolo the Great Demon King brought the Dragon Ball in front of him, thoughtfully, as if he was questioning the three of Pilaf. As long as I gather 7 of these beads, I can gain eternal youth and life. Pilaf immediately flattered him. Yes, of course. At that time, my body will regain its previous overwhelming strength. And your masculine charm will also be greatly enhanced. Your Majesty. The 3 Pilafs were frightened by the cold snort of Piccolo Demon King. Your Majesty, your charm has always been very strong. Dan Balin handed over a pile of paper in his hand. Here is the list of attendees of the world's #1 Budokai in the past 10 years, because by coincidence, Longju is also in that martial arts venue. A satisfied smile formed on the corner of Piccolo's mouth. Very well, put the list on the wall. Dan Balin then began to paste them in one by one. Pilaf and the other 3 went to help post it like a fool. Dan Balin posted to Klin's photo. Is this guy considered very powerful among them? You know him? No. After speaking, Dan Balin directly crumpled Klin's photo into a ball. There is no need to post this one because he was killed by me conveniently. At this time Xiao Wu exclaimed. King Pilaf, look at this man. What appeared was a picture of Sun Wukong. This guy turned out to be the runner-up in 2 martial arts tournaments. After Dan Balin saw it, he said bluntly. There is no need to post that guy, he has been killed by me. Pilaf looked at Dan Balin in disbelief. This. You can't be wrong. That guy was so weak that I took care of him in just a few clicks. Pilaf was so frightened that he huddled up in a ball. That brat is the runner-up. Lord Demon King, there are no decent martial arts masters in the world now. After Piccolo heard this, he smiled happily. This is good news, but just in case, it's better to kill them one by one. I don't want to be locked in the rice cooker again. Everyone who wants to resist me will be destroyed. Then, find all 7 Dragon Balls, and then prepare to conquer the world. Go, Dan Balin, go and kill all the martial arts masters, no one can be left behind. Yes, the Great Demon King. Dan Balin began to take action step by step. Joppa King, puff. Piccolo the Great Demon King just drank a large glass of melon soda, indicating that he would add another warrior to collect the Dragon Balls. Then, the 3 of Pilaf expressed that they really didn't want to see him perform that move. Piccolo said to himself, since he is a warrior who collects Dragon Balls, he will regenerate a warrior in the shape of a dragon. With that said, he performed again in front of the 3 Pilafs. Piccolo Demon King held the armrest with his hands, veins popped out, his eyes suddenly glowed with a penetrating white light, and his whole body twitched. He was chanting the Namek language. The Pilaf trio were so frightened that their whole bodies were covered in cold sweat, their hairs stood on end, and they were also trembling. Then the Piccolo Demon King screamed wildly, as if his throat was blocked by a foreign object. After a while, his throat bulged and moved bit by bit from bottom to top. Pilaf was so frightened that he covered his face with his hands, while Xiao Wu and Ashu also looked disgusted and wanted to vomit. Piccolo the Great Demon King opened his mouth wide and spit out an egg filled with disgusting, sticky green liquid. Piccolo the Great Demon King took a few breaths and calmed down. Come out, your name is Simbalu. The egg that had just been spat out by Piccolo trembled for a while, and was broken open from the inside, revealing a 20 centimeters small dragon demon. At first it was difficult to even stand and open his eyes, but soon he grew to over 1 meter tall. As soon as Simbalu appeared, Piccolo Demon King asked Pilaf to point out the location of the next Dragon Ball, and Simbalu immediately went to collect it. Ponzi looked at Sun Wukong, who had lost all his breath, and was still hesitating whether to take a look. I felt that Sun Wukong's aura was gradually getting stronger. Not long after, Sun Wukong's aura doubled. It turns out that he was seriously injured and was on the verge of death. Scared me. Ponzi, who had just felt relieved, had to complain again. The aura suddenly became twice as powerful. The setting of this Nema Scion is exaggerated. At the end, he has 100 million. If anyone is seriously injured and dying, no one can compare to him. What else can he do to practice? He has to find the system to be reborn as a Scion again. Ponzi burst out laughing when he watched Sun Wukong, who was fainting from hunger, eating a piranha as food and being bitten. He was about to use a kangaroo as food but was beaten. It seems it's time to recover. All the energy was consumed, and even the energy continuously released by the energy pills was swallowed up. In the Turtle Fairy house, Bulma and others discussed the battle plan. Damn it, if we can contact Ponzi, maybe we can solve it. Turtle Immortal said thoughtfully. Maybe. I always thought Tianjin Fan and the others kept their hands off during the martial arts club. Bulma suddenly asked, Hey? Why? According to common sense, Dumpling should be stronger than Tianjin rice. Moreover, when Dumpling gave up, he also gave Sun Wukong energy pills, specifically to help him regain his physical strength and reach the peak of his fighting power. Then we will divide our forces into two groups. After building the radar, Yamsha, you guys will go find the Dragon Balls, we will go find the fortune teller, and then we will go find Ponzi. Good. Ponzi was still pondering this moment. I'm really confused. If I and my disciples appear, it will destroy Sun Wukong's growth. But if I don't appear, they will look for him all over the world. I don't care. My disciples are not very mature yet. The corner of Ponzi's mouth twitched, looking at Sun Wukong who was risking his life for food. Sun Wukong, you have to work hard, the future of the earth still needs you. Sun Wukong finished the big fish in front of him regardless. Chapter 54 Wukong's counterattack. On the other side, after Kamizan and Bulmayamucha and others moved Kamizan's house to a place they thought was very safe, Kamizan flew a plane alone to find the Dragon Balls, trying to summon the dragon to destroy Piccolo by finding the Dragon Balls. Demon King. Only the four of Yamsha, Bulma, Oolong, and Pool stayed in the Turtle Fairy house worriedly. Yamsha did recovery training, and Bulma made a container for Klin to hold Klin's body. The great Demon King Piccolo suddenly woke up when Simbulu died, and was trying to call Simbulu through the secrets of the demons, hoping to get a response from Simbulu. The Pilaf Funny Trio looked at the anxious Piccolo Demon King in horror, and tried to flatter him by saying what a good boy Simbulu was, and that it was impossible for Earth's martial arts masters to defeat Simbulu, so that Piccolo Demon King could relax. This directly angered the Demon King Piccolo and roared at the three of them angrily. Simbulu, he was a child I gave birth to after going through labor pains. How can you people understand my sadness? My dear Simbulu, he died trying to get this Dragon Ball. So, it is he was killed by the guy who owned this Dragon Ball. It must be like this, it must be like this. The Pilaf Funny Trio originally tried to comfort Piccolo and calm down his anger. Lord Piccolo, the great Demon King, it is impossible for anyone in the world to be able to kill a powerful demon warrior. Maybe you have misunderstood, my lord. But he was angrily questioned by the Piccolo Demon King, and asked the Pilaf Funny Trio to tell him about the child he gave birth to, Simbulu. Why die? Why? After finishing speaking, Piccolo Demon King gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. No matter who you are, as long as you don't respect me, the great Demon King Piccolo, I will let you see what kind of tragic end you will have. After saying that, he used the secret technique of the demons to make a wireless telepathic call to Dan Balin, who was looking for and killed the martial artist. Dan Balin had just found Yamsha and asked for the address of the Turtle Fairy house, and then the stupid Bulma directly told him where they lived before. After a brief confrontation, he was about to kill Yamsha. The big devil calls. Lord Demon King! Dambalan, my son, your brother Simbalu was killed. Go over and kill him now. Yes. After saying that, Dambalan flew up and looked at Yamsha mockingly. You're lucky, I'll kill you next time. Over there, Turtle Immortal also used turtle-style Qigong to destroy an iceberg and found a 2-star Dragon Ball. He then exchanged it for another Dragon Ball in the hands of a couple with children. On the spaceship, he was asked for 1 million by a scarred tiger-headed man. Trying to exchange for some free coupons, but when they were about to rob him directly, they snatched another Dragon Ball backhand. After going through hardships, they picked up another Dragon Ball from the crow's hole. Kame Sennin seemed to have collected 4 Dragon Balls easily. At the same time, after eating Simbalu, Achirobe listened to the story of Dragon Ball told to him by Sun Wukong. Akilobe picked up his 1-star Dragon Ball and looked at it blankly. I still can't accept it. I still can't believe that as long as you find 7 of these glass beads, you can grant a wish to anyone who summons the dragon. Sun Wukong looked at Achilobe seriously. It's true. I started looking for the Dragon Balls in order to resurrect Klin. No matter what, I have to find these 7 Dragon Balls. After looking at Sun Wukong's firm eyes and clenched fists, Akilobe folded his hands in front of his chest, shrugged, and said easily, if it were me, I would rather eat a full meal. Sun Wukong clenched his hands, his eyes were spitting fire, and he gritted his teeth and said, but at the moment, I have another more important thing that I must do. I swear, I must defeat the guy who killed Klin. Seeing this, Akilobe turned around and left, and Sun Wukong followed him shamelessly. Why are you following me? I told you, as long as you carry the Dragon Ball, those people will come looking for you. Even though you said that, you actually wanted to steal the Dragon Balls when I wasn't paying attention, right? Sun Wukong retorted angrily. Not at all. But you also want the glass ball, right? I've explained everything about the Dragon Balls to you. When I find the other 6 planets, can you lend them to me? Akilobe bared his teeth and said in a low voice to Sun Wukong, stop lying. It's true. I just want to avenge Klin and resurrect him. I will not lend you this glass ball. I will find a place to sell it at a high price. After finishing speaking, Akilobe turned around and walked quickly, trying to get away from Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong hurriedly followed. Akilobe really can't stand Sun Wukong following behind him. He turned around and looked at Sun Wukong angrily. Don't follow. Sun Wukong said seriously. I'm following Longzhu, not you. Achilobe. You boy. There is no solution for meeting such a shameless person. Then he kept running forward, but after a struggle between the two, Akilobe still couldn't get rid of Sun Wukong. The two of them were hungry. After catching a fish and eating it, Yakilobe looked at the rapid river and thought of a plan. He rushed over immediately. Sun Wukong followed suit and jumped over a big stone. Yakilobe immediately broke into the river. Sun Wukong didn't notice the big stone and fell into the water. After a battle of wits and courage, Sun Wukong still caught up with Akilobe, who was stopped by Dambalan. Sun Wukong looked at Dambalan in front of him and was very angry. Said that he would fight him personally. I'm full now. It's very different from before. You should wake up. Sun Wukong half crouched on his horse, got into a fighting stance, spoke and looked at Dambalan, who was standing calmly in front of him. Dambalan looked at Sun Wukong in front of him in surprise, and said sarcastically. Are you aware? Are you just pretending? Come on. Sun Wukong directly used multiple afterimage punches to scare Dambalan. While Dambalan was searching for himself, Sun Wukong revealed a huge flaw. Sun Wukong kicked Dambalan away with an elbow, then punched him several times in the air, seriously injuring him, and then hit Dambalan hard with both palms. He was cut to the ground and passed out. This time, Dan Balin had no power to fight back and was knocked unconscious by Sun Wukong. He then performed a scissors hand gesture towards Dan Balin, who was unconscious on the ground. If Ponzi saw Sun Wukong's current speed and strength, he would definitely complain that the Scion bloodline has awakened. It was really a serious injury, and the combat power increased dramatically. Waiting for a two-fold or three-fold increase would be terrifying. When Akilobe was about to start eating, Dan Balin woke up and said, "Damn it, how could our great demon warrior be knocked down by humans?" With that said, Dan Balin fired a light cannon at Sun Wukong, but Sun Wukong used the afterimage fist to nimbly avoid it. Neither of them knew it, but they saw the clear afterimage of Sun Wukong being hit, with no bones left. Dan Balin smiled proudly and said, "Ha ha ha, idiot, I finally eliminated you. I told you a long time ago, there is no way that our demon warriors will lose." Chapter 54. My name is Achilobe. He lay on his back contentedly, touching his belly, and kept saying that he was full, he was full. "Get up and exercise and break a big rock into pieces." Ponzi took back the target of his attention, and as long as he didn't die, he didn't need to worry about him. Little did Sun Wukong know that there was an insidious guy who had been secretly paying attention to him. "I'm well rested, I won't necessarily beat that guy this time." Sun Wukong in the field suddenly expressed his eyes and concentrated on feeling the movement around him. "You bastard, where are you? Get out of here." I saw Yasuo Akirobe with fluffy hair, a katana on his waist, a dragon ball on his chest, wooden clogs on his feet, looking up at Sun Wukong. "Who are you talking about, bastard? This is what I want to say." Sun Wukong was originally vigilant, but after hearing these words, he relaxed his vigilance. "You guy, you actually ate my fish, it's so abominable." Sun Wukong straightened up and repeated curiously. "Your fish? That fish was always there." Achilobe became even more angry when he heard Sun Wukong's shameless words. "Idiot, is that fish going to come and stab itself with branches and burn itself with fire? You bastard!" Sun Wukong still didn't react at this time. He seemed to have eaten someone else's food. An awkward atmosphere filled the air between the two of them for a moment. The dark clouds came and drifted away, as if they were all blown away by the embarrassment. Akilobe suddenly roared at Sun Wukong. "Thief! What? Shameless! What are you talking about? Why do you call me a thief and shameless? Stop pretending, you just ate my fish. You're talking nonsense. It's your fish. Why didn't you take good care of it? Instead, I ate it. That's my breakfast. It's almost ready. I was about to eat it when you stole it. How dare you say that you suddenly hit me with a stone just now?" Sun Wukong jumped off the big stone on which he stood and saw the dragon ball on Akilobe's body. "That's my dragon ball, I know it. You are indeed with those monsters. You want to kill me, right? Shut up, don't try to get away with your nonsense. You stole my fish and you haven't settled the matter yet. You are obviously a fish thief." Akilobe was also very angry. He squatted down and kicked the entire forest to shake. The two of them started to fight after not saying anything to each other. After exchanging elbow strikes and legwork, they staggered and separated. Sun Wukong looked at the sneering little fat man. "It's pretty awesome. This kid." Akilobe was already attacking Sun Wukong quickly. As he approached, Sun Wukong launched a flying kick at him. Sun Wukong took a defensive posture, waited until Akilobe came, jumped back from the spot with all his strength, and picked up a pile of dust. As soon as Sun Wukong landed, Akilobe quickly stepped forward and dealt a crazy blow. Sun Wukong easily picked it up. Without paying attention, Akilobe hit Sun Wukong's own nose with his forehead. Sun Wukong fell on his back and covered his nose. "It hurts. It's as hard as a rock, it hurts me to death." Akilobe smiled proudly and said, "Now you know how powerful I am." Sun Wukong made a surprise attack and hit Aqiluobe's chin with his head, sending him flying straight away. Aqiluobe calmed down and immediately started attacking each other again. This time, Sun Wukong killed him in 3 strikes, 5 divided by 2. After defeating Aqiluobe, he put his head in his hands and showed off happily to him. You know how powerful I am. How about it? Surrender now. Just when he was about to continue talking, Aqiluobe had already climbed up from the stone and dusted himself off as if nothing had happened. Sun Wukong looked at the unharmed Aqiluobe. I obviously attacked with all my strength, but he was still unscathed. Aqiluobe, who had also just gotten up, was also secretly surprised. What's the origin of this kid? It was the first time I met such a powerful guy. The two were deadlocked in place again. After a while, Aqiluobe couldn't help it anymore and spoke first. Who are you? You are so powerful, you shouldn't be a thief. I'm not a thief. My name is Sun Wukong. What a strange name. Then what's your name? Aqiluobe, my name is Aqiluobe. What? Isn't your name weird? Aqiluobe suddenly became angry again and rushed towards Sun Wukong. This time Sun Wukong directly wrestled with him without dodge or avoidance. Suddenly, Sun Wukong jumped away when he saw that the dragon ball on Aqiluobe's chest was not left to him by his grandfather. Aqiluobe was caught off guard, unable to hold back his strength in time, and fell heavily to the ground. After getting up, he glared at Sun Wukong. Asshole, what are you doing? The one you have is a 1-star one, not the 4-star dragon ball that was stolen from me. It's the thing you hang around your neck. Where did you come from? Please tell me. Aqiluobe looked at the anxious Sun Wukong with a confused look on his face. He was stunned for a while. I picked this up 3 years ago. Do you have any objections? That's it. Sun Wukong suddenly touched the back of his head and said happily. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Your dragon ball is not mine. It turns out that you are not with the monster who killed Klin. Aqiluobe because of the fish thing. I don't know, what are you talking about? Don't think you can just smile and pass. You stole my fish, which is my breakfast. Give me the fish back. No, that is. Sun Wukong saw the sky unconsciously. Aqiluobe was also attracted and looked at the sky together. It was Simbulu who was found based on the clues, the warrior who had just been born by the Demon King Piccolo to find the Dragon Balls. Simbulu also saw Sun Wukong and Aqiluobe on the ground, landing. Sun Wukong looked at the monster in front of him with an angry look, while Aqiluobe looked disdainful. It's not like I haven't eaten dinosaurs before. After landing, Simbulu may not be 4 meters tall. He really grew up drinking air. Hey! Kids, answer my questions carefully. Sun Wukong suddenly put down his offensive posture and said doubtfully. No, it's not it. Although it looks similar, it's not. Aqiluobe looked at Simbulu and said unceremoniously. Who are you? Why are you so stubborn? Listen to me. If you don't tell the truth, I will kill you. Have you seen little balls with stars in them around here? Aqiluobe looked at Simbulu angrily, and Simbulu's eyes happened to move to Aqiluobe. Great, I'm so lucky, kid, give me the ball around your neck or I'll kill you. When Sun Wukong heard that it wanted the Dragon Ball, he got angry and started attacking. You want the Dragon Balls too? You are on the same team as the monster who killed Krillin. Both of them are still competing with Simbulu. The little chubby dragon Simbulu was impatient and prepared to kill the two of them and grab the Dragon Ball directly. The little fat dragon Simbulu just made a move and knocked Aqiluobe to the ground. Then Sun Wukong continued to laugh mercilessly from the sidelines. The angry Aqiluobe directly killed the little fat dragon with a flying kick and a breathless wind slash. Then it landed on the ground with a handsome hand knife. Chapter 55 The Demon King Piccolo finally appears. Aqiluobe squatted on his horse and put his hand on his katana. Damn it! As soon as the knife was pulled out a small part, Sun Wukong's mocking voice came. "You are the idiot. How could I not avoid that kind of trick?" "What?" Dan Balin gradually retreated in fear and flew away. Sun Wukong directly used the golden cudgel to chase after him, and used turtle-style qigong in the air to directly eliminate Dan Balin. Piccolo Demon King suddenly sensed Dan Balin's death. Dead, even Dan Balin is dead. What kind of monster is there in that place? After Wukong came down, he was questioned by Achilob. "Hey! How can I eat it if you beat it into coke?" "I'm sorry, I forgot when I was angry." "Then look at the crackling flames." "What? You have already lit the fire." Achilob nodded naturally, because that guy doesn't seem to taste good when eaten raw. "Nothing is coming now." Sun Wukong pointed to the dragon ball worn by Achilobe and said, "Just wait a while. As long as you keep wearing that dragon ball, bad guys will keep looking for you. Then you will have something to eat." The foodie duo quietly waited for the new monster to appear. On the other side, the worried Yamcha people still insisted on waiting for the return of Kame Immortal in search of the Dragon Ball. Kame Immortal had already begun to approach Sun Wukong. The great Demon King Piccolo also ordered the Pilaf Funny Trio to catch up with Achilobe and Sun Wukong. Soon, the two of them looked at the airship in the sky in shock. Achilobe fell into deep thought as he listened to the voice that Xiao Wu accidentally let out. "Piccolo Demon King, I think I've heard of it." Sun Wukong, looking at the sky angrily. "I know, that Piccolo guy must be the boss searching for Dragon Ball monsters." "No, it's not. I heard about myths when I was a kid." Suddenly, Achilobe's pupils shrank and he shouted in fear. I remembered." As he spoke, he stepped back, his whole body still trembling. After throwing the Dragon Ball directly to Sun Wukong, he turned around and ran away. Sun Wukong was left confused. "But the boss might taste better." "No, I'm full." After Piccolo confirmed that it was Sun Wukong on the airship, he was so angry that he flew down directly. Sun Wukong looked at Piccolo flying down. You can also fly? Are you Ponzi's disciple?" "What Ponzi, Trunks? I am the Demon King Piccolo, and I ask you, did you kill Dan Balin and Simbalu?" "Hey! Let me ask you first, are you the boss of the monster that killed Klin and stole my Dragon Ball?" "As expected, it's you. No wonder you still have a princess hanging on your body. Damn it, I guessed right, I won't forgive you this time." Piccolo the great Demon King looked at the angry little boy in front of him and burst into laughter. He was threatened by a kid and would not let him go. He really thought that the demon couldn't even lift a knife. "Look at you little brat, your martial arts skills are still very high. The two warriors I sent were defeated by you. I'm going to destroy you as well, and then snatch the Dragon Ball back from you." Achilob hid far away and quietly entered the village to have sex. The angry Sun Wu, who was likened to an ant, immediately started to attack, and a combination of punches directly knocked the Piccolo Demon King to the ground. However, Piccolo the great Demon King stood up as if nothing had happened. His eyes immediately emitted red light, and Sun Wukong seemed to be under a spell, unable to move. "What happened? Why can't I move?" Then, Sun Wukong moved step by step against the strong pressure, but was kicked by Piccolo, flying into the sky, and then kicked Sun Wukong down from the sky. If Ponzi was paying attention, he would definitely complain that their fighting style was monotonous and boring. Unfortunately, he was already thinking about his own affairs at this moment. Piccolo Demon King directly grabbed Sun Wukong by his collar and lifted him up. "Oh? It's not bad. You haven't died yet." Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and said intermittently, "Then, do you still need to say it?" Piccolo sneered and punched Sun Wukong directly in the face, twisting it hard. Sun Wukong had no choice but to bite the big Demon King Piccolo's thumb with his strong will. Being shaken around by Piccolo, he was hammered directly to the ground. Then use the demonic light killing cannon to try to kill Sun Wukong directly. But Sun Wukong cleverly avoided it. After several attempts, Sun Wukong still lost his strength and was hit. Then the process of being hit continuously began. Piccolo the Great Demon King looked at the panting Sun Wukong and started to activate the villain's minute-long super-villain skill. The villain is multi-talented. Sun Wukong took advantage of this to breathe heavily and regain his strength. Just after catching his breath, the Piccolo Demon King had already attacked. Sun Wukong just realized something was wrong and was about to turn around when he was hit again. Then he started a 3-minute hammering experience. No matter how much Sun Wukong increases his speed and strength, he can't hit Piccolo, let alone defeat him. Sun Wukong is really dangerous now. Piccolo Demon King looked at Sun Wukong, who fell to the ground and took a big breath. Oh. What? Are you going to admit defeat? When Sun Wukong heard this, his fighting power exploded. He struggled to stand up and could no longer do any other movements. Piccolo Demon King saw this and sneered. No matter what you do, you can't beat me. If I fight, I can't beat me. If I can't escape, I can't escape. It seems I can only wait for death. Sun Wukong stood up stubbornly and heard Piccolo's cynicism. Start to perform the turtle-style Qigong movements. Piccolo the Great Demon King broke into a cold sweat when he saw it. Difficult? Is it possible? Turtle Pai Qi Gong. No, it's not Feng Mobo, it scared me. Then he didn't avoid it and directly took one of Sun Wukong's turtle-style Qigong. Great, totally hit. Hey! Sun Wukong stared blankly at Piccolo Demon King, who faced the turtle school Qigong but was unscathed, and fell into despair. The sky has to give some atmosphere at this time, and it will rain heavily. Damn it! He is so terrifyingly strong. No matter how hard I fight, I can't defeat him. That's right. Since you can't beat me, just lie down in front of me like a dog. When Sun Wukong heard this, he stood up unsteadily again. When the Demon King Piccolo saw this, he clasped his hands and bent his arms, his whole body trembling. For a moment, his aura blocked all the rain. Soon, Sun Wukong fell to the ground and lost his breath again. Piccolo touched Sun Wukong's right chest. Stop breathing, already dead. After saying that, the confident Piccolo took away Sun Wukong's Dragon Ball, flew directly to the airship and left. He didn't care about Akilobe, who was watching the battle from a distance. If Ponzi knew it, he would definitely complain about the importance of last strike. No matter where it is, last hit is important. Akilobe hesitated for a moment and was about to bury Sun Wukong, but he felt Sun Wukong's heart beating. Then she hugged him and ran directly to the river to let him drink enough water. Watching Sun Wukong recover. Your vitality is too strong. What is your heart made of? You can actually resurrect from the dead. Sun Wukong put his hands and knees on the ground and coughed repeatedly. It's so abominable, there's nothing I can do against him. Next, Sun Wukong asked Akilobe to take him to Kalin Tower. Chapter 56 The Tragic Turtle Immortal Sect. At the price of a full meal, Akilobe agreed to take Sun Wukong to Kalin Tower. Sun Wukong sat in Akilobe's car and set off towards Kalin Tower. On the way, he learned the legend of Piccolo Demon King from Akilobe's mouth. Sun Wukong fell asleep quickly because of his serious injury. Kame Sennin also found 5 Dragon Balls and was chased by the Demon King Piccolo. He had to find a place to hide the Dragon Ball. Being alone, Kame Sento doesn't know whether he can snatch the Dragon Ball from the Demon King Piccolo. Kame Sennin looked at Piccolo, who had swallowed the Dragon Ball, and had no choice but to come out to fight Piccolo. If that boy Ponzi is here, maybe he can withstand it. If I die too, the hope of the world is in your hands. If he knew that Ponzi knew about Piccolo's appearance and deliberately called Tianjin Fan and others away, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Any one of Ponzi's disciples could easily eliminate Piccolo after removing the gravity. If he knew about it, he might bleed from all his orifices. On the other side, the people hiding in the base were looking at the gathered dragon balls. Bulma looked on worriedly. Yamcha put down the teacup and sighed heavily. If my combat power can keep up, I can also contribute. No, I'm going to find the fortune teller and figure out where Ponzi is. He needs to come out to help at this time. His disciples are so powerful, maybe even better than the old man. Hey! I'm going to ask the fortune teller, are you going? Go! So, everyone immediately started to take out the universal capsule, and after taking the turtle house inside, they took out the plane and went to find the fortune teller's place. Kame Sennin is currently confronting the great demon king Piccolo. It seems like you want to challenge me? You really don't want to live or die. He sneered twice. It's no wonder. You must have heard my legend before you dare to challenge me, right? Kame Sennin looked sternly at the tall demon king Piccolo in front of him. This is not the first time you and I have met. Stop talking nonsense, you said you have seen how powerful I am. Of course, that's why I want to collect the Dragon Balls to destroy you. So you've given up. Why? Because, I already have a way to eliminate you without using the dragon. Piccolo the Great Demon King laughed loudly. Suddenly, Piccolo Demon King saw Kame Sennin's appearance, which seemed familiar to him. How? How can it be? This old man. Piccolo's Adam's apple was slightly choked. He soon attacked Kame Sennin several times, but Kame Sennin did not fight back. No matter what method he used, Kame Sennin always looked at Piccolo Demon King with sharp eyes. What's wrong? What's wrong with this old man? Kame Sennin wiped the corners of his mouth. I don't want to fight you at all. It's a pity that my martial arts can't hurt you at all. But, the only thing I have is a way to seal you. Piccolo the Great Demon King laughed loudly. Stop talking nonsense. I just said that this is not the first time I have met you. I am not just talking nonsense and alarmism. I have fought against you with my master and junior brother. Have you forgotten? Piccolo Demon King had a gloomy expression. What did you say? Haha, my teacher's name is Wutedu, the same Wutedu who sealed you in the rice cooker. Piccolo's Adam's apple twitched, his eyes widened, his whole body trembled, and he was dripping with sweat. Soon the sweat fell like rain. Fear distorted his face. What? What? Piccolo Demon King's pupils expanded rapidly, and he asked Kame Sento in disbelief. What's your name? Turtle Immortal did not answer. You can remember it when you look at this. After saying that, Kamizenran took out the universal capsule, pressed the switch, and then released a rice cooker. Piccolo the Great Demon King looked at the rice cooker and the note stuck inside. The two were so frightened that they trembled and immediately recalled the scene at that time. No, no. No, it's impossible. Of course, you must still remember it. Because it was Mr. Wutedu who locked you in the rice cooker a long time ago and saved the world. Kame Sennin, take a fighting and attacking posture, clench your fists tightly against your sides, and then stretch forward, bend the middle finger of your right hand, extend your thumb naturally, and bend the other thumb slightly. The left hand first becomes a back palm and then becomes an eagle claw. Then move your hands back and forth quickly, making a twisted mudra, and then raise your hands flat in front of your chest, with your right hand on top, 4 fingers together, the thumb bent and placed on the middle finger, palms facing outward, and the left hand on the bottom in the same posture, but with the palms facing inward. Delay for a while, then put the back of your left hand, the index and middle fingers of your right hand together and stand upright in front of your forehead. Finally, bring your palms together and gradually interlace your fingers. After a dazzling set of seals, each of them pointed their middle fingers upward. Use force to exert force. The entire mountain began to shake, and the airship in the sky gradually swayed and began to lose its balance. King Piccolo immediately flew towards the sky quickly. Unfortunately, he was gradually pulled into the rice cooker by the skill of Kame Sennin, combined with the sealing of the demon wave. The stalemate lasted for a long time, but they managed to barely seal the Demon King Piccolo. Surprisingly, it turned out to be wrong. The Piccolo Demon King escaped and ascended to heaven, gasping for air like crazy. What a pity it failed. Turtle Immortal has exhausted all his energy. Turtle Immortal put one hand on his knees and said weakly. But if you think that you can feel at ease here, then you are simply wishful thinking. Take a break. I believe that one day, there will be someone who can defeat you and save the entire world. After saying this, Kame Sennin couldn't hold himself any longer and fell heavily to the ground. Sun Wukong, who had fallen into a deep sleep, suddenly woke up. He once again felt an ominous premonition and felt the death of Turtle Immortal. Akilobe looked at Sun Wukong strangely. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Does it hurt? Sun Wukong was unable to speak, and the energy he had just mentioned weakened again, and he collapsed on the seat. Okay, it seems like there's something bad going on, I don't know. Did something happen to the place where you were injured? The Piccolo Demon King, who narrowly escaped, covered up his fear with laughter. Hey he 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 he, finally dead, you big idiot. Even so, I'm going crazy from exhaustion. I didn't expect that someone would seal the demon wave. However, you are also dead. Now, I am not afraid of anyone. Moreover, I have found all the Dragon Balls. In this way, the Kame Sennin faction was completely damaged except for the last Yam Sha. The only one left was Sun Wukong heading towards Kalan Tower. Their faction suffered a tragic loss at the hands of the Great Demon King Piccolo. The Great Demon King Piccolo summons a divine dragon. For a moment, the whole world watched as it suddenly became dark. Sun Wukong, Bulma, Yamcha, and others are all worried about the safety of Kame Sennin. It seems that Piccolo Guy can realize his dream easily this time. Piccolo Demon King looked at his young body and felt the long-lost power. He actually killed Shenron directly, preventing others from trying to stop him by summoning Shenron. Chapter 57 Ponzi's Measurement. Ponzi saw that nothing serious happened to Sun Wukong. Instead, he became stronger after being injured, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Since my disciples praise me as the master of Qi sect, I have no choice but to carry forward Chinese culture in this world. Tianjin Fan mainly practices martial arts, but after this time he will also start to practice martial arts and enter the Gangqi realm. Only when he enters the Gangqi realm can he use a lot of Chinese Taoism like dumpling. Otherwise, if it is all Qi, he will still mainly rely on it would be too retarded to use various Qigong waves against the enemy. Dumplings have become a trend now, and they must have been a master in ancient times. For the remaining 8 people, it now seems that it will take at least 3 years before they can go out alone to face the subsequent disaster. The 10 of them followed me and trusted me. I had to teach them some real things. What they know now is just some strange moves. They imitate the legendary moves. They cleverly use the Qi of this world as the foundation to display them. It is weaker than the original move and Tao method. Another thing is that this world is all about martial arts training. By the time you finish singing the Tao method, you will basically be killed instantly. Watching them being frantically trained by Dumpling using gravity techniques in the distance. Ponzi mused. However, China's culture is so vast that even he, who has read all the contents, has pieced it together in pieces. Suddenly, Ponzi's eyes narrowed and he looked at Tianjin Fan, who was still training hard without knowing it, and saw that he had only moved 1 centimeter. Soon. According to his current level of hard work, he can successfully perform teleportation in 3 days at most. Ponzi carefully searched in his mind for books that he could use to improve his airbending theory. The first of the group of scriptures, the Book of Changes, I definitely need to add it to the list. The heaven is healthy, and the gentleman strives to constantly strive for self-improvement. When Ponzi thought of this, he carefully read through the Taoist books. He sorted out the books first and made an outline. Among the 3 mysteries of Taoism, the Ananhua Sutra, Tao Te Ching and Book of Changes are definitely must-haves. Later, Tai Shang Ying Pian, Gao's Hang Jade Emperor's collection of sutras, Lao Zi Zishan Jing, Kongxiu Zhenjing, Wen Qi Zhenjing, Huangting Jing, and Saving People Jing, Tongxian Zhenjing, Dongling Zhenjing, Ziuoang Lun, 15 treatises on Chongyang Jiao, Yuanqi Dong Zhenju Sutra, Tai Shang Su Huang Tianzun 49 Sutra, etc. 13. A complete classic book. Since ancient times, medicine and martial arts have not been separated. They must study medicine. In this case, medical works should also include the Suwen and Lingshu in the Huangdi Niajing, Shen Nong's Materia Medica, Shangan Treatise on Febrile Diseases, Treatise on Febrile Diseases, and Synopsis of the Golden Chamber / Chapter 58. Wukong searches for super divine water. Yam Sha suddenly said emotionally. Yes. That's them. Where are they? Ponzi, who was thinking, suddenly moved his eyes slightly. Oh. So smart. Find the guy from Heavy Rain. It's a pity that my strength is not strong enough, otherwise I would forcibly cut off the causal line and see how you investigate. Thinking of this, vitality filled the air. In a big forest, to the southwest. Phew! The fortune-telling mother-in-law was caught off guard and spurted out a large mouthful of blood, and her fortune-telling ball cracked visibly to the naked eye. The fortune-teller lay in Yam Sha's arms and said feebly. Yes, there are strong people who violently destroyed my divination. Now, the spell has backfired. I'm afraid, I won't be able to help you. As soon as he finished speaking, the fortune-teller pretended to be dead and tried to hide away, pretending to belch. Mother-in-law! Mother-in-law! Is it Ponzi? Why is Ponzi killing people and not willing to help us? Bulma, let's bury my mother-in-law and then set off to find Sun Wukong. Only he can stop Piccolo now. Bulma replied with tears in her eyes and choked with sobs. Good. Sun Wukong has reached the foot of Kalin Tower with the help of a Kilobe. Sun Wukong saw the cautious UPA, and after a brief conversation, the two immediately expressed the need to climb the tower to find God Kalin. After much talk, he finally used celestial beans to seduce Archibald, and he agreed to carry Sun Wukong on his back to climb the Kalin Tower. At night, a Kilobe angrily questioned Sun Wukong behind him. Don't go too far, okay? No matter how hard you climb, you still can't see the top of the tower. Sun Wukong said weakly, it's almost there. Archilobe said angrily. Shut up, you've been repeating this sentence since the beginning. Really? I really shouldn't have fallen for your trap just to fill my stomach. After saying that, he glanced at the bottomless depths. Hey, it's impossible to climb down now. Come on. Archilobe. Shut up, damn it. I'm so unlucky to be involved in these things. After saying that, taking advantage of the darkness, a Kilobe still tried his best to climb up. After crawling unremittingly, the two of them finally saw the top of Kalin Tower. Hey, look, is that the top of the tower? Aquilobe didn't get a response, so he turned around and looked at each other, fuming with anger. Damn it, you kid, get up quickly, the top of the tower is here. Get up quickly. Hey, it's almost a little bit. Archilobe was full of appetite when he looked at the top of the tower. As he climbed hard, he drooled and said. The top of this tower is like delicious food. Bulma and the others buried the fortune-teller who faked her death and left. On the way, Bulma and the others changed their minds and went to the place where the Dragon Balls disappeared first. Even though they already know that Kame Sennin has failed and Piccolo the Great Demon King has won, they still want to come and take a look. Maybe they can also find Kame Sennin's body and wait for Shenron to be resurrected in the future. Yamcha, come down quickly. This is where the Dragon Ball last disappeared. Okay, let's go down and take a look. Yam Sha stopped the blonde Lankai's behavior. No, let's check the situation first. Maybe there are still enemies left there. Oolong asked nervously. Hey! Are you going to be okay? I told you not to come to such a strange place. I really do. As soon as Oolong finished speaking, Bulma suppressed Oolong. Ah! Who is that? Get down quickly, that's Teacher Wu Tian. Yam Sha immediately began to fall. Wu, Teacher Wu Tian. The capsule ship I brought here because I was worried about what might happen, actually came in handy. Hateful. Bulma, Sun Wukong and I are the only ones left now. Tianjin Fan and the others may not come out to stop the Piccolo Demon King. Let's go meet Sun Wukong now to discuss countermeasures. Bulma and the others are preparing to put Teacher Wushan's body into the capsule ship. Damn it, I have to wait until next year to collect the 7 Dragon Balls again and summon the dragon to resurrect them. Oolong made a clever discovery at this time. Look, look! Bulma and others hurried over and looked at the 7 identical stones in front of them. No. No way. No, it's impossible. It could be fake. Yam Sha looked at the stone. Could it be that Shenlong was also killed by that guy? Bulma, let's set off immediately to find Sun Wukong. We can only meet him. Achilobe exhausted all his strength and finally climbed to the top of the tower, where he lay on his back and gasped for air. After a lot of hard work, I finally climbed up. Thank you, Achilobe. The cat fairy hid aside. To be able to climb up with Sun Wukong on his back, this guy doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. There are many powerful people recently, including Ponzi, Sun Wukong, Tao Bibai, and this kid named Achilobe. This world is so salty and dangerous. Lord Karan, long time no see. Achilobe immediately sat up and looked at the cat man in front of him. What? This guy is an immortal. Sun Wukong stepped forward. I. You don't need to say more, I know everything. What do you know? The cat immortal looked up at Sun Wukong. You're going to lose a battle with the great demon king Piccolo, right? That's weird, how do you know? Have you forgotten that I can read minds? What's more, because it's too boring up there, I often peek down below. When Achilobe heard this, he was startled and immediately ran to the edge of the tower. He stood on the tower and looked at the rolling clouds until he could see the bottom. Achilobe asked suspiciously. Can you see down from here? Of course you can't see it there. The cat immortal also pointed to the location. Then Achilobe experienced the same thing as Sun Wukong. He exclaimed, that's it. Immortal, you are really amazing. The cat immortal looked at Sun Wukong in front of him. Wukong, why did you come to me? Sun Wukong said half of what he said feebly. The cat immortal turned around and took out something vigorously in one place. Wait a minute, let me treat your injuries first. After saying that, he took out a large jar of fairy beans and gave one to Sun Wukong. Archibald knew this was the fairy bean queen and was very angry. When the cat immortal wasn't paying attention, he grabbed the fairy beans from the cat immortal's hand. I actually suffered so much for this kind of beans. After saying that, he grabbed a bunch and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Then he put the fairy beans into his mouth one handful after another regardless. What? These beans don't taste good at all. After eating 7 or 8 handfuls, I suddenly froze, and then the jar fell to the ground. He was pushed directly to the ground. Sun Wukong laughed at Achilobe. Ha ha ha, as long as you eat one of these fairy beans, you can go without eating for 10 days. After saying that, he threw the fairy beans in his hand into his mouth. After a while, Sun Wukong became energetic at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is it? Is your scarred body getting better? Sun Wukong said happily, it's true. It's great. Recovered, haha. After saying that, he was doing various martial arts movements on the top of the tower. When the cat immortal saw this, he broke into a cold sweat. This, how is this possible? His strength has increased more than 3 times. In the blink of an eye, his strength has doubled. Chapter 59 Ponzi reappears. After Sun Wukong was happy for a while, he ignored Achilob who was sleeping soundly. He expressed his thoughts to the cat immortal. So, you want me to be your training teacher? I hope so, I hope you teach me again. The cat immortal looked at the eager Sun Wukong. It's a pity that I really don't have anything left to teach you. Looking at the stunned Sun Wukong. I understand your feelings very well, but your current skill far exceeds mine. Then, what should we do? The skill gap between you and him is so big that even teacher Wu Tian was killed by him. Like a bolt from the blue. What? What? Teacher Wu Tian, too. Damn it all. In this way, I will never see Grandpa again. Sun Wukong kept recalling the scenes of Grandpa Turtle Immortal in his mind. From meeting Kame Senin on the beach, to Kame Senin putting out the fire, to letting himself find a beautiful woman, to following the training, to lying under a big tree to rest. Piccolo the Great Demon King came to mind again. Hateful. That guy, why? After saying that, he turned around and prepared to go down from the tower. Stop, what do you want to do? You are just going to die like this. I just tried my best. Grandpa was also killed. Now I want to take revenge. Wait, if you go like this, you will definitely die. I don't care about anything anymore. If this continues, I won't be able to calm down at all. There are 2 more ways to strengthen you and 2 ways to kill the Demon King Piccolo. Don't you want to hear it? Sun Wukong suddenly jumped up to the cat immortal. The first is a guy named Ponzi, he can definitely make you stronger, or he kills Piccolo, he can definitely kill Piccolo. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, remembering what happened inside the gate of the demon world, and then... There's no way to find him, what about the other way? Become stronger and defeat him. Hey? Aren't you a cat sage? Since you are aware of your mortality, just drink the divine water. Sun Wukong looked at the cat immortal in confusion. Could it be that the super holy water I drank is a companion? No, 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 super holy water is ordinary water, it's a lie. Super holy water has real sacred power in it. You must believe me. Then, can drinking super magic water make me powerful? Yes, but can you find the real divine water? After the cat immortal finished speaking, he turned around and turned his back to Sun Wukong. At the end of the north of the world, there is a terrifying iceberg labyrinth. If you want to get the super divine water, you have to go through that labyrinth. It is in a dark cave deeper, which is really hard to find. Next, the cat immortal told Sun Wukong in detail about the horror of this super divine water. How about it? Wukong, do you still want to go? Sun Wukong clenched his fist and said firmly. I want to go, and I must find the super divine water. Archibald didn't want to follow, so he went down to the first floor alone and found a separate jar. He thought it was the delicacy hidden by the cat fairy, so he walked over with a sneer and opened the lid. When I looked inside, I accidentally fell in, and then inexplicably ended up in the far north of the world. Cat immortal, I don't have a somersault cloud. How long will it take to get to the end of the ground? The cat immortal pointed to the jar that Akilobe just dropped and said. That jar can go directly to the ice cave. The cat immortal saw Sun Wukong running over and was about to jump in. Wukong, you have to be careful of one thing there, be careful of the darkness. You said I should be careful about the darkness. Yes, at night in the ice cave, the darkness will turn into creatures to confuse people, or take people away from places further away from the darkness. I know, I'll be careful. Before Sun Wukong finished speaking, he jumped down with a swish, leaving only the lingering sound in the ears of the cat immortal. Bulma and Yamcha met UPA at Kallen Tower together. The two parties have known each other before, so naturally nothing will happen. Damn it, Teacher Wushan and Klin are both dead, and even Shenlong and Shenlong are dead. Blue-haired Lan Chi also sighed at the side. The old turtle looked at Turtle Immortal who was following him. I still feel that the door is open and Teacher Wushan will come out from there. Ponzi sent Tianjin rice and dumplings to a high-gravity alien planet, left them each with more than 800 energy pills, and then returned. Ponzi took out a fairy bean from his arms and played with it quietly. Without powerful experimental equipment, even if I wanted to create more powerful energy pills, I wouldn't be able to. Thinking of this, Ponzi arrived at Kallen Tower in an instant. The cat immortal who was talking to himself was startled. Ponzi, you. Cat immortal, long time no see. Oh, Ponzi, you're here. Look, I brought you something delicious. After Ponzi finished speaking, he took out 2 capsules from his arms and handed them to the cat immortal. Uncharacteristically, the cat immortal did not immediately take it excitedly. Ponzi, you should be much stronger than Piccolo. You should also know that Piccolo is raging on the earth. Why don't you stop it? There's no need, Kame Sennin, Sun Wukong will be responsible for defeating him. The cat immortal was anxious, but Piccolo and the others will cause a lot of damage to the earth. Cat immortal, have you forgotten about the Dragon Balls? But wasn't Shenlong killed? Ponzi stopped him. Stop it, I believe you should know, you just don't want to tell me. But it doesn't matter, I believe he will come down soon. Ponzi looked at the cat immortal, half smiling but not smiling at the cat immortal whose face changed greatly. What exactly do you want to do? Cat immortal, don't get excited. There is no big problem. It's just that Sun Wukong needs to exercise. Don't worry. Well, you are very powerful, and I can't ask you to do anything. Besides, you haven't done any evil on earth. Ponzi looked at the cat immortal on crutches. Cat immortal, Sun Wukong is looking for the super divine water. The cat immortal was shocked. What? How did you know? Okay, no need to do this. I came here to ask you for a batch of fairy beans. I need to study him in seclusion later. It's useless. Only Kallen Ta can grow live fairy beans in small quantities. Ponzi said nothing and looked at the cat immortal. If you give it to the Chinese people, the whole earth will be planted for you. The cat immortal looked at Ponzi who was silent and muttered. That's my food, what should I do if I give it all to you? Isn't there 2 capsules of your favorite fish? It must be enough. The cat immortal had no choice but to take out 10 and handed them to Ponzi. Ponzi didn't take it. Cat immortal, are you too stingy? Even if you give me 200 pills, it won't affect you. The cat immortal shouted excitedly. Okay, I want 100 capsules, and I'll bring you 2 capsules of fish next time, live fish, that's all. The cat immortal was immediately overjoyed. Okay. Ponzi looked at the bag of fairy beans in his hand. Wait it. Stable. I took 20 of them for experiment, but it's not too much. Ponzi. Cat immortal, what's wrong? Is it really okay for you to let Wukong face it alone? Don't worry. That guy is the future savior of the earth. These small setbacks are the time for him to grow. Don't interrupt him. Only by experiencing blood and fire can he be reborn. Kame Sennin, I'm leaving, bye. Remember my fish. Don't worry, I will definitely remember it. Still want fresh live fish. Ponzi has disappeared. Chapter 60 The Lord of Airbending, 1. The cat immortal looked at Ponzi who had disappeared, and was completely relieved after knowing that he was also paying attention. Although he has the reputation of being an immortal, he does not have Ponzi's ability to know the future. After taking a look at Sun Wukong running in the jar, he lay down leisurely on the bed and slept. Ponzi, who came back, looked at the 8 disciples who were still training hard. He collected the fairy beans and said loudly to the slack and lazy Twiba lightning. Shoulders and hips join together, elbows join with knees, hands join with feet, waist joins with strength, spirit joins with mind, lightning strikes, what are you doing? Is teacher. After several days of hard thinking, Ponzi finally knew how to open up the path of airbending more smoothly. After being impacted by the vast amount of Chinese Taoist culture in his mind, he already knew that the quickest way was to establish a sect to obtain a large amount of luck and directly promote himself to the altar. This is the world of Dragon Ball. From the beginning of life to the last, King De Quan used Yuan Qi, an energy from the outer world. By studying Chinese culture, he abruptly developed the inner energy of martial arts, inner force, and then leveraged it. The energy of the outer world allows him to now use the vitality of the outer world to perform powerful Taoist techniques. But this world is mainly about fighting with fists and kicks. All kinds of magical Qigong cannons, vitality slashes, etc. are all the same, and they are only released at the end. If you want to stabilize your own strength, the sect you establish must be powerful enough to protect itself in this world. You must develop various powerful combat skills and be able to withstand the enemy's attack from the beginning. Ponzi has decided that during this period of time, he will sort out the 3 branches of martial arts, Kung Fu and Shu. If possible, it would be best to directly create some methods that he can use now. Ponzi had long made up his mind. Since his disciples had modified the original Taoist method into an airbender method, and even given themselves the title of the Master of Airbender, they should do a good job. Bang Feng, Han Mei, come here. Teacher. Looking at the 2 tall and heroic figures in front of him, Ponzi patted them. It was your second senior brother who taught you before, now I will teach you the airbending techniques. Yes, thank you teacher. Qi Zone, refine the essence to transform Qi, refine the Qi to transform into the spirit, refine the spirit to return the void, refine the void to combine with the Tao, use strength to nourish the energy, and use the full energy to control the force. Use the energy to nourish the strength, and the full strength will fend off the enemy. The techniques you practice are the Wuji swallowing skill that Dumpling gives you is mainly based on dynamic skills and supplemented by a small amount of spiritual practice. Likewise, this skill can greatly enhance your ability to resist blows. When you reach the later stage of level 4, your physical strength will surpass that of your senior brother. Ponzi looked at the excited 2 people and struck. Don't be so happy. In 10 years at most, you will encounter enemies that are 100 times more powerful than your current senior brother. How will you deal with them then? I will teach you the martial arts, skills, and techniques of Qi Buddhism. Thank you, teacher. Actually, strictly speaking, martial arts and law are both Gong. However, one is used for the growth of the body itself, and the other 2 are for you to use to defend against external enemies. All 3 cannot be neglected, and the same cannot be left behind in learning. Do you understand? Understood. Then the shameless Ponzi directly used the moves from Chinese history. He taught them a total of 12 physical power-generating moves such as the square kun bagwazang, the yin-yang fingers of life and death, the vast infinite steps, and the kicks of destruction of gods and ghosts. Each of them has 108 basic changes based on the number of Tiangang and earth evils. Ordinary people can never learn one thing in their lifetime. Ponzi looked at the 2 people who woke up after receiving the message he sent to them with his mind. You junior brothers and sisters are weak in skills and cannot withstand my teachings. You should learn more about it yourself and practice carefully. Only after you succeed can you get my permission to teach them. Looking at the 2 students, Kuang Feng and Han Mei, who answered yes, Ponzi pondered for a moment. I have another skill to pass on to you. This skill does not cultivate the source energy, but only focuses on the physical body. There are 9 levels of this skill, and every 3 levels is a major level called the Origin Chi Star technique. When you reach the 4th level, after reaching the middle stage, you can accelerate the cultivation of source energy. After you have cultivated this technique to the 9th level, you can continue to practice the 1st level, and the cycle continues. Theoretically, you can continue until the physical body is immortal. The two were ecstatic. Ponzi didn't stop him. He had decided to retreat after this time until the seance arrived. Tianjin Fan and the others also needed to rely on their own strength to sense him through qi before they could come back. After this time, you can still practice here for 2.5 years. After 2.5 years, you will leave on your own. During this period, you must take good care of your junior brothers and sisters, and at the same time, you must supervise their cultivation. Teacher. Teacher. I told you after the martial arts meeting that you have at most 2.5 years. Then you will need to go out and explore on your own. It would be great if you brothers and sisters of the 8th master can be together. Even if you are separated, you must be friendly to each other. The two choked and said, I understand, teacher. You can't teach them what I said now. You can only start teaching them when they reach your current strength. As for the martial arts moves, I will let you know when I think you can do it. Yes. When your strength is sufficient, I will naturally pass on the other techniques to you. Go down. Thank you, teacher. Ponzi looked at the backs of the two and the shouts of the other 6 people, turned around and left. No one knows where he went. But what Ponzi said, passed it on, and turned around showed his students that I am now the master of airbending. Sun Wukong and Akilobe, who accidentally fell down, are now running wildly in the ice cave. It's not that they want to run wildly, but they are forced to run wildly. He and Achilobe could not defeat the ice monster no matter what, and were forced to run wildly with a bad posture. In the end, the two of them fell together into the cave that the cat immortal mentioned. After a long walk in the dark cave, the two finally separated, one downward and the other upward. Sun Wukong miraculously discovered that Turtle Immortal was still alive. He was so excited that he followed Turtle Immortal there without any precautions. Then I saw a big family in Gaixian house and finished their meal. Some monsters transformed into people familiar to Sun Wukong tried to confuse Wukong and let him stay here. After Sun Wukong insisted on finding the super divine water, he was constantly attacked by the fake Kame Immortal. Sun Wukong also attacked him angrily. When the two were in a stalemate, the Fudia Kilobe didn't know what happened and fell from above. Directly hit Sun Wukong, and the two almost fell down again. Fortunately, Sun Wukong had quick eyesight and quick hands, and caught a Kilobe. Sun Wukong was seduced by the fake Kame Immortal with words and told him where the super divine water was, but who was Sun Wukong? He was a frighteningly simple character, and nothing could shake his determination. Sun Wukong was tortured all over his body and was repeatedly asked to let go, trying to shake Sun Wukong's faith.